The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
I refuse to lose this contest. So, if you're listening, fella, you have an even better game than me. So, there. Alright, after that, it's September the 4th, 2024, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 476 AD, Romulus Augustulus, last Roman emperor, abdicates after forces led by Odoacer invade Rome. Traditional date for the end of the Western Roman Empire. In 1609, navigator Henry Hudson is the first European to discover island of Manhattan. In 1781, Los Angeles is founded by 44 Spanish-speaking Mesitos in the Bahia de los Fumas, Bay of Smokes. In 1862, General Lee begins the Maryland campaign, invading the North with 50,000 Confederate troops. In 1957, General of Arkansas Orville Phoebus calls out National Guard to prevent 9 black students from entering Little Rock's Central High School. In 1963, RKO Radio Pictures releases Swing Time, directed by George Stevens, starring Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers. In 1965, Beatles single Help goes number 1 and stays number 1 for 3 weeks. In 1972, U.S. 4 times 100 meter melody relay team of Mike Stam, Tom Bruce, Mark Spix, and Johnny Hendricks sets world record 3 hours, 48 minutes, 16 seconds to win gold at Munich Olympics. Mark Spix becomes first athlete to win 7 gold medals at a single game. And that was This Day in History. Now we'll get on with the show. Hey, Matt, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it? It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show. It's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening pleasure, with lyrics by Marilyn Williams and music by Matty Malden. So, hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. All right, Costello, stop that yelling. Where have you been all afternoon? Oh, Abbott, I went to my Uncle Joe Bosso's wedding. He married a bearded tattooed lady in his country. The bearded tattooed lady? Yeah, Uncle Joe, he's always been crazy about jungle pictures. But I knew he was going to marry. A fortune teller told me for $10. All right, try me in the side. He's win. No. All right, take it easy. Now, don't leave me. I'm a dope or something. Wait a minute. Miss Rose, you mean to tell me that a fortune teller... Well, you got me away from you now. He's going to straighten it out. You mean to tell me that a fortune teller charged you $10 just to read your mind? No, $1 for reading my mind and $9 for finding it. No, that's good. Never mind that. What does Uncle Joe do for a living? Well, he's a babysitter. How did he get started as a babysitter? Well, one night a woman asked him to sit with her baby, and then she went out and never came back. Who was the woman? His first wife. That's awful. Yes, for 25 cents an hour, she owes him $12,000. Good babysitter? I'll say. One night he was sitting with a baby, and the kid swallowed a bottle of DDT. My goodness. What did Uncle Joe do? Well, he threw the baby over his shoulder and burped him. What happened? The kid killed every fly within 10 miles. Oh, get him out. Well, there's a sample of the high-grade nonsense you'll be hearing for the next half hour. But before we get back to it, listen to this.
Did you know that any listener may now have an opportunity to appear as a contestant on Break the Bank? That's right, any listener. As you probably know, ABC's Break the Bank is that very popular Friday night quiz show, where contestants try for a jackpot which is always worth at least $1,000 and often much more. Well, recently, Break the Bank inaugurated a new feature whereby listeners are eligible to enter their names in a giant wish bowl. Winners will not only get an opportunity to break the bank, but they'll also receive free airplane or railroad transportation for two to and from New York as available. In addition, each wish bowl winner will live in a suite in the famous New York hotel from Friday until Sunday. And he or she will be given $150 spending money besides any amount received on the show. For all the details on this wonderful wish bowl, hear Break the Bank when it's broadcast over most ABC stations tomorrow night. And now back to ABC's Abbott and Costello Show.
Stop jumping around. Who are you waving at? I'm waving at my new girl from Texas, way back there. That's her in the third row with the red dress on. What do you think of her, Abbott?
Costello.
That's your new girl?
That's her.
Brother, she is the ugliest, most repulsive, most stupid-looking dame I ever seen. She's even got warts on her nose.
You can talk louder, Abbott. She's deaf, too.
Costello, how can you possibly be dressing a girl like that?
I don't know, Abbott. Her face haunts me. Everywhere I go, I see her face. I see her face when I'm awake. I see her face when I'm asleep. I even see her face when I get to go to get my car washed at the wash rack.
I do too. I see her face.
Wait a minute. How can you see her face when you take your car to the wash rack?
She works there. She's on hubcap.
How did you ever get acquainted with this girl?
She wrote me a fan letter. She's one of my millions of women picture fans.
Well, you ought to get out of pictures, Costello.
I can't have it. I disappoint my many millions of women fans.
Millions?
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 Well, thousands of women would be disappointed.
Thousands of women?
There are hundreds of women who would feel badly about it.
Did you say hundreds?
My mother would raise Cain.
Why don't you stop running around and get yourself engaged with some nice girl? You know. Do you know how to get engaged?
Oh, yes, I heard it on the radio. They said if you want to get engaged, use Woodbury soap. So I bought 12 cases.
Did you get engaged?
Heck no, I was so busy washing I didn't have time.
Will you please talk sense? Whatever happened to that little red-headed manicurist you were going with?
She insulted me, Abbott. Highly insulted me.
What do you mean?
For my birthday, she gave me a Boy Scout knife.
Well, that's not an insult.
Sure. Anybody knows I wouldn't knife a Boy Scout.
Oh, stop. I suppose you've got a date with some silly girl again tonight.
I can't go out tonight, Abbott. I lost my wallet.
Are you sure you lost your wallet?
Yeah.
You'd better look in your pockets again.
Okay. Oh. Nope. No wallet, but here's a note.
What does the note say?
It says, you lost your wallet last night. You can have it back by calling 8835 Sunset Boulevard. P.S. Bring a friend. My roommate is reading this over my shoulder.
Evidently that note is from two girls. Forget about it. And quit running around with women. Why don't you take up tennis or golf?
Oh, tennis or golf?
Yes. Don't you know what good, clean fun is?
No. What good is it?
Now, take me, for instance. I play golf every day. This afternoon, I played 18 holes with Hedy Lamarr. How that girl handles her iron.
How is she with the woods?
I don't know. She stayed out on the fairway all day.
Show me where it says that in the script.
Now, look. Get back over there.
Where you get that kind of dialogue?
Never mind. Quiet. All right.
That's very, very clever laughing.
Just never mind. I'm entitled to tell a joke once in a while. We've got lots of jokes in my family. That was one of my father's jokes.
Who are you, one of your mother's jokes? I'm looking for Lou Costello. I represent the Father's Day Committee of Cucamonga. I'm Lou Costello. What does the Father's Day Committee want with me? The people of Cucamonga have elected you as the Father of the Year of Cucamonga. This ain't Father's Day, and I don't even live in Cucamonga. That's good. The farther you stay away from Cucamonga, the better we like it.
I've seen that fellow's face before.
I'll tell you where you could see it again.
Where?
Any Thursday at the State Unemployment Insurance Office. Starting this Thursday.
Aye, that's right, Costello. I don't have to work. I'm the most independent man in town. Oh, what makes you so independent? I got a used car for sale. That shut you up, Costello. You better watch out. Watch out that you don't wind up at that unemployed office yourself.
Don't you worry about that, Abbott. I don't have to worry about work. And my girl got a job this week with the Los Angeles Bus Company.
Your girl is a lady bus driver?
Sure, she started Monday. She opens the door, she takes the fare, she makes the change, she gives out transfers, she calls up the street, she tells people to move back in the bus.
Yes.
Next week, she's going to learn to drive. Right?
Well, have you got a driver's license?
Yes, I got a junior driver's license.
What's the junior driver's license? That only allows you to hit midgets. The California driver's laws are very strict, especially about pedestrian zones. Now, when you see a pedestrian crossing the safety zone, what do you do? Same as all the other California drivers? I step on the gas and chase them up on a sidewalk where they belong? All right, Miss Williams, I'll take care of everything. All right, you porters. Come on, sweep up the floor, disinfect the microphones, clean up the place, and throw out that garbage can over there. Wait a minute. Garbage can? That's Lou Costello, my friend. I was right the first time. Throw that garbage can out of here. And another thing, what's the idea of cooking corned beef and cabbage in this studio? Smells terrible. Nobody was cooking corned beef and cabbage. This is the Abbot and Costello program. Confusing, isn't it? Isn't it? No, not when you like corned beef and cabbage. That did it. Now I'm complaining to the president of ABC. What right has this knob-headed knickerboot got to come in here and try to disrupt our program? Now, just a minute. Knob-headed? Are you trying to create the impression that I'm bald? Brother, if you ain't bald, somebody give you a haircut with a bare midriff. Quiet, I'll straighten this out. What are you doing in this studio? Mr. Abbott, I work for ABC. I've worked here for 12 years. I run the elevator. Now, wait a minute. There's no elevator in the building. Go on, loudmouth. Tell the boss. Make me lose my job. Well, don't stand there. Tell him. Have him kick me off the payroll. Oh, now, just a minute, mister. Aren't you ashamed of yourself accepting money for doing nothing? Accepting money for doing nothing? How long you been in radio? 10 years. Look who's talking. Now, listen, you. I mean, this guy is not only bald, he's ugly, he's broken down, but in spite of all that, there's something about him that speaks social. Quiet, Costello. Mister, why have you interrupted our show? Mr. Abbott, I have a very important announcement to make. Ladies and gentlemen, the American Broadcasting Company and the sponsors of the Abbott and Costello show proudly present, direct from her recent triumphs in London, England, that great singing star, Miss Marilyn Williams.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Floyd.
Floyd? Well, la-dee-da. Floyd! Leave him alone, Costello. Miss Williams, welcome to our program. And I'm sure our listeners are going to love you. And I hope you will like me and my partner.
But, old chap, I think you're top hole, and I think Costello is positively ripping.
I knew I shouldn't have worn those tight pants. No, Costello. That's just an English expression. The English have different customs than ours, you know. What do you mean? Well, for instance, in this country, if a girl sneezes, you say Gesundheit. If an English girl sneezes, you kiss her. That's all I want to know.
Mr. Costello. Ma'am? I didn't sneeze.
Why wait until the last minute?
My, Mr. Costello, why did you ever learn to pucker your lips to a point like that?
I used to thread needles for my grandmother. And Miss Williams, we have some gifts for you to bid you welcome to America. First, please accept this beautiful diamond ring. Here, I'll slip it on your finger.
Oh, it's divine. You may kiss my finger.
Now, may I place this beautiful bracelet on your arm?
Thank you. You may kiss my wrist.
And now, this lovely necklace.
Oh, thank you. You may kiss me on my neck.
All right, Costello, now it's your turn. I pass.
Why?
I bought a pair of shoes.
Oh, you're so droll, Mr. Costello. But for being so nice to me, I'm going to write to His Majesty and have him make you a Knight of the Bath.
Please, don't do it.
Why not?
If you think I'm going to fly to England and back every Saturday night just to scrub the king's back, you're nuts.
It's easy to see that you've never been to England, Mr. Costello.
Well, yes, I have. Here's a copy of the London Times. My picture's on one side and the king's picture's right next to it.
So it is.
And you see what it says on my picture? Costello comes to England and tells its famous joke.
But look what it says under the king's picture.
What?
God save the king.
Miss Williams, did you have a nice trip here to America?
Oh, rather.
Rather.
You know, I crossed the Atlantic on the Queen Mary.
Mm-hmm. I didn't know the old girl could swim that far. I'll get him on it.
The plot thickens. But before it gets too thick, let's interrupt it for another reminder on a serious subject.
Did you know there's a network quiz show where listeners compete for a big jackpot prize by telephoning the program? That's right. The listeners phone in collect. And that program is What's My Name, broadcast over most of these ABC stations each Saturday night. Here's how it works. At the end of What's My Name, you hear the voice of a famous personality. Then listeners of a certain selected city, and it may be yours, are invited to telephone in the name of the owner of that voice. The first correct answer wins the jackpot. It's a lot of fun, even if your city isn't the selected one. But the fun doesn't start with a jackpot question. You'll also enjoy hearing studio contestants play What's My Name, as MCs Arlene Francis and Carl Frank post the questions. They pretend to be famous people and give sets of clues as to their identity. Yes, for swell quiz fun, don't miss What's My Name, heard over most of these stations Saturday night. Now back to ABC's Abbot and Costello Show.
Come on, Abbott, now let's get going.
Now, wait a minute, Costello.
Let's turn on the spotlight. Let's turn it on our singing gal from England. Oh, that's great for us, and it's great for everybody listening. Here she is, folks, Marilyn Williams with Matty Malnick's music.
You do something to me, something simply mystifies me. Tell me, why should it be? You have the power to hypnotize me. Let me you do that, you do so well. You do something to me nobody else could do. Something that simply mystifies me. The power to hypnotize me. Let me live me yourself. You do that, you do so well. You do something to me that nobody else could do.
Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas, everybody! Merry Christmas, Abbott! Merry Christmas, everybody!
Hold on.
Merry Christmas!
Hold on.
Merry Christmas, everybody on planet.
Wait a minute.
Merry Christmas.
What's the idea of coming out here humming Merry Christmas? Christmas is nearly 2 months away. Why did you say Merry Christmas?
That's fresh material, Abbott. Now, if anybody says Merry Christmas on the radio, they stole it from us.
Right. Don't be silly, Costello. Nobody can steal our material.
That's so? Well, for your information, Mr. Milton Berle did a joke last week that we're going to use next Thursday.
Well, how can you say that, inferring that we would stoop so low as to use other comedians' jokes? Well,
Why, we can go on for years and years with our own stuff.
Why don't we do it?
Okay? Let's go. You start.
Okay, here I go.
Right. Talk sense, Costello.
Well, that didn't take long. Let's get back to the other guy's joke now.
Now, the trouble with you is that instead of thinking up new jokes, you spend all your time chasing girls. I saw you last night with that redhead.
Yes, what a girl. Have it all night long. She gets chewing my ear off.
You mean she talks too much?
Nope, she just chewed my ear off.
I understand she's a Spanish dancer.
Yep, she does a very unusual dance. She dances around the brim of a Mexican hat. She dances all around the brim of the hat and then kicks it with her heel.
Well, what's unusual about that? Lots of Spanish dancers dance on the top of a Mexican hat.
While it's still on the Mexican's head?
Well, Costello, no one but a silly girl like that would go out with you. Now, take me. I get the better looking girls because I'm handsome.
Abbott, I don't like to hurt your feelings, but since you brought it up, I got to tell you. You are the ugliest man I ever saw.
I'm ugly.
You're so ugly that it makes me wish I had the hiccups so I could look at you and get scared.
Well, anyway, you've got to admit I'm a pretty classy girl.
Come to think of it, Abbott, you were wearing pinchback suits long before any other fellows.
That's right.
And long afterwards, too. I'm the one with class. Yes, sir. I'm the one with class. Why, when I went to school, the girls used to flock around me like flies around a pot of honey.
Yes, and I'll have to admit you haven't changed much.
I haven't at that, have I?
No, you've lost a little of the honey, but you still got the pot.
Hey, Mr. Costello, Abbott's nephew. Norman, why do you keep coming in here every week? Well, I want to ask you something, Mr. Costello. My mother told me that if I watch you... That's an Abbott, through and through.
Well, give the boy a chance. What's on your mind, Norman?
I want to ask you something, Mr. Costello. My mother told me that if I watched you all the time, before I knew it, I'd be an actor just like you. Do you think she's right? Yes, your mother is right, Norman. You might end up being just like me. No kidding, and I thought you'd just tell me that to scare me. There's a nice boy, folks. The teacher told me that it would only take 2 more years to make a moron out of him. Abbott, why don't you keep that bum home?
Costello, don't you call that actor a bum?
Don't you call that bum an actor?
No, never mind that. Norman stays on this show. He's got sex appeal. And don't forget that we have 200 women in this audience every week, and every one of them wants to be loved.
You mean in here and tell me that there are 200 women out there right now that want to be loved? Yes. And I'm up one at a time. That's what...
Costello, how can you be so stupid? Every day you add more stupidity to your ignorance. How do you do it?
I take vitamins. What? And my Uncle Mike takes vitamins, too. We're worried about him, Abbott. All day long, he runs around the house and cackles. He thinks he's a chicken.
Well, wait a minute. If he thinks he's a chicken, why don't you get him out of the house and send him to a hospital?
We would, but we need the egg. Oh, thanks. Hey, Abbott, it's a fan letter from one of my listeners.
Yeah, read it.
I think I will. Go ahead. That's me. I'm going to read it. Thanks. Dear Luke Costello. They told me that sounds like a burning building, does it? Dear Luke Costello, I have been listening to your Sam Shovel Detective series, and I want to say you are wonderful. Last week when you played Sam Shovel, it was so thrilling I busted out in goose pimples. I'm coming over to see you in person tonight. Costello, someone outside to see you. Who is it? A goose with pimples.
All right, Costello. I can see there's no way of discouraging you from doing that detective series. Well, go ahead and tell us. What is your Sam Shovel detective story for tonight?
Tonight, I will do one of my most famous cases. I call it the case of the murdered florist, or they caught him with his plants down. Yes, I'm Sam Shovel, private detective. It's warm in my little office. It's been warm and sticky all afternoon. On my way to the office, I ran into Harry the Mug, Joe the Mug, And Frankie the Mug. It's really been a muggy day. When I got here this morning, I took the elevator up to my office.
Mr. Shovel, I'm the elevator boy. Will you please give me back my elevator?
That elevator boy is a shifty character. Yesterday he was arrested for feeding pigeons in the park. He was feeding them to his family. I love pigeons. I had a pet pigeon once. My poor pigeon had trouble walking. He was steeple-toed. It's time to get to work on my latest case. I walk over to my roll-top desk. Get Zeus. It's terrible. Someone ate the rolls off the top of the desk. I turn towards the window. A tall girl walks past. I see her face go by the window. I know she must be a tall girl. My office is on the 9th floor. I peek out of the window. What a girl. What a figure. She'd be perfect for a man. Too bad she's a girl. Suddenly I hear a sneaky footsteps approaching. It's Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad. He's tiptoeing into the office. Abbott's a cheapskate. The only thing he ever tips is his toes. Hello, Sam Shovel. Hello, Lieutenant Abbott. My bosom friend.
Shame on you, Sam Shovel. We're beginning to sound like Abbot and Costello.
Heaven forbid.
Sam Shovel, you've got to help me. You must help me.
Please, lady, stop crying.
Ah!
Please stop crying.
What's the matter? Can't you stand to see a woman here?
I don't mind seeing him, but you're putting out my cigar. What's the trouble, lady?
It's my husband. His life is in danger.
I'm trouble. You've got to keep me alive. I've got to live till Sunday afternoon. I've got to stay alive till Sunday afternoon.
Why must you live till Sunday afternoon?
Stop the music, they call me, and I know the name of the mystery song. I know the name of the mystery song.
You do? What is it?
Attention, American, want to win you. The name of the mystery song is...
Husband, I think he's dead. Quick, Sam Shovel, take his count.
If he's dead, I'll take his watch.
It's a strange case, Sam. That man was about to tell the name of the mystery song on the Stop the Music when he was shot. I wonder who done it.
Well, this is surely a deduction, Lieutenant Abbott. But there was one man who'd had a good motive.
Who?
Fred Allen.
Oh, get him out!
Don't go away, folks. Our madmen aren't through with you yet. Right now, they want you to hear this.
Here's a story that will interest you fight fans who listen to Cavalcade of Sports at Friday nights over most ABC stations. It's the story behind the first broadcast of a heavyweight championship bout, the one between Jack Dempsey and George Carpentier. Radio was then in its infancy, and a temporary broadcasting station was set up at the nearest railroad depot in a shack used by Pullman porters. The producer announced that the show entered the arena early in order to set up his microphone. However, because he'd already handed in his ticket, he couldn't leave, and so he spent the entire day without food. However, the now famous broadcast went off all right. Certainly was a far cry from ABC's present-day regular Friday night fightcast, in which technical problems are well mapped out in advance, with exciting bouts described by experts Don Duffy and Bill Coram. Here's a vivid account of this week's most important fight on Cavalcade of Sports tomorrow night. And now for final words from ABC's Abbott and Costello show.
Well, Costello, you want me to drive you home?
Not tonight, Abbott. I'm going out with two girlfriends of mine.
Why take both of them out at the same time?
Well, one of the girls, every time I try to kiss her, she says don't. And the other one, every time I try to kiss her, she says stop.
Then why bother taking them both out?
Put them together. They say don't stop.
Oh, good night, folks.
Night, everybody.
Thursday night at this time for another great Abbot and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Charles Banda, and featuring Marilyn Williams and Matty Malnick and his orchestra. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company. Broadcasting Company.
Extra, extra, read all about it. Army payroll stolen. Extra, extra. Turn around.
You're on the wrong track, pal. Wrong track with the wrong man.
Save it for Washington. We're flying back today and we're taking it with us.
No, we're not.
What are you looking for?
Huh? Well, just a few $100,000.
There's nothing here.
All right, where is it? Darling, I don't think you'll shoot me. You're taking Halliday's word against mine. The word of a guy you don't even know. You little fool.
Second, that way you won't lose speed.
This is a fine time to give driving lessons.
From the sound of music, and Bing Crosby is up next.
And as you relinquish, we move right in, Durward.
You're ready with the song, I presume?
I presume I'm as ready as I'm ever going to be.
You're ready.
From this moment on, you for me, dear, only two for tea, dear. From this moment on, from this happy day, no more blue songs, only whoop-de-doo songs from this moment on. For you've got the love I need so much, got the skin I love to touch, got the arms to hold me tight, got the sweet lips to kiss me goodnight. From this moment on, you and I, babe, we'll be riding high, babe. Every care is gone. From this moment on, for you've got the love I need so much. You got the skin I love to touch, got the arms to hold me tight, got the sweet lips to kiss me goodnight. From this moment on, you and I, babe, we'll be riding high, babe. Every care is gone. From this moment on. brief moment here now, and a moment which should prove highly profitable to you, I really feel.
Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment. Look for the spear, get Wrigley's. Fresh, strong, lively, long-lasting too. You'll say Wrigley's is great to chew. Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment with the biggest little treat in all the land. Get the package with the spear and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's gum.
Friends, the word spearmint cannot be trademarked, so there are many spearmint gums on the market. To be sure of getting the original Wrigley spearmint, look for the spear on the package. It is the Wrigley trademark. Some people call it a spear, some call it an arrow. Whichever you call it, it is the Wrigley trademark and is your guarantee of real chewing enjoyment. So remember,
get the package with the spear and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's gum.
Bing, do you know what takes my fancy right now?
What's that?
Well, it's a song called What Takes My Fancy.
Well, if it takes your fancy, it takes my fancy, Rosie.
Well, let's do it then.
Would you like it plain or fancy?
Fancy.
Well, I'll be swacked and pickled in moonshine. You ain't such an ordinary cuss.
Well, I'll be piped and pedaled for coal, or you ain't such a gloomy old Gus.
Well, I don't want to give you no ideas, but you might not make a bad wife. Cooking grub and tinning up dieties.
Hold on, Grandpa, not on your life. Them what treats me girly has to find out early. In my mama's litter, I'm the independent critter. I likes to do what takes my fancy. What takes my fancy, I likes to do. And when it comes to things romancy, what takes my fancy ain't the likes of you. I likes to do what takes my fancy. What takes my fancy?
Well, that ain't no crime. That there's what keeps me young and prancy. What takes my fancy, I do all the time.
Well, bless my boots and paddle my britches if you ain't the sociable type.
Oh, well, owls and suffering polecats if we ain't a similar stripe.
Don't let this unravel your undies, but you might not make a bad groom. All cleaned up for company Sundays.
Now, hold on, sis, you're sealing your doom. Here's a tip I'll give you. Partnership I'll give you. But you ain't promoting me from my protective coating. I likes to do what takes my fancy. What takes my fancy, I likes to do. And when it comes to things romancy, what takes my fancy ain't the likes of you. I likes to do what takes my fancy. What takes my fancy,
I likes to do. And if it makes my pockets fatter, it doesn't matter who I do it to.
we likes to do what takes our fancy. What takes our fancy, that ain't no yarn. If folks objects to how we acts up, what gets their backs up ain't no skin off on. We likes to do what takes our fancy. What takes our fancy, that ain't no crime. And if it keeps us young and prancy, what takes our fancy, we do all the summer,
winter,
spring, or fall, the whole darn tootin' time. Oh, Rosie, if music
music be the food of love. Play on.
That's a mighty poetic statement. But music isn't the only food of love.
Oh, no? What other captivating comestible do you have in mind?
Why, rye crisp crackers, of course.
Yeah? What's rye crisp got to do with love?
Well, it's ideal for ladies who love to watch their weight and keep a lovely figure.
And then our ever-loving rye crisp is indubitably a love feast for calorie counters.
Sure. Shape up with rye crisp. It's the original and only rye cracker that contains 21 calories in a whole double cracker, so it fits into everyone's diet plan.
Well, in that case, let me offer my own rye crisp testimonial.
Testimonial?
Yes,
Oh, no.
why not? Besides being low in calories, rye crisp tastes great. It's 100% whole grain rye in its most munchable, crunchable form.
You're making me hungry.
Patience, girl. Stand by. After the show, there'll be candlelight, rye crisp, and violin.
I'd rather have rye crisp and cheese.
Tear a star from out the sky, and the sky feels blue. Tear a petal from a rose, and the rose weeps too. Take your heart away from mine, and mine will surely break. My life is yours to make. So please keep the spark away. Would you take the wings from birds so that they can't fly? Would you take the ocean's roar and leave just a sigh? You do. This is what I beg of you. Don't take your love from me.
Hostess who is lucky enough to live in Washington, D.C., can now throw a very stylish party without ever actually knowing very many stylish or important people. Did you know that?
Huh. How can you throw a stylish party without knowing any stylish people?
Well, they have a thing in Washington called You Rent a Cocktail Party Crowd.
Hey, how about that? What next, I wonder?
This sounds like the very end, doesn't it?
Yes, and it's very convenient for hostesses. This You Rent a Crowd gag because the service provides people who arrive for the first half hour of the cocktail party. Because, as we all know, none of the invited guests come that early.
Oh, I see. You get an immediate crowd right away. The party starts on time.
Startling innovation, huh?
Makes sense.
Also, you see, in Washington, they supply people who wear sashes and all sorts of medals and decorations and saris, native costumes and beautiful evening gowns. And then they all talk about world affairs, politics.
Drop names?
Yeah, oh, sure. Discuss things in various languages. It's just about as stylish as you can imagine.
You know, this seems to me like a brilliant idea.
I like it.
And another thing about your rent-a-crowd is that as your regular guests arrive, the rent-a-crowd group just disappears.
Can't mingle, huh?
No, not
Might roll a few feet.
Even with the saris and stuff. And then all your regular guests wonder who all those distinguished people were. You know, a lot of them have never seen such a thing, and they're actually very impressed.
Certainly, this rent-a-crowd is the most civilized idea. What a way, too, to brighten up a party, huh?
And what an air of mystery about the whole thing. All those distinguished people with the turbans and the saris and the
medals.
sashes, the medals.
Decorations. This is just the end, I think. You know, I see one fault, though, with this rent-a-crowd deal.
I don't see any fault. They come early and they leave early.
Well, that's for the typical party, but I have a hunch that this rent-a-crowd group works several parties a day and an evening,
For
you
the
see.
central casting.
Yeah,
Club, huh?
one party isn't enough, so my thought is that if you call up and rent a crowd, be sure to specify that you want them early. Get them while they're fresh.
Why?
Well, why? If you get a rent-a-crowd group for a later party and they've attended 2 or 3 parties before yours, you know what I mean? Are you with me? They're apt to be a bit boisterous by that time. Maybe
Too many parties, too many drinks.
a little bombed, yeah. Very boisterous. In fact, maybe a bit disheveled. Okay, some of them come in with a sash dragging or a turban over one eye, you know.
Or with medals pinned on his coattail.
So you know what you want to do, folks. Get your rent-a-crowd early. You don't want to have people barging in who are incoherent, you know. Might even get a little riotous after a round of reception, start a beef. So always demand an absolutely fresh crowd. Tell the lady at the desk you want them first.
When
you rent a crowd, yeah.
I think I'll insist that the seal not be broken.
Yeah, that's an idea. Have them arrive sealed and guaranteed that they haven't been to a party that day.
When I order my crowd, I'm going to see if I can get them vacuum packed.
You can't be too careful. That's a good idea. When you invite a crowd of strangers to your house, you got to watch it. You don't want them to tear the joint down or anything. It's just little precautions, what's needed. You got to think before you give a party. That's what makes a party, really, the thought that you put into it. Don't you agree?
You're entirely right. It's nice to have an analytical fellow like you around, Bing.
He's a brain, isn't he?
Oh.
Both so sweet, really you are. I sing, too, you know.
Oh, I'm glad to know that. Next time I rent a crowd, I'm going to include you in it.
Can I go? Well, I go with one of the early group. Huh?
Yeah.
That's a promise.
I do card tricks, you know.
I'll remember you too, Ken. Okay, Mr. Crosby, do you want to sing that song now?
It's an audition? Okay, I'll be happy to. Button up your overcoat when the wind is free. Take good care of yourself, you belong to me. Eat an apple every day, get to bed by 3. I want you to take good care of yourself, honey. You belong to me. Be careful crossing streets. Don't eat meats. Lay off sweets. You'll get a pain and ruin your tum-tum. Keep away from blended stuff when you're on a spree. Take good care of yourself. You belong to me. Sit on hornets' tails, or on nails, or third rails. Get a pain and ruin your tum-tum. Don't go out with college boys when you're on a spree. Take good care of yourself. Use those vitamins up on the shelf. And remember, you belong to me. We can squeeze in another song before closing time, you know, Rosie. Are you interested?
I'll be glad to do the squeezing.
Fine, you sing then. I'll put the cat out.
She'll appreciate that.
I know, she loves to gad.
Don't we all? Shall we go, buddy? I'm getting married in the morning. Ding dong, the bells are gonna chime. Pull out the stopper, let's have a whopper. Get me to the church on time. I gotta be there in the morning, spruced up and looking in my prime. Boys, come and kiss me, show how you'll miss me. Get me to the church on time. And if I'm dancing, roll up the floor. And if I'm whistling, me out the door. For I'm getting married in the morning. Ding dong, the bells are gonna chime. Kick up a rumpus, but don't lose the compass. And get me to the church. Get me to the church. For Pete's sake, get me to the church on time. And if I'm dancing, roll up the floor. And if I'm whistling, me out the door. For I'm getting married in the morning. Ding dong, the bells are gonna chime. Feather and Tommy, call out the army. Get me to the church. Get me to the church. For Pete's sake, get me to the church on time.
Until tomorrow, friends, Ken, Rosie, Buddy Cole, and I bid you adieu, with the hope that you'll pencil us in for tomorrow.
Try to give us a listen, will you?
Merriment in the morning. That's Arthur Godfrey Time, House Party with Art Linkletter, The Gary Moore Show, and The Crosby Clooney Show. Every weekday morning at this CBS Radio Network location for elation. The day gets brighter, and chores seem lighter as these daytime stars give a litter of glitter to the morning's listening. Monday through Friday here at your favorite CBS radio station. Join in the fun with one and all.
Mystery on something off the beaten track like the Maltese Falcon.
Oh, that was a fascinating story. But here's one that has everything the Falcon had and more. It's Raymond Chandler's latest bestseller, The Big Sleep. And what a picture that'll make.
You mind if I look at it? Huh. Sometimes I wonder what strange fate brought me out of the storm to that house that stood alone in the shadows. As I probed into its mysteries, every clue told me a different story. But each had the same ending, murder. Every instinct warned me to beware that something more dangerous, more deadly than I'd ever known before was in that room. And suddenly...
I like that. I'd like more. That's even better.
The true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
The Bob Hope Show, transcribed direct from Hollywood with Les Brown and his band of renown. Our singing star, Margaret Whiting. Our special guest, Donna Reed. Here he is, Bob Hope. Thank you very, very much. I want to tell you we're having wonderful weather out here in California. Oh, that smog can get pretty thick. It lifted in our neighborhood the other day, and we discovered the vacant lot next door is now called the May Company North Hollywood. The warm weather has affected everybody. The other night on Dragnet, Jack Webb was driving the patrol wagon with the top down. And it's cleaning time. Nobody likes to do much cleaning at my house except when payday comes around. And I never appreciated before how much work there is around a house or how much time it requires. You know, it took me 6 hours just throwing away some old calendars. No, but I climbed up to clean the attic and the trapdoor locked behind me. Finally, I leaned out of a window and yelled at a policeman passing by, "I'm Bob Hope. I'm locked in the attic." He yelled back, "I've heard your show. They should have put you there years ago." My biggest year for fan mail. My fan mail has been so heavy I had to hire a man to help me carry it down to the post office. You'll have to get them a little faster than that. This season, just think, I've done television, movies, personal appearances. I really didn't want to work that hard, but I promised the Air Force an extra group. And you won't escape me, I guarantee you, because I'll be in every medium. I've even made a deal with Las Vegas. When you get 3 cherries straight across in the slot machines, I'll be the middle cherry. I'm going to take a vacation, and I need it. Other years, I've been a little tired, but this year I'm really worried. It's the spots in front of my eyes. They're not just spots. They're audiences laughing at other comedians. You know, there's a certain amount of jealousy among comedians, you know. I used to go to sleep hating Jack Benny and Milton Berle and Jerry Lewis. Now I can't even get to sleep. I lay awake all night sneering. I didn't realize how tired and nervous I was till this morning when my son Tony insisted on walking to the studio with me. I said, "What for?" He said, "This way people on the street will think you're talking to me." You know, folks, not many of us can take the time to visit Hollywood and the motion picture studios. So right now, we're going to show you a typical day at Paramount Picture Studios where you're going to meet some of the people who have a part in making our movies. How do you do, everybody? I'm the studio gate man. I stand here at the gate and watch all the big shots come in the morning. Oh, here comes the president of the studio now in his Cadillac. Hey, hiya, Mr. Freeman. President always honks at me like that. Oh, and here comes a famous director in his Lincoln. You say, here comes a star you all know, Bob Hope. Hiya, Bob. He's gaining weight. From the back, you can't tell he's riding a bicycle.
I'm the wardrobe mistress at Paramount. I make all the clothes that Bob Hope wears in his pictures. I'm qualified for the job because I used to make slip covers for Buick.
I'm the talent scout who persuaded Paramount to hire Bob Hope. And since that day, I've never had to worry about money again, thanks to unemployment insurance.
I'm Bob Hope, one of the stars at Paramount. So far, I've made 45 pictures for the studio. 40 of them were smash successes, and 5 were with Crosby. I help Bob with his fan mail, and I answer the many phone calls at his studio dressing room. Say, Bill, get that, will you? Hello? No, Bob's not in. Sorry, he's not in. Bob's not in. He's not in.
Boy, that Morris plan, they never give up. Go straighten up the dressing room. Donna Reed will be here in a few minutes.
Why is she coming over, Bob?
Well, I want her to be in my next picture, and with everyone after her, I have to act fast. You know, opportunity only knocks once, Bill. If you don't grab it with both hands, somebody beats you to it, and you're left with nothing but empty, bitter memories. Hey, that'll be Donna Reed now. I've got to make a good impression on her. Come on in, Donna.
Hiya, Bob.
How about that? Hello, Donna. Entree, s'il vous plaît. Entre usted mi casa and das Blumenbrett haben der Garten zu. You don't mind my showing off my knowledge of languages, do you, Donna?
Well, not at all, Bob. Languages are my hobby.
Oh, then you understood what I said?
Well, certainly. In French, you said, come in, please. In Spanish, enter my house. And in German, you said, the flower pot has a geranium in it.
I'll admit my German is a little weak. The last time I ordered breakfast in Berlin, they brought me the hat check girl, sunny side up. Say, sit down, Donna, here in the comfortable chair.
Thank you.
Now, what would you like, a glass of champagne, some of this caviar, or these hors d'oeuvres? Just help yourself, Donna. You may find the hors d'oeuvres a little stale.
Gee, this is wonderful. You certainly are well stocked, Bob.
I had an awful time sneaking the stuff out. Jack Benny searched everybody from head to foot as though we were cheap crooks.
He did?
Yeah, if it hadn't been for that, we'd be eating this with real silverware.
Bob, you told me on the phone that you wanted me to be your leading lady in your next movie. Well, I'm sorry to say...
Now, wait, Donna. I know you've got a lot of offers, but perhaps you don't know the real Bob Hope. You know, I'm just your type. I hear you're interested in culture and the arts, and so am I.
You are, Bob?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a Rembrandt, a Picasso, or a Watteau?
No, I'm still driving a Nash Rambler.
What's your picture about, Bob?
Well, you'll love the picture. In the first big musical scene, 20 beautiful chorus girls dance across the stage doing the can-can. In the next musical number, there's going to be 30 beautiful chorus girls.
What's the story, Bob?
Well, I won't know till I talk to the girl. Oh, you mean the story of the picture? Oh, yes. Well, it'll be a comedy with plenty of laughs.
I think you'd be wonderful in a straight dramatic story.
You do, huh?
Yes. It's about time you made a picture with realistic human values. Why not do a story of love, hate, greed, jealousy, passion, cruelty, lust, murder?
Sounds like fun. You know, but stories like that aren't easy to find.
Well, of course they are. Good stories are everywhere. Now, take the great artists. They all had dramatic lives.
Say, maybe you got something. Moulin Rouge was a big hit. I'll be an artist, and you can be my girlfriend. That is, if you don't mind doing love scenes with me.
Now, I'd be glad to do love scenes with you, Bob.
You would?
Yes, for one wonderful reason that you very seldom find these days.
Yeah?
Bob, you're a man a girl can absolutely trust.
Well, that's the nicest thing anyone ever said to me, and I hope I can live it down. In that case, Donna, let's try a little kiss right now.
Okay.
Well, I think we'd better rehearse that once more. Well, I think we'd better try it on for size, just once more.
Just a minute, Bob. What's going on here?
Well, I thought it was just our regular show, but it's turned into Strike It Rich. Here's with Margaret Whiting of the Capitol Platter Clan and Les Brown doing Someone to Watch Over Me, a great oldie. Come in, Magola, right here.
Somebody I'm longing to see. I hope that he turns out to be someone to watch
You know, ladies and gentlemen, someone once said humor is the true democracy. That's why we in America can smile when we tell the stories of the legendary heroes who helped build our country's great industries and institutions. Take the railroads. There's hardly a worker on them who doesn't know all about the greatest railroad man of them all, John Henry, who weighed 33 pounds at birth and played with a sledgehammer for a toy. When he was 12, John Henry worked in the cotton fields of West Virginia. But he wasn't happy. No, sir. He wanted to help build a new industry which is springing up, the railroad. So he got himself a job helping to dig the Big Bend Tunnel. Matter of fact, he did most of the work himself, working with a 20-pound hammer in each hand. Then a sharp character came along and tried to sell John Henry's boss a steam drill which would take the place of 20 men. The boss offered to match John Henry against the drill. If it dug more holes than he did, the boss would buy the drill. But if John Henry won, the boss would get the drill and 500. The match was set up and the race was on. For 6 hours, John Henry made his hammer ring. For 7 hours, 8 hours. It wasn't until the beginning of the 9th hour that he showed any signs of getting tired. At the end of the 9 hours, the race was over. John Henry won, and the boss got his $500 and a free drill. All John Henry had to say was, "Before I let that steam drill beat me, I'll die with my hammer in my hand." Who was John Henry, really? He was the spirit of the men who sweated to bring the railroad to every part of America. Yes, it is a democracy which lets us tell stories of our industries, institutions, and legendary heroes with a twinkle in our eyes and a chuckle in our throats. And so long as we continue to laugh together as a people, we will live together as a nation. Thank you very much.
Oh, say, Bob. Yes, Bill. Rob, how did you make out with Donna Reed? Is she going to do the picture with you?
Oh, the deal is almost all set, and it's going to be a very different picture. I'm going to do the life of a famous artist.
Oh, sounds good, Bob.
Yeah, I can just see myself as an artist, even someone as great as Vincent van Gogh. Painting, studying, turning out great masterpieces.
Paris, the end of the 19th century. Paris, the birthplace of modern art. One of the struggling young painters of this era was Vincent van Gogh, who as a child had started out with finger painting.
Yes, I was so enthusiastic about finger painting I couldn't stop. I went on and painted my toes and arms and legs, too.
The young artist Vincent van Gogh led a drab, uneventful existence until one day a beautiful woman came to his studio.
How do you do?
She was lovely. She had Titian hair, a Rubens head, a body by Rembrandt, and the whole thing had power steering. She looked at me and said,
Vincent van Gogh.
"That's right.
You are a painter?
That's what it says on the front of my beret." What is your pleasure, mademoiselle?
I'm an American. I just bought a large home here in Paris, and I would like to buy some paintings.
Indeed. How does it happen you came to me?
Well, I had heard that most of the painters in Paris are eccentric fools and idiots. And someone gave me your name and address.
Merci.
Do you do portraits?
Oui, I have painted the Duchess of Shropshire, the Earl of Exbrook, Lord and Lady Carruthers, the Duke of Northumberland, and Melcher.
Well, now, this landscape here, did you paint it?
Yes, what did you think?
Well, I must admit you've done it quite well. Your colors here, this is a very brilliant green grass.
Thank you.
Now, to get the grass so... Now, to get the grass so green, did you use a brush and oil?
No, just Vigoro and a spray gun.
Do you have anything more to show me?
Well, if you're looking for a bargain, I have a painting here that's damaged. A leak in the roof made the watercolors run. I painted Queen Victoria standing beside the British line, and then we had a big storm.
What happened?
It came out Lady Godiva riding a Cocker Spaniel.
I think I have seen enough. Au revoir, monsieur.
Oh, wait, don't go yet. Mademoiselle, you're so lovely. May I have the honor of doing your portrait?
Well, definitely not. Shall I tell you frankly what I think of your work?
Of course.
I think your painting establishes a new high in tawdry, flamboyant, garish mediocrity.
Gee, and I thought I wasted all those years going to art school.
Good day, sir.
Oh, wait. Where can I reach you? How can I see you again? Mademoiselle!
Oh, Vincent, I must talk to you.
Go away, Andre.
You must listen to me, Vincent. I am your best friend. You must paint again. It is 3 months now.
I can't help it. I'm in love with the American girl. Wherever I look, I see her face.
Oh, Vincent.
In the fireplace, she looks at me from the flames. In the shadows, she is there. Today at lunch, I had some Swiss cheese, and her face was in every hole.
Oh, Vincent, my friend, you must not go to pieces. You've got to paint a picture right away.
It's no use. Andre, I am too unlucky to sell a painting. All my luck is bad.
Ah, don't think that way. Look at Gainsborough. He became instantly famous with one picture, The Blue Boy.
That's what I mean. I painted that same boy, but I painted him the day before he turned blue. I had to get him on a warm day. Oh, if only I were a rich, successful artist, I could go to the beautiful American girl and ask her to marry me.
You can be famous, my friend.
How?
You could be a great success like Rubens, Boucher, Goya, if you painted women. That's what the public wants, romance.
What's wrong with the things I'm painting now?
Well, your subjects are so dull. Look at this painting here. Pickled herring peeking through an onion ring. What's romantic about that?
It is to another pickled herring. Oh, but why discuss it? Go away, Andre. Leave me alone.
Oh, Vincent, are you so in love with this American girl?
If I could only see her, talk to her.
Oh, why don't you go to her house?
I tried that. The butler won't let me in the front door. And at the back door, there's a cook and 6 maids.
Won't they let you in?
Yeah, but after I'm inside, I can never remember what I went there for. No use. She has turned me down. For me, the sun will never shine again.
Oh, Vincent, my poor friend, there is one thing you can do. Work hard. Become famous. Make her sorry that she has broken your heart.
I took Andre's advice. I painted day and night and day and night until my hands trembled and my eyes were 2 burning coals. Every time I blinked, I started a brush fire in my eyebrows. But I succeeded beyond my fondest dreams. I had paintings in the Royal Gallery and the British Museum, and I was commissioned to do the murals for Howard Hughes' bathroom. Mobs cheered as I rode through the streets of Paris. I had 6 horses, 2 coachmen, and a carriage with Cadillac fins. During all these years, I never saw the American girl. Then one day I went to Maxime's for lunch.
Bonjour, Monsieur Van Hope.
Oh, bonjour, Francois. My usual table, please.
Oui, monsieur, follow me.
Oh, one moment, Francois. I see someone I know at this table. Ah, so we meet again, Mademoiselle, the beautiful American.
Why, it's Vincent Van Hope.
Oui, but I am no longer the struggling artist. Now I am one of the most famous men in the world. But I still feel the same way about you. Will you marry me?
Me? Marry you? Fool, pest, idiot, moron, imbecile.
You don't have to answer now. Think it over. You may not love me now, but I can teach you to love me.
I'm sorry, Vincent. I'm engaged to another man. This is he coming across the room toward us now.
Well, Vincent, what are you doing here?
Andre, I've been double-crossed by my best friend.
Oh, Vincent, please. She is so beautiful, I could not help myself.
But you did help yourself. This means a duel.
No, not a duel.
It is a matter of honor. We meet at sunrise with swords.
Vincent, I warn you, I'm an expert swordsman.
And we'll use pistols.
I'm an expert marksman. What do you say now?
How are you at snapping wet towels?
We meet at sunrise in the Bois du Bouillon.
Gentlemen, you are met here to settle a question of honor. You know the rules.
Oui.
You each have a pistol. You will stand back to back. Then take 10 paces, turn, and fire. Are you ready?
Oui.
Oui.
Turn and fire.
Oh, I am finished. Ah, cruel fate. That immortal blow should be inflicted by my best friend. Even now, my sight grows dim.
Come on, shoot me. I'm the star.
Okay.
Oh! My life ebbs from my body. and the curtain of darkness descends. Oh, to think that I shall never see my beloved Paris again. The Eiffel Tower, the Champs-Élysées, the runway at the Folies Bergère. Farewell, France. Farewell, France. What acting.
So long, Bob.
Wait, Donna, wait. Where are you going?
If that's acting, I'm going to give back my Oscar.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
You are Liza, aren't you?
Yes.
My name is Emily. I've been looking for you. Go back to where you came from and hurry. Leave this place. "60 years ago, everybody in this hotel disappeared. Every last person. A painter called Zweig, who lived here, closeted in his room, had found a key.
Tell me, with all those accidents, you think you'll give it up now?
I couldn't do that if I wanted to. Well, I won't give in.
Who else is here?
There's nobody here.
I can feel a presence. Somebody else is in here.
Oh, some weird story that Emily told me about room 36.
Emily? Who's Emily?
The blind girl that lives in the old house by the crossroads.
No!
That's not true. It's not possible. I was there.
This house was constructed on one of the... Woe be unto him who opens one of the 7 gateways to hell, because through that gateway evil will invade the world.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you're about to hear is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent. Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to auto theft detail. You receive a report that a circus truck has been broken into. Several of the animals are missing. Some of them are dangerous. Your job, find them.
It was Monday, May 12th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of auto theft detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Chief of Detectives Thad Brown. My name's Friday. I was on my way back from Superior Court, and it was 11:46 a.m. when I got to room 40. Auto theft.
Hi. How'd it go?
Well, his lawyer's got a continuance.
Yeah, how come?
I don't know. New evidence they want to introduce.
What's the DA's office say?
There's nothing they can say. It comes under the heading of due process, you know.
Yeah. You think you're going to nail him?
Alex thinks so. The guy's admitted his guilt. Now he's claiming confession is a lot of bunk. Says we got it out of him by force.
Where now?
Prove he did it without the confession, I guess. Shouldn't be too hard. We got all the evidence. We get the chance to lay it out for the jury.
Yeah. When you go back?
Let's see. Set it off for a week, I guess, yeah. Anything come in?
No, not big.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir? Something we can do for you?
I'd like to report something stolen.
All right, sir. Just come on in.
Sure get service around here.
All right, sir. Now, what kind of a car was it?
Ain't no car.
Beg pardon?
No car stolen. Stuff in the car.
All right. What was it?
Well, it wasn't really a car anyway. A truck. That's where they stole it from, a truck.
All right. If you'll give us a description.
As far as I know, they might not have stolen it anyway. Might just open it and let them all out.
Yes, sir. Well, the sooner we get this report filled out, the faster we can start looking for the stolen merchandise.
Yeah. Should have thought of that myself. Should have.
All right, sir. Now, what's your name?
Clarence Havill. Havill. No R. Most people put an R in it. Havill. It ain't. It's Havill.
Where'd the theft take place?
Corner Fountain, DeLongpre. Right on the corner there. Just south of the red zone on Fountain.
All right, sir. What was taken?
You see, I got this call from one of the drivers who works for my brother and me. Drives one of our trucks. Called and said the machine had broke down. Wanted me to bring another tractor over.
Well, we can get to all that later, Mr. Havill. Now, what were the stolen articles?
Animals.
Sir?
Animals from our carnival.
What kind of animals?
Oh, a couple of monkeys, Cody Mundy, 2 raccoons.
All right, sir. Anything else?
Yeah, here comes the bad part. This is what I was afraid of.
What's that, sir?
It's the reason I waited so long to report it. I thought maybe he'd turn up.
What's that, sir?
A black panther.
We got a description of the animals, and the local broadcaster's gotten out on them immediately. 12:18 p.m. We continue to talk to Clarence Havill.
Friday night. That's when it happened.
What time Friday night?
About 7:05 or 7:10, right after the fights went on. That's when the phone rang.
I see.
I was kind of sore about being interrupted when the fights is on. Always watch them. Most of my friends know not to call me then.
Yes, sir.
Well, anyway, the phone rang. I got up and went over to answer it. It was Bert.
Who was Bert?
Bert Newell. He's a driver.
Oh, I see.
Said he had a breakdown at Fountain DeLongpre. Asked me if I had an extra tractor. Happens I did.
Uh-huh.
Bert asked me to bring it over. Said he wanted to use it to get the show to Nevada.
So you drove over then, huh?
Not right away.
How's that?
Well, it looked like the fight wasn't going to last much longer, and I wanted to see the finish of it. So I stuck around for a couple more rounds. After that, I left.
Uh-huh.
Drove over and found Bert right on the corner, just standing there, not trying to do nothing about the breakdown, just standing there.
Yes, sir.
Well, you just bet I read him off.
Told him the least he could have done was get out a wrench or something, tried to find the trouble. I read him off good.
Yes, sir.
Didn't do no good. He's shiftless, you know. Real shiftless.
Yes, sir.
You know Bert, do you?
No, sir.
Shiftless. You know him, you'd know that.
You want to go on, please?
Oh, yeah. Well, we got the trailer on the hitch and the tractor hooked up. Only took a couple of minutes and got it done, and Bert took off.
Where was he going, you know?
Over to Nevada. Going to play a show there. Overton. Going to play a show there.
Yes, sir.
Right by Lake Mead, Overton.
Yes, sir. When did you find out the animals were missing?
When I got the wire from my brother. That's when I got the first inkling.
When was that?
Last night. The company phoned me about, I guess it was about 8:30.
I see. You have the telegram?
No, I told you they phoned it.
What did it say?
Just the animals are gone, from my brother. Said that the animals weren't on the truck when it got to Overton. Told me about how the locks on a couple of the cages was busted and smashed and the animals was gone.
Well, now, sir, is it possible that the cages might have been broken into some other place than Los Angeles?
Might be, yes, might be. Ain't likely.
Oh, why'd he say that?
Only reason I know of, because it ain't likely. Not only that, I got proof of it.
How do you mean, sir?
Well, as soon as I got the wire, I went down to Fountain de Longtree. Went right there and looked around. Figured I might as well go down there and look around. I might find something, you know. Took a big 4-cell flash, went down the corner.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was right. That's where it happened. Yeah, that's where they got away. Found the spoor, you know.
I beg your pardon?
Spoor. Tracks. Found them all over the place.
Oh, I see. Of the panther?
No, raccoons.
Oh, I see.
Not only that, I found something else.
Yes, sir.
Monkeys. Found them, too.
Well, where were they?
Phone pole, right up on the top, just sitting there shivering. They kind of little, you know. Get real cold easy. We have them around the place. They wear little sweaters. Get chilly real easy.
How about the rest of the animals? You see any sign of them?
No, I went over to a little store near there and got a head of lettuce. 17 cents. Took it back to the phone pole, showed it to Caesar and Salome. Oh, they love lettuce.
Is that the monkeys?
Yeah, marmosets, white-eared. Love lettuce.
They came right down then, did they?
Yeah, right down. The pole slithered right for the lettuce. Yeah, they were scared stiff. Being up there on that pole all night, should have had their sweaters.
What about the other animals?
Not a sign of them. Just the spoor of the raccoons. Haven't got the slightest idea where they might have gone. No real problem, no, not them.
How do you mean?
Easy to replace. Just go up in the Hollywood Hills, lots of them there. Run all over the place, upsetting garbage cans. Imagine some of the people would be glad to have me come up there and take them away. Raccoons ain't no problem.
Well, Mr. Haverhill, what about the panther?
Well, he's a problem.
Yes, sir. Can you give us a description of the animal?
He's black.
Yes, sir.
Like the inside of a well, jet black. Even blacker than that ink they're talking about. About 7 feet long. Oh, easy, that.
Yes, sir.
That's counting the tail. 7 feet.
Anything else about him that we should know?
No, just a plain black panther, nothing special.
Is he dangerous?
Well, not unless he meets somebody. Dante's got a temper.
That's the name of the animal, is it, Dante?
Yeah. Naming that because he's blacker than the pits of the inferno. Dante.
You're pretty sure he got out of that truck when the monkeys did, huh?
Well, I ain't going to give you no written guarantee, but I'm sure of it.
All right, sir. We'll start looking for him right away. Mr. Havel, where were these animals coming from?
Winter quarters. The standard Overton is going to be our first, just starting the season.
Well, is there anything else you can tell us that'll make it easier to find the panther?
No, not a thing. Just be careful, that's all. Don't hurt him. He's really as gentle as a kitten when you get to know him, like a big overgrown cat. Gentle.
Yes, sir.
That's something Clyde didn't understand.
Who's Clyde, sir?
My brother, Clyde.
Oh, I see.
He didn't like Dandy. Didn't understand him. That's what caused the trouble.
What was that?
Last winter, Clyde came to see the show, tell me about the bookings.
Yes, sir.
We discussed about how the best way to exhibit Dandy would be, and Clyde got too close to the cage.
Yeah.
Dandy almost killed him.
All officers in the area where the panther had escaped were notified, and an additional team of men were called from Metropolitan Reserves to patrol the vicinity. The presence of the animal on city streets presented a very real menace to all citizens in the city. A team of detectives from Auto Theft Detail were dispatched to the corner of Fountain and DeLongpre to talk to the people who lived in the area. However, they were unable to come up with any new information on the escaped panther. Frank and I talked to Chief of Detectives Thad Brown and with Captain Nelson. It was decided to start a block-by-block search for the missing cat. Authorities from the Griffith Park Zoo were consulted as to the possible hiding places of the animal. When the afternoon newspapers hit the streets, calls began to flood the complaint board asking for additional information on the Panther. Local radio and television broadcasts carried stories about the escape, and the number of calls went up. Additional men had to be called to care for the switchboards. The search went on. Frank and I worked in the field along with the other men from Auto Theft Detail and officers from Metro Division. Every possible hiding place in the vicinity of Fountain and DeLongcre was searched without turning up any new information on the cat. It was the opinion of authorities that the Panther might try to hide in the brush of the Hollywood Hills, and the search was moved to that vicinity. Tuesday, May 12th, Frank and I got back to the office from the area. We'd been up all night looking for the animal.
You want to check with the skipper?
Anybody around who can bring in some coffee?
I'll call Sal. He'll bring some over.
That'll be a good idea. Ask him to send over a sandwich, too. Will you?
Yeah, what kind you want?
I don't care. Just tell him to make sure the coffee's hot.
Yeah.
Yes, sir?
I'd like to talk to the men who are working on the Panther thing.
Yes, sir. Come right in.
Go to the end of the hall. I'd find him here.
Well, I'm Sergeant Friday. Maybe I can help you.
You working with the search party?
Yes, sir. My partner and I have been out with them.
Have they caught it yet?
No, sir, not yet.
They know where it is?
Coffee. Well, no, sir, we don't.
That's what I thought. I'm Sidney Norton. I live in this town.
Yes, sir.
Got a family. I pay taxes.
Uh-huh.
Just want to ask one question.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Now, according to the papers, this Havel, or whatever his name is, he owns the Panther. Is that right?
His name's Clarence Havel.
But he owns the cat.
Yes, sir, that's right.
Well, I want his address.
Beg your pardon?
I want the number of his house. That's simple, isn't it?
Well, we're not allowed to give that out. I'm sorry.
All I want is his address so I can go over there and punch him right in the nose. You going to give it to me?
No, sir.
Who's your superior?
Captain Nelson.
Well, where is he? I want to talk to him.
He's in Chief Brown's office right now.
Well, where's that?
It's down at the end of the hall, office number 26.
All right, I'll talk to him. I want that man's address, and I want it now. Terrible thing for the law to allow a person to keep animals like that so they can get away and walk around killing anybody they meet. If you cops can't do anything about it, I can. You can just bet I can.
Well, if you go out and cause Mr. Havel any trouble, you're liable for arrest, sir.
By whom?
Any policeman that he wants to call.
Well, you protect him, but you don't care about me and my family, is that it?
No, sir. You've both got rights of protection under the law. Now, if Havel's done anything, we'll take care of it.
When?
As soon as we find that Panther.
Well, you may just be wrong. I've been talking around. There are a lot of people who feel like I do, a lot of them. Enough, maybe, to decide to do things our way.
Well, I wouldn't try it, Mr. Norton.
Too late, mister. You can't do anything about it. We will. Me and my friends. We'll take care of it. It's out of your hands. We'll take care of Havel. Take care of him good.
I wouldn't make book on that.
Who's going to stop us?
Like I told you, any cop that Havel calls. Frank and I talked to Sidney Norton, and we finally convinced him that any action he might take would not help the situation. We sent him home, and then we met with Captain Nelson and Chief Brown. The progress of the search was reviewed, and it was decided to continue it in the Lake Hollywood area and in the Upper Griffith Park Hills. All days off had been canceled, and additional officers were joining in the hunt for the Panther. After the meeting, Frank and I got some breakfast, and then we drove out to Clarence Havel's home. It was a large ranch house at the corner of Victory Boulevard and Monterey Avenue out in the San Fernando Valley. We drove through the gate and we parked the car. Clarence Havel was sitting on the large porch waiting for us. A small monkey was sitting on his shoulder.
Hi, come on up and sit down.
Yes, sir.
How's it going, Mr. Friday? Mr. Smith?
All right, sir.
Pretty good, sir.
Get you anything? Glass of ginger beer, maybe? Got some cold in the icebox.
No, sir, no thanks.
Heard from my brother this morning.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm. In the valley. Got a telegram. Company phoned it to me again. Good news.
What's that, sir?
Well, beginning to look like it's all a mistake.
Sir?
The whole thing. Looks like the animals didn't get away here in Los Angeles.
Why do you say that?
Well, it's a telegram from my brother. Says they found the Cody Monday and one of the raccoons in Baker, California. Found them alongside the road. Tired and hungry. Guess they're sorry now they got out of the truck.
How about the Panther? Any word on him?
No, not yet, but Clyde set some men out to look for it. Sure Dandy will turn up.
How can we get in touch with your brother, Havel?
Can't.
What?
Can't get in touch with him. Out in the desert looking for Dandy. Out of touch.
Can you give us the address of your winter quarters here in town?
I can't do that, Mr. Friday.
Why not?
Don't know him.
Well, sir, you run a circus and you don't know where the animals are kept?
Well, not really a circus, a carnival.
Yes, sir, we understand, but what's the address?
I don't know.
You haven't any idea?
Not the least.
And you can't tell us where to reach your brother?
He's out looking for Dandy.
Now, how about it, Havel? Something that you're not telling us? Havel?
Yeah?
Well, is there?
We haven't got no regular winter quarters, not regular set up. That's why I can't tell you where it is.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't none.
All right, go ahead.
You see, the Havel Amalgamated Combined Shows is really a gypsy carnival.
Well, how do you mean that?
Well, we ain't got no big operation. A couple of mangy animals. We don't have a license to keep them in the city. Only quarters we got are vacant lots. We set up and stay there until the neighbor starts complaining, and we move on.
Trucks for the show are registered in states where the fee is smallest, and we got about every deal we could to keep the cost of operation down.
Now, what about the Panther?
Dandy,
Yes, sir.
only real attraction we got. Man, killer. I told you about how I almost got Clyde, didn't I? I told you that, huh?
Yes, sir.
Gotta understand, Dandy, or nothing works with him.
Is that right?
Might be something about Dandy.
Could be our officer. We gave him this number.
Yeah, just a minute. Hello? Yeah, this is his number. Huh? Yeah, just a minute. It's for you, Mr. Friday, your office.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
No trouble at all. Like to do what I can.
Yes, sir. Friday. Yes, Skipper. That's right. Well, you want to give me that address? Oh, it checked out, did it? Uh-huh. No, we'll get right over. Frank, let's go.
Good news?
Well, we're not sure yet.
Huh?
They say they found the Panther. The address we'd gotten on the telephone was in the Hollywood Hills just off Beechwood Drive. Frank and I drove down the freeway, turned off at Gower, up Franklin to Beechwood, and we continued up to Ledgewood Drive. By the time we got there, other units had arrived, and the immediate vicinity where the animal had been seen was surrounded. From one of the officers, we got the story. The Panther had been seen by one of the civilians searching the area. The animal had run between two houses and jumped through a window into a ground floor garage. We checked the house, but we found that the occupants were not there. Because of the danger of the Panther's presence and the difficulty of taking it alive, it was decided to try to shoot it. The officers involved in the search were armed with large caliber weapons. Frank and I took two sawed-off shotguns, and we approached the door leading to the garage.
Who's covering the window?
Mac. All right. I'll hit the door. Stand back. We'll try to see what's inside.
Okay. Can't see anything from the window.
No, might be behind those boxes at the rear there.
Yeah.
You all set?
Yep. No.
See anything?
No. Wait a minute. Back there, behind the cases. Looks like something there.
All right, you take that side.
Right.
Take it easy.
You don't have to spell it.
Hi, Frank. Right from where you are, can you tip those boxes over there?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, let's try it. Maybe it'll drive them out in the open.
All right.
Well, there he is.
Yeah. Looks pretty mean.
Black tomcat. The event was similar to several that had happened during the hunt for the Black Panther. During the 20-odd hours we'd been looking for the animal, there had been several reports that seemed authentic enough to be checked out. All of them turned out to be false. By this time, there were over 300 officers engaged in the search. Frank and I went back to the office and put in a call to the telegraph company in an effort to find Clyde Havel. They checked through their files, but they were unable to find any record of any wires. We then put in a call to the California-Nevada border station in an attempt to get information. Yes, sir, that's right. Havel Amalgamated Combined Shows. What? Sorry. A, V Victor, I, L, L. Havel. Mm-hmm. Well, from what we got, it should have come through Saturday the 13th. No, it might have been Sunday the 14th. You pretty sure about that, are you? Was it possible? All right, I understand. Okay, thank you. If anything turns up, will you call us? Friday, extension 2507. That's auto theft detail. Right. Thanks again. Bye.
How about it? They got a record of the show going through?
They never heard of it. We immediately put in a call to the authorities in Baker, California. We talked with members of the State Highway Patrol, and from them we obtained the information that there had been no stray animals captured in the vicinity during the past few days. The conversation with them lengthened the possibility that the story we'd gotten from Clarence Havel was a lie. We checked his house, but Havel wasn't there. From his neighbors, we obtained the name of his sister. 6:10 p.m. We drove out to the address, a two-family stucco duplex. We rang the bell and we waited.
Yes,
Miss Havel?
that's right. What is it you want?
The police officers. Frank Smith, my name's Friday.
Hello.
How do you do, ma'am?
What is it you want?
We'd like to talk to you about your brother.
Clyde?
No, ma'am. Clarence.
Mr. Friday, I've done what I can for him. If he's in trouble again, he's just going to have to go it alone.
What if we could talk inside?
Well, come on in.
Thank you very much.
What's he done this time?
Beg your pardon?
What's my brother done this time?
Does your brother own a circus?
Is this a joke?
No, ma'am. It's pretty serious, does he?
Sure. Big one. Havel's Amalgamated and Combined Shows. Travels all over the country. Animals, concessions. Even got a man-eating Black Panther.
Yes, ma'am. That's one of the things we want to find out about.
Dandy?
You know the animal, do you?
Oh, Clarence's friends do. Talks about him all the time.
You know where the circus is right now?
Same place it's always been.
Ma'am?
Never been any place else.
Yeah?
In Clarence's head.
We continued to talk to Lillian Havel. From her, we got the background of the story. She told us that her brother had been a press agent for one of the larger carnivals, but that he'd been discharged several years before. Since that time, he talked of very little else but the day when he'd be able to start his own show starring Dante, the man-killing Black Panther. She went on to tell us that he'd spent most of his time in the hills of the San Fernando Valley trapping small animals, preparing for the first tour of the carnival. We called the office and notified them. The search for the Black Panther was called off. 8:46 p.m. We left the duplex and we drove out the freeway to the valley. When we got to Havel's, he was sitting on the front porch reading. The monkey was still on his shoulder.
Hi there. Come back, huh?
Yes, sir.
Found Andy yet? Sure hope you come up with him. I hate to lose the main attraction. Ain't had any word of him yet, huh?
No.
He's a sly one, old Dante. Sly. He knows if you find him, he'll go back in the cage. You just keep looking, though. He'll turn up.
Search has been called off, Havel.
Called off?
That's right.
You mean you quit looking?
That's right.
Well, you can't do that. You can't. Dangerous animal like that loose in the city, all the people in dire danger. You can't call off the posse.
Why don't you tell us about it?
What do you mean?
All right, Havel. Tell us why you did it.
Huh?
Why'd you report the Panther being gone?
Because you was. Wanted to save all the people from dire danger.
Why don't you tell us the truth?
Huh?
We've checked your story. It's a pack of lies, you know it.
Now, just a minute. Ain't no man that says I tell lies. No man.
You say you got 2 telegrams from your brother, is that right?
Yeah, from Clyde.
Well, we checked with the telegraph company. We've got no record of any such messages.
Hey, it's a big company. They might have lost them.
No, I don't think they lost them.
Might have.
You told us the carnival truck went into Nevada, didn't you? Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, we checked at the border. They don't know anything about the show.
Well, a lot of roads into Nevada. Maybe you called the wrong station.
No, we talked to the right one.
Big truck, red and yellow. Havel's Combined Amalgamated Shows. Letters about this big on the side. Yellow letters, got a picture of Dandy on the side. Mean, you can almost count his teeth.
You told us the truck was registered in your name. DMV has no record of it.
Must be some mistake. It's got to be wrong.
We talked to your sister. She tells us you don't have any kind of a show.
Lillian said that?
That's what she said.
You here, too?
Yes, sir.
Lillian told you I didn't have no show? Lillian told you that?
Want to get your coat, Hal?
Huh?
A little cold out tonight. You might need a coat.
We going someplace?
Yes, sir. We're going to have to take you downtown.
Why?
Well, you had half the city on a wild goose chase here. Caused a lot of people a lot of work. Turns out there was no reason for it. We're trying to find out why you did it.
Why?
Yes, sir.
You ever wanted anything bad, Sergeant?
What?
You ever wanted something so bad you'd almost taste it? Get to a point where you think about it so much, pretty soon it don't come over like a dream anymore. It's real. Honest and true real. You ever want anything like that?
I wouldn't know.
Well, that's the way it was with Havel's Amalgamated Combined Shows. That's the way it was. I was weaned on sawdust. Been around it all my life. The animals, sideshows, the alley, all of it. Been my whole life. When I left, it just seemed like I jumped into a big hole that didn't have no bottom. Wasn't anything to hang on to. Nothing to tie down to, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Always I had in the back of my head that I could do it again. I was a good publicity man. Good one. Used to pack the main. Never no trouble getting the people in when I was there. When I left, I knew I'd be back. I knew it with my own show. Havel's Amalgamated Combined Shows, the biggest in the world. I guess I just got so I believed it too much and lost the line between what's real and what I was dreaming.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this morning when you was out here, remembered and tried to stop you from going on with it. Tried, and then there was that phone call where they'd found Daddy. Didn't seem right to stop things then. It didn't seem right.
All right. You want to get your coat?
Yeah. Are you going to take me downtown in the police car?
That's right.
Going to use a siren?
The what, sir?
Siren.
There's no reason for any siren.
Suppose not. Used to have sirens when I come to town. Me and the chief of police ride down the street, siren going. Everybody knew I was in town. Big to-do. Everybody knew I was there. Things have sure changed.
Not very much.
Yeah, things have changed. People used to know I was in town.
They still do.
Clarence Neil Havel was held over for a sanity hearing in Superior Court. On recommendation of the court, appropriate action was taken.
Dragnet. The story of your police force in action is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Again and really great. Know who they are? Barclays of Broadway. Everyone loves them, and you love them. The trouble is, they don't always love each other.
Why, you couldn't walk across the stage without me. There isn't a gesture you do that I didn't teach you.
That's a lie.
It took a lot of patience to put you where you are.
A lot of
I
patience.
worked. I pulled things out of you. I molded you like Svengali did Trilby. Yeah, the guy with the beard, that's me.
Why, you cheat!
Go ahead, throw it.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
It's Friday night, so we take you now to Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Say, friends, let me ask you something. How well do you take care of your teeth? Oh, of course, you brush them regularly, but how about your gums? Do you pay any attention to them? You should, you know, because firm, healthy gums are very important to lovely, sparkling teeth. That's why so many dentists recommend Ipana toothpaste and gum massage. For Ipana and massage give our gums the stimulation they need to keep them firm and healthy. It's so simple, too. All you do is brush your teeth with Ipana, and then you put a little extra Ipana on your fingertip and massage it on your gums. That's all there is to it. So, friends, if you want firmer gums, brighter teeth, and a more sparkling smile. Begin right now to use Ipana toothpaste and gum massage.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Yeah, pretty big crowd here tonight. Grogan, O'Flaherty, Murphy, McCaffrey, Gilhooly, Callahan, O'Houlihan. Just a second, Duffy. Somebody just came in. Oh, hello, Goldberg. Yeah, Kelly's here and Moriarty. By the way, you ought to see Moriarty. He's wearing a wig. Yeah, a toupee. Parted in the middle. Well, it fits him pretty good, but I think he's wearing it wrong. Well, the part runs from ear to ear. Yeah, I tried to tell him a secret and found myself whispering in his nose. Well, he looks pretty good. He's had on his new tropical suit. The one he stole in Florida. Yeah. Mrs. Moriarty? Yeah, she's with him. Looks great, too. Nice new dress, you know. Well, it's a little big on her, but, you know, when Moriarty grabs them things, he ain't got no time to look at sizes. Well, I'll call you back, Duffy. I'm very busy now. I'm up to my ears in work. Okay. Eddie, hand me that newspaper, will you? I want to check up and see how I'm doing on the stock market.
Okay, JP. Here you are.
Oh, let's see. Up a quarter. Up a quarter.
You mean you made $50 already?
Guess I must have. Looks like this new system of mine is really working.
What's the system?
Well, you see, I analyze the margins against the trends, and if they fluctuate enough, I check them against the Dow Jones averages.
What's that?
Well, that's the Dow that Jones figures the stocks will average, you see. For instance, if, you see here, industrials, high, 206, low, 205. Now, on the other hand, utils...
Utils?
Yeah, it's a term we use in the market. Means utensils. Holy cat. Utensils went down 3 points. Eddie, get me a gun in a tall building. I'm bankrupt.
Now, look, Plunger. You mean you actually got some money in these stocks?
Well, not actually, just mentally.
Oh, then you're still bankrupt.
Eddie, I fancy your insult.
Archie, you know, you got a lot of nerve reading a newspaper on Papa's time.
What do you mean?
Well, you don't see Papa down here doing that.
Well, naturally, the stumblebum can't even read. But what's in any of your business, anyhow?
Well, in the first place, that stumblebum happens to be your boss. And in the second place, he's my own flesh and blood.
I know. And since he's been my boss, he's gaining the flesh and I'm losing the blood. And while we're on the subject, it wouldn't hurt your brains none to read the papers once in a while, neither.
Look who's talking. I'll have you know that I read the newspaper every day from top to bottom.
Well, maybe if you tried reading it from side to side, you'd learn something. Your idea of the biggest news story of the year was when Dick Tracy fell into the cement mixer.
And what's wrong with the comic strip?
Nothing, Miss Duffy. Read them all you want. But with a lot of important things going on, you should read the front pages once in a while, too. Especially these days when they're talking about you.
Talking about me in the paper? Where?
Right here in this article by Secretary Wallace. Every person in the United States will be asked to share with the starving peoples... People? Must be a misprint. Every person in the United States will be asked to share with the starving people of the world... by contributing either food, canned in tin, or money to buy food.
But that don't mention me.
Oh, yes, it does. Every person in the United States will be asked to share. That's you, Miss Duffy. You and me and everybody else.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Good. You know, I don't mean that you have to give up reading Dick Tracy or how many freckles Van Johnson's got, but I do mean that you should take an interest in other things, too, you know. There are too many people already who ain't got the slightest idea what's going on in the world.
Howard.
Oh, hiya, Finnegan. How are you?
Oh, I'm starved, Arch. I ain't had a thing to eat all day.
Why not?
Well, I never eat on an empty stomach.
Well, didn't you even have breakfast?
No, I wasn't hungry.
Well, how come?
Well, I think it's this daylight saving time, Arch.
What do you mean?
I forgot to set my stomach ahead.
Now, wait a minute, Finnegan. If it's daylight saving time, you don't set your stomach ahead. You set your stomach back.
Archie, I'm afraid I must take issue with you.
In what respect?
Well, in daylight saving time, you push the clock ahead, not behind.
Finnegan, I can see that you never shot the sun with a sextet. Now, if you'll listen, I'll explain to you how the thing works.
Yeah?
You see, time goes westwards with the clouds. So, if you happen to be taking a train from New York to Chicago, let's say, you'd go to sleep at 2 o'clock in the morning, and at 1 o'clock, they shove the clock ahead and take an hour away from you.
Well, what do they do with it, Arch?
They return it to you when you go back to New York in the fall. Anyway, as I was saying, when it's 2 o'clock in New York, it's, in Chicago, it's either 1 o'clock or 3 o'clock, see? Depending on which way you're going.
Oh, yeah.
Now, if, for instance, you're going west as far as Denver, then you lose a lot of time.
Why is that?
Well, on account of the solar system. You see, the sun has trouble getting over the mountains there.
Well, after all, Arch, no system is perfect.
Granted.
Yeah.
Now, where was we?
What?
Where was we?
Denver.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Well, leave us get on the train again now, Finnegan, and...
Do you mind if I go in the smoker?
What for?
I want to find out what time it is.
Finnegan, maybe we better change the subject. Now, what do you want to eat?
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, well, let's see. I think I'll have a bowl of noodle soup. Nice thick steak with French fried potatoes, some hot biscuits, some pie a la mode.
Finnegan, I think that hole in your head must have gone to your stomach. Look, ain't you heard what's going on in the world, that millions of people are starving?
Never heard a word about it, Arch.
That's right. I keep forgetting you've been out of the world. Look, remember when you and me used to go to PS4?
Yeah, Arch, and I always wondered why.
Well, the reason was so that we could learn something.
We sure fooled them, didn't we? How about, what are you driving at, Arch?
Well, you remember we studied geography? You know that stuff about them other countries?
But, Arch, what's all this got to do with hot biscuits?
I'm sneaking up to it, Finnegan. Remember on the map there used to be a place called India?
India? Oh, that was the pink one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know how many people are starving over there now, Finnegan?
How many?
75 million.
No, wait a minute. How do you know? Was you there?
No, but I happen to read about them things once in a while. And I'd like to tell you a story that I read, Finnegan. A story by a guy named Mule that I read in the Reader's Digest. This guy went over to India as a reporter. And some of the things that he's seen over there, well, if I tell you, maybe it'll take your appetite away a little.
Well, Mr. Merle, you've certainly come to Calcutta at a great time. This is the worst famine India's had in 400 years.
Yes, I know. I wouldn't have believed so much misery could go on in the world. How do you stand it, Captain?
Well, you have to develop a callousness. It sickens all of us when we first come over here, but we must steel ourselves or go out of our minds.
Food, Sahib. A crust of bread, please.
Out of the way, beggar.
Oh, wait a minute, Captain. Can't you see? Well, the woman is starving. Here's some money. You go buy yourself a meal.
But, Sahib, food. Please, food. No money. Food.
You see, Merle, there's no food to be bought.
But surely, Captain, someplace there must be food. The woman is dying.
And so are 75 million others in this country. Look at them. Look over there. The poor devils fighting over the swill in the garbage pails, just so they can live a little while longer.
It's unbelievable in this day and age.
Well, there you see it. They die here in the streets every day, by the hundreds.
Incredible.
Ghastly is a better word for it. And I've seen an awful lot of it, Merle, since I started working here with the civilian authorities. How would you like my job?
What's that?
Clearing the streets of dead bodies and burning them.
Must take a strong stomach.
Yes, it does. Look at that poor soul we were just talking to. Trying desperately to stay on her feet.
Yeah.
And soon she'll sink to her knees and crawl about, begging for food for the strength to rise again.
Food that never comes.
Yes. And soon even the strength to crawl is gone. Then she'll drag herself to a dark corner somewhere and wait for death.
And no one does anything to help?
Oh, we do everything we can. But unless the fat countries send us food right away, millions more will die in the next 3 months.
Is there anything I can do, Captain?
Yes. When you get back to the United States, let the people know the truth.
What's that?
A woman fighting with a dog. Fighting for her husband's dead body. Stand back. You see, when famine strikes in India, Mr. Merle, it's the dogs that grow fat. You'd better come to my office and have a drink. Oh, you're still shaking, Mr. Merle. You'd better have another drink.
Thanks, I will. You know, I'm no coward, Captain. But...
Oh, you needn't apologize. I see it every day. I'll have another drink, too. Well, it's 5 o'clock, feeding time.
Feeding time? But I thought...
That's what I want to show you. What happens to a famine relief station out here in India. Just outside.
Just a minute. Stand in line and wait your turn. Stand in line, I say.
Now, there you are, Merle. Over 2,000 people. And do you know what we've got to give them?
What?
1 bag of rice.
1 bag of rice for 2,000 people?
That's all we've been allotted.
But you can't stop a famine with a single bag of rice.
Naturally not. But that isn't our purpose right now. You see, the promise of a handful of rice attracts these poor devils from all over the province. It makes our job simpler.
I don't get you, Captain.
Well, most of them will die anyway, but bringing them here simplifies our job of collecting the dead.
Gee, Arch, that's a horrible story.
Finnegan, this ain't no story. This is a fact. This is what's going on over there right now. If you can eat after that, you got a cast iron stomach.
But, Arch, I'm only one guy.
I know you're only one guy, but Finnegan, multiply you by millions. No, that's too horrible a thought. What I mean is, if everybody did his bit, we could help them. And that story I told you, that's just one country, Finnegan. The same thing is happening all over Europe and Asia. 500 million people facing death by starvation in the next 3 months, unless guys like us, Americans, are willing to help them.
Say, Archie.
Oh, hello, Colucci.
Archie, I want you to do me a favor.
Oh, sure, Colucci. What is it?
Well, this letter just come from my boy, Tony, and, well, I can't read the English myself, so you read it to me, Archie, eh?
Oh, sure. Kid still overseas in the Army, Colucci?
Oh, sure. He's a station in the old country.
Good old sunny Italy, huh?
Well, she used to be. You read the letter, please.
Okay, Colucci. Hey, he's a sergeant now, huh?
Oh, you betcha. Smart boy, my Tony. Pretty soon he's going to be a corporal.
Oh, good. Oh, we ever see what he has to say here? Dear Papa, I'm awful lonesome here tonight. What I wouldn't give to be back with you and Mama listening to the radio after one of Mama's swell spaghetti dinners.
See.
Boy, will America look good to me when I get back, especially after what I've seen over here. I guess you've been reading about it in the papers, but reading about it and living with it is two different things. I never believed there was such poverty. Finnegan, listen to this. It's just what I've been talking about. Hundreds of people out in the fields scratching and poking at the barren earth. The lucky ones finding maybe some grass or a few roots. Old women older than Mama, hitched to their plows just like horses. And with them, the kids planting seeds. And when you look at their half-starved little bodies, you wonder if they'll still be alive when the harvest does come, or whether the earth that they're planting will soon be covering them. And then at night, you see them on their way home, hopeless and defeated, with hardly enough strength to pull their empty carts.
Well, Arch, ain't they even got horses?
Horses.
Long ago, the people, they eat them. Go ahead, Arch. You read it, Mr. Moore. Huh?
Okay, Clutch. And every night when we come home from chow, we see the same things. Kids and women and old men holding out empty pots and bowls, pleading for the leftover slop from our mess kits. That's why I ain't been eating so much these days, Papa. Tell Mama that's the reason I might have looked a little thin in the last picture I sent home. I wonder if the people in America know what's going on. I wonder how they'd feel if it happened to them.
Gee, Arch, that's silly. It couldn't happen here.
Finnegan, they didn't think it could happen there either.
That's right, Archie.
Oh, hello, Nick. I didn't see you standing there.
Yeah, I've been listening.
You know Nick the Greek, don't you, Colucci?
Oh, sure, we know.
Where is your boy, Mr. Colucci?
Why, he's a G.I. Joe.
Oh.
He's in Italy. That's right in the Euro country.
Italy. Oh, it's a shame. Italy, where once is so much singing and the people is so happy. It's a shame.
See?
Hey, Arch, what's with these two guys? I thought the Greeks and Italians didn't like each other.
What do you mean?
Well, wasn't they enemies during the war?
The war is over now, Finnegan. And remember, hunger, she don't know one nationality from another.
That's right. You see, Finnegan, today it ain't no longer dog eat dog. Today it's man feed man.
See, it's all right. The letter, she's a finish, Archie?
Not yet, Colucci. Says, God has been good to us in America, so for his sake, we got to help these people. We have plenty of food, enough to feed the whole world if we want to. So, Papa, talk to the people we know. Tell them to do it a little bit less themselves so that we Americans won't be found guilty of digging Europe's grave with our teeth. And tell them that unless we do help, we'll be digging our own graves because famine breeds fascism. And you know what that means. Well, Papa, it's nearly time for lights out now, so write me soon and give Mama a big kiss. Your bambino, Tony.
Gracias, Archie, gracias.
Well, Finnegan, does that get it through your thick skull what's going on?
Yeah, Arch, but what does he mean famine breeds fascism?
Well, that means, well, suppose you was hungry, see? And some guy with a loud voice comes along, and he says, follow me, bud, and I'll get you all of the food you want. What would you do?
Well, I'd follow him, Arch.
Sure. But before he gives you this food, see, suppose he says, look, you got to give up a couple of little things. Not much. Just the right to talk like you want to, the right to go whatever church you want to, the right to vote the way you want to. What would you do?
Well, gosh, Arch, if I was really hungry.
Touché. That's what Tony means. That's what's going to happen again, just like it did with Hitler and Mussolini, unless we do something about it first this time.
Sure, that's right. If we don't, the war we just finish. She's been a fight for nothing.
That's right, Colucci. And we can't waste time. These people have to have help right away. I know.
What do you mean, Nick?
I also got a letter from my sister in Greece. You like to hear what she said?
Yeah.
For the unhappiness these words bring to you, I ask forgiveness. But I write with a full heart. Your letter, telling us of the wonderful package of food you had mailed, came at a time when my husband Charles and I were desperate. You see, our little Alexander, your nephew whom you have never seen, was very ill. The doctor had done what little he could.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Varipapas, but the child is dying of malnutrition.
But, Doctor, you can't let him die. Our only child.
Oh, what can I do? Food is the only thing that will save him.
Tell me the truth, Doctor. How long can he go on this way?
I'm afraid I must be frank with you. A few days, maybe a week at the most.
Oh, then there is still hope, Doctor. There is a package of food on the way from my brother in America.
Well, let's pray that the package will arrive in time.
It will arrive. It must.
How we waited for your package, Nick. The package that meant life to our child. We waited day after day, days that seemed years, watching his little belly swell and the bones in his arms and legs draw the parched, sallow skin more tightly over them. We tried to be patient, Nick. I prayed. Finally, we could wait no longer. We had to make one more last desperate plea.
But you, the head of the United Nations Relief, certainly you must be able to do something.
I'm sorry, Mr. Barry Pappas. I wish I could help you, but you've already used up your allotment for the week.
But we need so little more to save our child.
Our only child, Mr. Smith. Please, just a little extra bread.
Yes, I know. Just a little extra bread. But that's our problem. It's not your child alone that needs just a little extra to save him. 9 out of every 10 children born in Greece this year are dying of the same thing. Malnutrition.
It looks like the world has forgotten Greece.
Oh, it's not only Greece. It's happening in every war-torn country in the world. I'm very sorry. I wish I could help you.
But how can you let a child die while there is still food in the warehouse?
Don't you understand? If I give it to you, I must take it away from another starving child.
Then there is no hope.
Only if the nations that have the food treat this war of famine with the same sincerity and sacrifice with which they face the war of guns, and send us food immediately.
And while we wait, my child dies. No, my child will not die.
Charles, please.
Our baby will have food. I will get it somehow if I have to...
Oh, calm yourself, man. Calm yourself.
Charles, no. What you're thinking of doing is wrong.
Is it right that our baby should die?
Please, Charles, let's go home. Perhaps Nick's package from America has come.
No. I am through with dreaming and begging. Go back home. And let us hope that it is not too late.
Doctor, why are you here?
Your neighbor called me. Mrs. Varipappas. Your child is dead.
Oh, no. No, my baby. My poor baby.
You can thank your God he is dead.
My baby. Oh, my poor little baby.
How long I sat there after the doctor left Nick, trying to understand that my child was dead, trying to believe that it was good that he was dead, as the doctor had told me. This is not an easy thing for a mother to do. It must have been a long time, though, for the house was dark, and I heard someone at the door.
Come in.
You are Mrs. Varipappas?
Yes.
I have bad news for you.
My husband?
He was shot trying to steal food from the government warehouse.
He is dead?
Yes. You may identify his body and pick up his effects at your convenience. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Whom I loved with all the tenderness and passion that a woman can have for a man, I shed not one tear. I'm not ashamed that I was thankful. No longer would he know hunger, worry, and shame at his helplessness. I wanted to follow him and my child. Perhaps I would have found the courage then, had not my neighbor, who had heard the news of his death, come in.
Please, Mrs. Varipappas, let us help you. Come stay with us tonight.
Perhaps later. Right now, I'd like to be alone here.
I understand. Call me if you want me.
You're very kind.
Oh, I almost forgot. I met the postman downstairs.
Yes.
He gave me this package for you. It is from America.
Well, Finnegan, are you still hungry?
No, I kind of lost my appetite.
We are indebted to the magazine Asia and the Americas for permission to use the John Frederick Mule story on India. Say, men, how would you like to make your hair look like you'd like it to look? Well groomed and without a patent leather shine. Then listen, get hep to Vitalis. Vitalis is a hair grooming preparation that really gets results in keeping dry, unruly hair under control. It's Vitalis and the famous 60-second workout that does the trick. And it's so easy. For just 60 seconds, you simply apply Vitalis to your scalp and rub briskly. Then you comb. That's all. But oh, what a change. Your hair looks well groomed in a natural, masculine way, without that objectionable patent leather shine. What's more, Vitalis 60-second workout loosens a tight, dry scalp, routs loose dandruff, and helps prevent excessive falling hair. Vitalis is back now at all drug counters, and once again is America's leading hair grooming preparation. So to look your best tomorrow, get a bottle of Vitalis tonight. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening. If you have a half hour next Friday night at the same time, remember...
Duffy's Tavern, where you'll eat meat to eat, but not until the rest of the world gets fed. Oh, hello, Duffy. I was just busy back there checking the icebox. Well, we're going to do it every day now so that we don't order a lot of food, that we don't need. And you can help, too, Duffy. Huh? Well, by giving up wheats and oils and fats. Okay on wheats and oils, but you won't give up Mrs. Duffy, huh? Well, you have to give up something, Duffy. All of us over here have to. Because we want America to have the answer ready when the rest of the world says, give us this day our daily bread. Good night, Duffy.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
These are the great personalities who bring a memorable experience to glowing life. Samuel Goldwyn's masterpiece. The screenplay was written by Robert E. Sherwood, Pulitzer Prize-winning playwright of Petrified Forest and Idiot's Delight. From this, William Wyler, who won the Academy Award for his direction of Mrs. Miniver, wove a pattern of motion picture magic, with Myrna Loy and Frederick March living through the heartwarming second bloom of love. Dana Andrews and Teresa Wright feeling the breathtaking thrill of love at first sight. Hoagie Carmichael spreading his own brand of stardust. All of them together, giving all of us the best years of our lives.
Fasten your seatbelts. Classic Adventure is coming your way with the air adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
The air adventures of Jimmy Allen.
Jimmy Allen and Speed Robertson stow away on the schooner Golden Star, commanded by notorious Captain Klein, and having as passengers Black Pete and Digger Dawson. As the vessel sails into tropical waters, the two boys are discovered and taken ashore by Pete and Dawson to be done away with. In a desperate struggle, they overpower their captors and get away, only to discover Ezra Whitcomb, the old seaman they long have sought. Whitcomb begins to explain his presence on the lonely coast when Pete and Dawson return, accompanied by some soldiers. The boys learn to their astonishment that they have landed on the coast of Cuba, and the Commandant, Capitan Marino, demands that they produce permits required for entering a foreign country. This the boys are unable to do, and are promptly thrown in jail. Black Pete, claiming that Whitcomb deserted from the schooner, is given custody of the old gentleman and disappears with Dawson. It is now the following day. Jimmy, Speed, and Dick Butterfield, government operatives who had accompanied them, have spent a night in the Cuban prison. Here they are now.
Oh, we've got to do something, Butterfield. This is an outrage. I have never been in a dirtier place in my life. And this heat. Oh, boy, it's terrible. Well, I don't like it any more than you do. If you can think of any way to get us out of this hole, I'll put in with you. We've got to get the American consul. Oh, I know. We've been over that 1,000 times. Fellas, there's no use getting excited. Fellas, there's no use getting excited. Fellas, there's no use getting excited. Fellas, there's no use getting excited as it is. Great guns, man. We can't stay here forever. Hold it, fellas. What's the matter? I got it. That's the 4,286 cockroach I've killed. Oh. You're getting to be an expert, Jim. Well, I didn't know there were so many cockroaches in the world. Say, when do we eat?
Oh. So you want some more of that swell Spanish food they dished out last night, huh?
Oh, boy, I wouldn't feed that stuff. Well, as much as I hate him, I wouldn't even feed it to Black Pete.
No. I couldn't hate anyone that much.
Well, in my batting around the world for the Department of Justice, I've been in some dirty holes, but never anything like this.
Well, we sure got ourselves in a nice fix. Digger, Dawson, and Black Pete get away scot-free. And take Ezra Whitcomb with them. While we sit here playing tag with the cockroaches.
You know, if I only had a rubber band and some paper, I could really have some fun with these insects.
Oh, no. I think so.
Let's see. Right, George, someone's coming in.
Where are they? Oh, yes, I see them. Well, boys, I think you'd like to get out of here, wouldn't you? Well, rather.
Oh, boy.
Come on, open the door. Pronto.
Oh, boy, we're getting out.
How are you, fellas? My name is Gibbs. I'm the American consul here. Oh, we're glad to see you, Mr. Gibbs.
Oh, you're a sight for sore eyes. My name is Butterfield. I'm with the Department of Justice.
Oh, really? Well, I'm glad to know you.
This is Steve Robertson.
Glad to know you, Robertson. Needless to say, I'm overjoyed to meet you.
And this is Jimmy Allen, Mr. Gibbs.
Jimmy Allen, the aviator? Well, we seem to have some distinguished visitors here, eh?
Mighty glad to meet you, Mr. Gibbs.
Nasty place in there, eh, Buck? That doesn't even begin to describe it. Well, come on, boys. Let's get over to my office. It's just down the street here, a few doors.
You mean we're actually free?
Oh, yes, sir.
And your office is just a couple of doors from where we were?
Small place this town. Everything's right here on the plaza.
Oh, gosh, if we'd only known that. And here we spent a night in that place.
I'm sorry I didn't know about it sooner. Well, here we are. Step inside.
Oh, gee, it feels great to breathe this fresh air. Oh, boy, I hope I don't have to spend any more time in the jails down here.
Yeah, very inconvenient. Sit down. Make yourself comfortable. Some cigars and cigarettes over there. Oh, yes, sir. Help yourself to some cool drinking water. I guess you'll appreciate that after a night in the hoosh house.
Oh, say, this is great. Yes, sir. This is something like it. Oh, boy. That water is good.
All right, boys. Now, what's the trouble? What are you doing down here in this part of Cuba, locked up in the jailhouse?
Steve, you go ahead and tell him the story.
I'll do my best.
Did Senor Marino tell you anything?
Yes, he came in here about a half an hour ago and said he had 3 Americans locked up.
Half an hour ago? Well, can you beat that? And here we asked him yesterday afternoon to see the American consul at 1.
That's quick work for the tropics, my boy. Just took him 24 hours.
Yeah, that's practically instantaneous.
Well, go on with your story.
Did Marino tell you why we were locked up?
Oh, yes. Said you'd entered Cuba without a permit. Now, what are you fellas doing down here anyway? You say you're with the Department of Justice, Mr. Butterfield.
That's right. Jimmy Allen and myself are pilots for National Airways.
Yes, I've heard of both of you.
A short while ago, a man was murdered on one of our ships. We have reason to believe that 2 men are implicated in that murder. A sailor called Blackfeet and a pilot known as Bigger Dawson.
Murder, eh? Well, that's interesting.
We traced these 2 men to a schooner tied up in a Brooklyn harbor. A schooner called the Golden Star.
Uh-huh.
The government assigned Mr. Butterfield to the case, and he shipped aboard the schooner. Jimmy and I sneaked aboard and stowed away.
And the schooner slipped out of the harbor, I take it.
That's just what happened. These 2 men are looking for an old fellow named Ezra Whitcomb. And so are we. We were finally discovered aboard the schooner, taken ashore about a mile down the coast. So we got away from Pete and Digger and discovered Whitcomb. Did you ever hear of Ezra Whitcomb?
Never heard of him. No.
I guess you know the rest. Marino arrested us and threw us in jail.
Well, I hate to laugh at your discomforts, my friend, but it looks like Black Pete and the Dawson fellow stole a march on you.
They did that, we'll admit. Now, what we want to know is, how can we get them into custody?
Well, boys, you're up against a tough proposition, I can tell you that right now. I know the schooner Golden Star and that blackguard Klein, who's her master. He's sailed in these waters for years under half a dozen different names. Now, Klein will do anything for money. There isn't a crime on the calendar too low for him as long as he's paid. But he's a sly rascal and thick as a fox. He's smuggled, been a rum runner, and is even suspected of running aliens into the state. But they've never been able to catch him with the goods.
Is it true that the boat is on the Cuban registry?
It is that. Now, Marino had a perfect right to throw you into jail. You were aliens entering this country without passports or permits of any kind, and that's against the law.
We concede that. Now, how can we get a hold of the Golden Star and seize the crew?
When Marino told me his story, I went down to the harbor and talked to the officer in charge of immigration at this port.
Had he seen her?
He put in here late yesterday afternoon, took on some provisions and some water, and set sail.
Where to?
Kingston, Jamaica. But that doesn't mean a thing. Klein would say he was going to sail straight for the North Pole if he thought he'd profit by it. I'll confound it.
No, it's going to make it bad. Why not send a radio and have one of our revenue cutters start looking for it?
Now, wait a minute now, young man. I can see that if you had a free rein in this matter, the United States and the Republic of Cuba would be at war in another week.
Yeah, there's some tricky angles to this case now. I don't see why.
Now, look here, my boy. We can send out warships, stop vessels on the high seas, and throw their crew in irons. That was tried once, and we had a little war about it. Don't you remember?
Yes, that's right. What's your advice in this matter, Mr. Gibbs?
Well, fellas, you're in a difficult position. I don't doubt in the least that the men you're looking for are aboard the Golden Star. And if they're friends of Klein's, it's an odds-on bet that they're implicated in this murder.
But you mean to say we can't touch them because they're on a foreign boat?
Well, yes and no. In the first place, our State Department in Washington would have to make a formal request through the Cuban embassy for the apprehension and seizure of those men. That would take a considerable amount of time.
Yeah, yes, that's right.
And in the second place, the State Department would not take any action unless there was some definite proof that these men are the fellows you're looking for. Now, can you offer such evidence?
Well, the evidence we have at the present time is rather flimsy.
That's just what I thought. Then in the third place, after this request finally reached Cuba in official form, it might take a considerable amount of time to find the Golden Star.
Yes, and by that time, Blackfeet and Digger Dawson will probably not be aboard.
Well, there you are.
Yeah, looks like a hopeless proposition, doesn't it?
Well, it's not hopeless, but when you get tangled up in international law and governmental red tape, it takes time. You say you don't think you have a good case against these fellows, eh?
Well, I doubt if the State Department would act unless we could produce more evidence.
Well, boys, my advice to you is to go back to the States and get that evidence.
In the meantime, I'll ask the Cuban authorities to keep an eye on the Golden Star, and if there's any legal cause, to hold the men we're looking for.
Well, can we get back to the States without a lot of trouble?
I've arranged for that. Pan American Airways maintains a radio and meteorological station here. There's a ship due over here in a few minutes, and I asked the radio operator to have the pilot land and pick up you fellas.
Oh, gee, Mr. Gibbs, that's certainly nice of you. Oh, yes, we certainly appreciate that.
Well, that's part of my job, looking after Americans.
You think we'd better go right back to the States, huh?
That's my advice, because I think you will soon either hide or hair the Golden Star for some time. Those fellas know you're after them, and they'll steer clear of Cuba.
Yes, I think you're right. Does this Pan Am ship go direct to Miami?
No, it stops in Havana first. You'll reach Miami sometime tomorrow, unless you make a direct connection to Havana.
Well, certainly much obliged to you, Mr. Gibbs, for getting us out of this mess.
Oh, not at all, not at all. But see, fellas, you mentioned a while ago a man by the name of Whitson. What does he have to do with this case?
Well, you see, that's a very strange angle to the whole affair. We learned that... Hey, there's the ship, fellas.
Yeah, that's the Pan American plane now. We'd better be getting down to the harbor.
All right, come on, let's go.
Just the short walk beyond the plaza.
Oh, I see the ship coming in now. Boy, oh, boy. It's a big ship.
Yeah, he comes through here right on the dot, too.
The Golden Star, and Marina turned him over to Dawson.
You don't think Whitson's in with the cutthroats, huh?
No, on the contrary. He's been trying to avoid them. And wrote us a letter asking for our help.
That's strange. Looks like you're up against a baffling murder mystery.
Yeah, and we're getting nowhere fast with it. There's the harbor, fellas. And the Pan Am Clipper. Isn't she a beauty?
Well, boys, good luck to you. I'll do all I can. It looks to me as though you're up against a hopeless proposition.
Jimmy, Steve, and Dick Butterfield board the swift clipper ship and start back to the States. Their gallant attempt to rescue Ezra Whitcomb and unravel the murder mystery has ended in failure. What will be their next move? Don't fail to tune in on Jimmy Allen's next Dare Adventure for some startling developments.
I say there are things better left unsolved.
Who knows what waits for us in nature's no man's land?
Impossible, unbelievable, fantastic. But I tell you, it could happen. It could happen. It could happen. It could happen.
Yes, it could happen. For various authorities believe that buried somewhere under the polar ice cap, in a state of suspended animation, are the awesome creatures, the leviathans that roamed the earth at the dawn of time. And under certain conditions, a nuclear explosion could free one from his icy tomb. Then, guided by instinct, the beast would come back to the caverns of the deepest Atlantic where it was spawned. An armored giant, wreaking his prehistoric fury on modern man and his puny machines. Cities would be terrorized by the cruel intruder from the past. Populations crazed and panicked with fear by its destructive force. Granite and steel would crumble. Soldiers and their weapons would be powerless before the onslaught of the beast. The beast. The beast. The beast from 20,000 fathoms.
Herald Square, 34th Street, Broadway. Every section of the city is guarded. No one knows where the monster will strike next.
Another one, Colonel?
No.
You know where the radioactive isotope is?
No, but if it can be loaded, I can fire it.
I'll load it. Just remember one thing. This is the only isotope of its kind this side of Oak Ridge, so you can't miss.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the Kingsmen and Billy Mills Orchestra. If you've gone to the expense of putting good linoleum over your floors, it's only good sense to take care of it for two reasons: to make it last longer and to maintain the beauty of its colors and pattern. Now, the easy way, the preferred way to do this, is with Johnson's Glow Coat. Linoleum manufacturers themselves and leading housekeeping authorities recommend Glow Coat for all your linoleum surfaces, as well as for asphalt tile, rubber, or finished wood floors. Now, you undoubtedly know how easy Glow Coat is to use. It takes practically no work because it needs no rubbing or buffing. It's self-polishing. Simply apply and let dry. Glow Coat makes old linoleum look infinitely better, and it makes new linoleum stay like new, both in appearance and wearing quality. Your dealer has Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat, and it will pay you to try it if you're not already one of the large family of satisfied Glow Coat users. Henry Ford started tinkering with a gasoline engine and ran it up into a few $1 million. The Squire of 79 Wistful Vista is tinkering with a gasoline lawnmower. And he'll be lucky if he runs it up to the front sidewalk. At least that's his wife's impression. As we meet, Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Drat that dad-ratted thing. Stopped again. This motor's got more bugs than a picnic lunch.
I think I know what the trouble is, dearie.
You do? What?
I think the grease is all run out of it onto your face. Where on earth did you get that gasoline grass grinder? You didn't buy it, I hope.
Oh, I borrowed it from Mrs. Carstairs' gardener. He tried to talk me out of it, too. Said it was no good and I'd have trouble with it.
Yeah?
I slipped him a buck, though, and he let me take it.
Well, I've heard of people borrowing trouble, but you go out of your way to buy it, don't you?
Well, I'll get it running. Carburetor's probably full of dirt.
Well, pardon my ignorance, but what's a carburetor supposed to be full of?
The carburetor of an internal combustion engine, of which this is one of them, has a very simple function.
Which is?
To send the children of garage mechanics through college. The average motorist learns about a carburetor the way an angleworm learns about fishing, the hard way. Now, let me see if Aha! I'll bet this does it. Yep,
You're teaching it manners anyway, dearie. It didn't spit at you that time.
It's all very well for you to sit there on the steps and scoff, gentle Annie. But it ain't very constructive. You go ahead and read your book. I'll handle the automotive department.
Say, incidentally, McGee, have you read this?
Huh?
There's Laughter in the Air by Jack Gaber and Dave Stanley.
Murder?
Well, some of it. It's all about comedy radio shows.
Oh.
With sample scripts.
See, let me read that when you get through, will you? The manager of WVIS was asking me just the other day why I didn't go on the radio.
In just those words?
Well, no. I was hanging around his office, and he asked me why I didn't take the air. But that's for the future. Right now, I got to get this lawnmower percolating. Now, let me see.
What's that thing you jump up and down on before it starts?
This thing here, that's a starter pedal, like on a motorcycle. Otherwise, you'd have to push it to get it started.
Very efficient, I'm sure.
Betcha.
But why don't you use our old lawnmower?
I can't. Doc Gamble borrowed it.
When's he bringing it back?
He says he'll never bring it back.
Why, that's ridiculous. It's ours, isn't it?
No, it's his. Dirty Indian giver. However, give me another 10 minutes with this monster, and I'll have it purring like a kitten.
Yeah, and sending for the fire department to get it down out of a tree, no doubt. What are you doing now?
I'm loosening the spark plug. I don't think enough air is getting past it. Into the cylinder, see?
My goodness, how did you ever learn so much about engines?
Oh, shucks, it's nothing that any red-blooded American boy couldn't do. I just got a knack for it, I guess. The way some guys are with horses, that's the way I am with gasoline motors.
Really?
That's why I wish this thing would act more like a motor and less like a horse. Aha, now I think I got it. Well, here we go, kiddo. Yep, there. Did you see that, Molly? You see it cut that grass? Look at this blade here. Cut it off clean as a whistle.
Now, don't be so modest, dearie. You cut at least 6 blades of grass that time.
Once I really get her popping, I'll go over this lawn like a herd of hungry sheep. Hey, is it lunchtime yet?
No, are you hungry?
Am I hungry? I could harvest Iowa's corn crop with my bare teeth. I'd like to fall in a cistern full of spare ribs and gnaw my way out. My gosh, I'm just swallowing from memory.
Well, I'll ask Beulah to whip you up a sandwich and a glass of milk.
Good.
Oh, Beulah! Beulah! Somebody bowl for Beulah?
Yeah, construct me a sandwich, will you, Beulah? Make it a 3-decker with a crew of pickles and a convoy of cookies.
Yes, sir. Coming right up, sir.
And a glass of milk, Beulah. Milk is calcium, and calcium is a bone builder, and he's got to use his head on work like this.
Work like what, ma'am? Just what is that there contraption, Mr. McGee?
This is a power lawnmower, Beulah. Saves work.
Personally, sir, I never understood why anybody wants to save work. It ain't worth saving.
Oh, now, Beulah, you're a very hard worker yourself.
Yes, but I just work to keep busy. When I ain't working, I got too much time to think about what I'd like to be doing, and that always costs so much money it scares me, so I goes back to work to forget it.
Well, after you marry Ira, Beulah, you can take it easier. You're still engaged.
Yes, sir. So far, Ira and me, we're making the same money every week. We're the economic equals.
Neck and neck, you might say.
Well, we do, but we don't say so much.
Ira's in the insurance and real estate business, isn't he, Beulah?
Yeah, sir.
Broker?
Then what, ma'am?
She means does he represent several different companies?
Oh, yes, sir. He ain't fast fussy, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I plan on doing after them Japs get convinced?
What's he planning, Beulah?
He said he gonna get him the agency for some kind of automobile, ma'am.
He like automobiles, Beulah?
No, sir, not in particular. He just hates walking the way. Excuse me, sir. How the little lawnmower there run?
Well, that seems to be the $64 question, Beulah. So far, it just seems to be a mechanical hiccup.
Oh, it'll work. It'll work. Don't worry about that. Just needs a little adjusting, that's all, Beulah. You can't expect a lawnmower like this that's been used to cutting the lawn on a big estate like Carstairs to adjust itself immediately to life with the lower classes.
No, you can't expect it on that bluegrass. No, look at here what the man's talking about.
Billy Mills and the orchestra play in Acapulco.
This thing has almost got me baffled, Molly. I've cleaned the wiring, I've cleaned the gears, I've cleaned the plugs, and I've cleaned the carburetor.
With the language you've been using on that lawnmower, it probably got dirty again.
I don't swear, and you know it.
All the words you use are all right, but you say them in the most profane tone of voice.
Oh, well, gee whiz, Hey, I wonder if this gadget here is the troublemaker.
What's that?
That's the governor.
It is?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if I'd known what I was voting for, I'd have stayed home.
Maybe just a little adjustment on the... Aha! I'll try that. No, couldn't have been that. I wonder if I'd put...
Oh, hello, Alice.
Mr. Magee, what's that thing?
Gasoline lawnmower, Alice. Borrowed the loan of it from Mrs. Carstairs' gardener.
Oh, how does it work?
Like a charm, Alice.
Mm-hmm.
But he can't seem to get it to work like a lawnmower.
I'll get it sooner or later, don't you worry.
Are you having trouble with it, Mr. Magee?
Well, that's a mild way of putting it, Alice. With the energy he's wasted trying to start this thing, he could have mowed all the fairways at the golf course.
Oh, that's where I'm going right now.
Yeah?
It's my day off from the plant, and I'm going to play golf with Art. He's the boy that he works at the next bench to me.
Oh. What's your handicap, Alice?
This tight skirt, mostly.
Now, he means how do you usually score, Alice, in the 80s or 90s?
Oh, no, creepers. I'm not that good yet. Last week I only scored 63.
63? My gosh, Byron Nelson took a 67 for that course.
Well, he probably counted his putts.
Yeah. Yes, he probably did.
Mm-hmm. You pretty good with an iron, Alice?
Oh, I'm awful. I scorch almost everything.
You're a little new at the game, aren't you, dear?
Yes, but I think it's terribly fun, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
The way men scream at you when you walk across the grass with your high heels on, and how they talk at you through their teeth when you pick up their ball and ask whose it is.
Yes, that can make the game quite amusing. You can also get an interesting reaction if you start telling jokes just as the guy is teeing off.
Honest?
Oh, that's always good.
Jeepers. I'll try that. I want to get everything out of the game I possibly can. Well, I hope you get your lawnmower started, Mr. McGee.
Well, you certainly gave her some great advice, dearie. She'll get her dainty little ears pinned back with a Magee.
Well, she's got to learn the game sometime. Now, let me see. What have I done with this engine that I should have done?
Return it to Mrs. Carstairs.
No. I mean to get it started. Maybe I better feed out the blow line.
Blow out the feed line.
Oh, yeah.
But try it again first. Maybe it just needed cooling off.
No, it might at that. Here she goes. Aha! There she goes, kiddo. She's running.
What'd you say?
I said there she goes. She's running.
I can't hear you, dear.
I merely said there she goes. She's running.
Oh.
Now I gotta start it all over again. Oh, for the love of Martin. Quit interrupting. Look, Molly, the next time I get it started, don't start a conversation, will you?
You started that one. I didn't.
Well, ignore me. Gee whiz, I don't know what
Hello, Molly. Hello, pal. What are you doing?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
What am I doing, he says. Here I am with motor oil up to my clavicle, beating my brains out over a machine that don't look like anything in the world but what it is, a power lawnmower. And old Brainy here asks me, what am I doing?
Can't you get it started?
Yeah, you can get it started all right, but he can't keep it started.
Something haywire with the engine, Junior.
How's your plugs?
Fine. How's yours?
Well, I'll show you. Folks, Johnson's self-polishing glow coat is to linoleum what vitamins are to people. It's a pepper-upper. It's a beautifier, a preserver, a time-saver, and a work-briefer. Johnson's glow coat
Now, wait a minute, Waxy. Wait a minute. What's that got to do with the gasoline lawnmower?
Well, why do people want power mowers? For the same reason they like Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, that's why. Because it does more work in less time. Better results with less effort. Johnson's glow coat shines as it dries. No rubbing, no buffing. It also...
Yeah, but glow coat works, Mr. Wilcox. This contraption doesn't.
Aha, she's got you there, Waxy.
Well, when you compare Johnson's self-polishing glow coat to a grass-cutting putt-putt...
Power more to you.
And more power to you, pal. For at least trying to save time and effort. That's what glow coat is for, too. And I hope you get that thing started, and I'd help you if I knew anything about them, but I don't, so I'll see you down at the bowling alley. So long, Molly.
Goodbye, Mr. Wilcox. My, he certainly rushed away, didn't he?
Yeah. Big Lug was scared to death. I was going to ask him to dirty his hands on this engine.
Oh, were you?
Yes.
Oh. Well, I'm going in, dearie. This smell of carbon peroxide's getting me down.
That's carbon monoxide. Peroxide is used for bleaching hair.
I know. And I'm turning gray watching you fight that lawnmower. Let me know if you get it started, dearie.
Okay. Ah, there goes a good kid. What other woman would neglect her own work just to sit on the porch and watch her husband monkey with a lawnmower? Are you kidding any of them? But in this case, she just...
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi there, Teeny. I didn't see you coming.
Oh, I've been here all the time, I betcha.
What? Where?
Up in the tree.
Oh.
Right up there.
Eavesdroppers never hear anything good of themselves, Teeny.
I didn't drop out of the eaves, I betcha. I dropped out of the tree.
Oh. I said, oh.
Oh, what?
Oh, the moon shines tonight on pretty Red Wing. Red Wing was an Indian girl, sis.
Oh?
Indian girls don't talk when the men folks are around. Shall we play Indian?
No.
Okay, Paleface. You know anything about internal combustion motors?
What's the internal combustion motor, mister? What is it?
An internal combustion motor, sis, is an engine like this one.
Oh, how's it run?
If you've been sitting up in that tree all this time, you ought to have a pretty fair idea. At least about how this one runs. Runs like an iron deer being pursued by a stuffed dog through a petrified forest. Are you by any chance asking for a technical explanation of a gasoline engine, Teeny?
Sure I am, I betcha. I love to have you explain things to me, mister.
You do, eh? I says you do, eh?
Do what?
You love to have me explain things to you.
Oh, I don't know. My daddy does it a lot better.
Oh, he does he? I says he does, eh?
That's what?
Your daddy explains things better than I do.
I know.
Stop. I know more about gas engines in 1 minute than your old man could learn if he spent 50 years as an orderly to General Motors.
What makes a gasoline motor run, mister? What does it? What does? What?
Sit down, sis.
Okay, dog.
I think I'll sit down, too.
Yeah.
Now, look, I'm in no mood for whimsy today, and if you think I'm going to dish out a big gob of apple butter about how the pixies crawl through the gas tank into the carburetor and start a fight in the cylinder head and make so much noise that the pistons start jumping up and down with excitement and wheels start running for help, you got another guess coming. Because, frankly, sis, just between you and me, while I'm familiar with the general principles of internal combustion, with this particular engine, I'm making as much progress as a punch-drunk caterpillar trying to follow the white line around a revolving barber pole.
Mister, your frankness does you great credit. I admire you.
You do, eh? I says you do, eh?
Do what?
You admire me.
Why, you conceited thing, you. Just because I let you tell me how dumb you are. Oh, boy. Say, am I ever disappointed in you, mister? Goodbye now.
Talk about not understanding women. I can't even understand kids.
The King's Men and Kentucky Babe.
Do you remember when the old barbershop was only for men? And you could park your celluloid collar for a silver $50, get a trim and a shave and a shine. Where a man was known by his baritone as he'd harmonize and align. When cash was king, any man who could sing would always get along and pay his fee in the close harmony of a good old barbershop song. Skeeters am a humming on the honeysuckle vine. Sleep, Kentucky Bay. Sandman, I'm a comin' to this little babe of mine. Sleep, Kentucky Babe. Fly away, 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 away. Fly away, Kentucky Babe. Fly away to rest. Fly away, 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 away. Lay your curly, woolly head on your mammy's breast. Close your eyes in sleep. The old mustache cup and the shaving mug and the old barbershop are gone. But that old harmony lingers on.
I had a little owl and her name was Lou. You'll find her written up in the old Who's Who. And I had a little frog, but he wasn't very bright. Jumped out the window and croaked one night. That ought to do it. Hey, Molly, come on out a minute.
Got it all reassembled, Magee?
Yep, all except this little gadget here. I tried, and I'll be doggone if I know where that goes.
Why, it goes on the edge of your pocket, dearie. That's the clip off your fountain pen.
No kidding. Oh, well, all's well that ends. Well, here I go, kiddo. Watch her start popping them off this time. There she goes.
Well, you've improved it anyway, Magee. That whistle is new, isn't it?
No, it isn't new. It isn't new, but it's 2 octaves higher. Doggone it, there must be something that I hadn't oughta, or vice versa.
Maybe you better send for Mrs. Carstairs' gardener. Maybe he can... Well, for goodness sake, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. Greetings, Guppy. Hi, Arrowhead.
No, you mean Arrowsmith, McGee.
I mean Arrowhead. I just noticed this minute how pointed his skull is.
That's because I've spent so much time sharpening my wits, Egbert. And what's the burnt cork makeup for? Going to a minstrel show? If so, you'll be the end man to end all end men.
That's Grease, Doctor. He's been trying to get this gasoline lawnmower started.
Yeah, just about got her going, too, Doc. You know anything about these things?
Practically everything. What seems to be the difficulty, as if I were asking the right person.
Well, it starts, but it stops right away, Doctor.
I think maybe it's got a vapor lock in the timing gear, Doc. That might throw the spark gap too wide for the thrust, thus dropping the carburetor float below the injection level, you see. What do you think? I've got grease all over my mouth.
I think that's about as sloppy a diagnosis as I ever heard. Here, let me try to start.
Go right ahead, Doctor.
Sure, help yourself, Doc. Just tromp down on that little foot pedal there. Don't be afraid to put your whole weight on it. We can always dig it out of the ground again.
Quiet, limber lip. I used to run one of these things in my summer vacations 35 years ago. This one's about the same vintage. Well, here we go. If I can't get it stopped again, just remember old Doc Gamble is one who went out with a smile on his lips and machine oil on his chin. Mush, you iron-hearted daisy slicer! Mush!
Well, you get A for effort, Doctor.
Your lawn-side manner is nothing to brag about, Doctor.
Where did you get this mechanical monstrosity, friend? This was a tired old museum piece before grass was invented.
Well, he borrowed it from Mrs. Carstairs' gardener, Doctor.
Uh-oh, and speaking of coincidences, here she comes. Look at that walk. You'd know she was the cream of society, the way she churns up the sidewalk.
Gad, sir, you're speaking of the woman I love to stick needles into. She is positively the... Ah, there, Mrs. Carstairs, how do you do?
Dr. Gamble, how nice to see you. How do you do, Mrs. McGee?
Hello, Mrs. Carstairs.
Hi, Carsty.
How do you do?
Your gardener tell you I borrowed your power lawnmower, Carsty?
My former gardener, you mean?
The one that was there this morning.
That is my former gardener.
Has he resigned, Mrs. Carstairs?
He was discharged, Doctor.
For what, Carsty?
Partially for taking the liberty of loaning you this power mower, Mr. McGee.
Heavenly days, isn't that a little drastic, Mrs. Carstairs, firing him just for that?
He was also impudent to me, Mrs. McGee. He said he was going to report me to the Humane Society for pinching buffalo nickels.
But just because he's a sharp judge of character doesn't excuse his rudeness, Mrs. Carstairs.
Indeed not. He also said that every time I came into the garden wearing my slacks, he kept looking around for Bud Abbott.
I guess he thought you'd do in lieu of Costello.
In any case, he was extremely insolent. He said the only reason I went south every winter was because I was part goose.
Well, I don't think that was very fair, Mrs. Carstairs. Geese don't need any priorities for flying.
Naturally. No, indeed not. I think. He also said that if brains were pimentos, I could lose myself in an olive, and he wished I would.
That lad was wasting his time as a gardener anyway, Mrs. Carstairs. He's as full of cracks as a corn crib.
Yeah, and just as full of corn.
But the crowning insult was when he actually intimated, mind you, that Mr. Carstairs had married me for my money.
Barely scuttled.
Ridiculous. Absurd.
Exactly. I married Mr. Carstairs for his money, and everyone knows it. Mr. McGee, I shall have to ask you to return my power lawnmower immediately.
Okay, Carsty, it's no good anyway.
But thank you for the loan of it.
What do you mean it's no good, Mr. McGee?
It won't run, Mrs. Carstairs.
Nonsense. You just don't know how.
Oh, well, I suppose you do, Carsty.
Naturally. Let me take it, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
Good day, Mrs. McGee. Good day, Doctor.
Good day, Mrs. Carstairs.
Good day, Mrs. Carstairs.
Well, I'll be,
So will I.
Move over, boys.
Have you taken a good look at the finish of your automobile lately? Perhaps you don't realize how much it needs a good cleaning and polishing. From day to day, you're not fully aware of how dull and gloomy it's getting to be. You almost think it has to be dirty. But it really doesn't, you know. Not while you can still buy a package of Johnson's Car New, the popular auto polish that does two things at once, both cleans and polishes with one application. It's quite easy to use Car New. It's a liquid that you apply with a cloth, rubbing only as hard as necessary to loosen the dirt. Then Car New dries to a white powder. And when you wipe this off, the dirt and grime and dullness come off with it. Now is the time to give your car's paint job a spring house cleaning to remove the stains and soil of winter. If you don't, they may injure the finish permanently, reduce your trade-in value, or make refinishing necessary. There's been no change in the high quality or remarkable performance of Johnson's Car New. Be sure to get the genuine Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U.
I simply can't get over Mrs. Carstairs getting that lawnmower to run so beautifully.
What do you mean she got it to run? I gave it a complete overhaul, didn't I?
That's what I mean. I just found these on the front porch.
Huh? Oh, my gosh. The spark plugs. Well, good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Refuge or a hell, as Clint Eastwood, wounded Yankee, is brought to an all-girls school to become the prisoner of these man-deprived women, these man-eager girls.
You must be tired. Wouldn't you like a chance to go to your closet? I might sponge parts of him. You wouldn't.
You are not our guest. If you get any ideas of trying to amuse yourself with any of the ladies in this house,
wait
you'll
just a
find
minute.
yourself out on that road so fast you won't know what happened to you.
Consider the possibilities. Is he a helpless victim to be threatened, teased, enticed, loved at their will and pleasure?
What do you want?
I love you.
Or is he a man, aggressive, wooing, demanding, who must love to stay alive?
I want to take your brother's place, but I must warn you, it won't always be easy to act like a brother.
Hold it, Yank!
Clint Eastwood, man, the symbol, the sexual enemy.
I'm going to have the run of this place. One is that I'm going to be with any young lady that desires my company.
Geraldine Page, possessive, vindictive.
Just because I didn't go to your bed.
Elizabeth Hartman, her passion latent and violent.
You lying, filthy lecher! I hope you're dead!
The tensions, the jealousies, the conflicts of sexual confrontations, rare even for today.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Texaco dealers from coast to coast present the Texaco Star Theater, starring Fred Allen, with Fred's guest, George Raft, Man About Hollywood, Portland Hoffa, Falstaff Openshaw, the Texaco Workshop Players, Hilo Jack of the Dame, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. Yours truly, Jimmy Wallington, is here to tell you, for Texaco dealers, that there's lots of life in your old car yet, if it's of average age and you give it regular Texaco lubrication and maintenance. Don't think just because your car's done 30 or 40,000 miles, it won't last the war out. Stop wear out with regular Texaco care, and you'll find that life begins at 40,000. Last Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, a certain comedian dreamed he was on Truth or Consequences. Well, when he woke up, he was a mess. The comedian is back again tonight. Here he is. He's still awake and still a mess. Fred Allen.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And, Jimmy, you're not kidding about that Truth or Consequences program. Ralph Edwards broke 4 eggs in my hair, put molasses in my shoes, ducked my head in whipped cream, and squirted seltzer water all over me.
Yes, I know. You look like a fugitive from the Mystery Chef.
When he got through, huh? I have never... services for that line will be held tomorrow morning. I look like a fugitive from the Mystery Chef, eh?
Yes.
Well, I tell you frankly, Jimmy, I was so covered with food, when I started to walk home, 2 mice followed me up Broadway.
Well, did the whipped cream, the eggs, and the molasses bother you?
Well, I went to sleep, Jimmy. The room was warm, and when I woke up, I couldn't move. I was a big cake with arms in it.
You were baked inside of a cake?
Now I know how a raisin feels, Jimmy. You know, when Truth or Consequences is over, the studio looks as though a mixmaster exploded in there. If I ever have another... Well, Portland, geez, You never can tell when you're going to meet a person with some straight lines, can you? Well, Portland, what's new? What's new tonight?
Did you read about that 12-year-old boy who's going to Yale?
12 years old? I hope he doesn't go out for football. You know, it would be terrible to see a Yale man running down the field carrying the ball in one hand and a lollipop in the other.
Can a little boy like that win his letter?
Oh, he's too short for Yale. The end of his Y would be dragging. He'd do better at Michigan or Ohio, where he could turn the O around and get in it, you know. Well, tell me, were you smart when you were 12 years old?
At high school, the class voted me most likely to.
Oh, really? Most likely to what?
Well, they didn't say.
Well, you certainly haven't let them down. I will say that. Would you say that you were smart now?
Mama doesn't think so.
Well, why not?
Mama says I'll never be Miss Rheingold of 1944.
Well, why can't you be Miss Rheingold?
Mama says I haven't got enough head.
Well, you don't, That's the same man who wrote that line for Wallington. He's got another line in here when I wasn't looking. Well, you don't need much head to cover your brain, Portland. I think Joel Kupperman's tooth would about do it. And speaking of heads, I'm about to head for Allen's Alley.
Oh, have you picked out a question?
I certainly have. You know, next Wednesday is March 15th, Income Tax Day. And this year, the taxpayer is confronted with the most complicated tax form yet devised by the Bureau of Internal Revenue. And so our question tonight is, how are you doing with your income tax?
Shall we start?
As one Beguine said to the other Beguine, let's begin. There's a... Man just fell off the Fitch bandwagon. Portland, at long last, a stranger just passed in the alley here. At long last, here we are back in Allen's Alley. Now, let's see if Senator Bloat is in.
Yes?
Senator Bloat, what is your reaction to the new income tax return?
It's too complicated.
Complicated, eh? Can you simplify it, Senator?
If my bill, the Bloat bill, goes through,
Yes.
the next income tax blank will ask the taxpayer only 3 questions.
And those 3 questions are?
How much money did you make last year?
Yes.
How much have you got left?
Yes.
How fast can you get it out of your pocket? Thank you.
I don't think the senator will get in the next election, something tells me. Now, let's try next door here.
Well, what is it?
Mrs. Prawn, did you have any trouble with the new income tax return?
My husband's nearsighted.
His eyes are bad?
He mistook the laundry list for his income tax blank.
Really?
He sent the laundry list to the income tax office.
Yes.
He sent his income tax blank out with the laundry.
Gosh, what a mix-up.
Laundry, income tax, what's the difference?
You mean?
Either way, he loses his shirt.
Well, March 15th, Mrs. Prawn won't know her husband from Adam. Well, something may turn up next door here. Let's see. No. Mr. Nussbaum, did you make out your income tax?
I am Einstein, maybe.
What did you do with your blank?
Well, I am going first to Moskowitz.
Oh, Moskowitz, the delicatessen man, hey?
Did the delicatessen. Moskowitz is also on the side a notorious public.
A notary public, eh?
Moskowitz is adding up my tax. He is getting $42. This, to me, is seeming a little high.
So?
I'm going to Goldberg.
Well, who is Goldberg?
Goldberg is running a cigar store. As a hobby, he is taking numbers.
Only as a hobby,
Yes.
huh? Good.
If Goldberg is taking numbers is in Texas, he can total.
Oh, he can total.
Uh-huh.
Well, what was his estimate?
Goldberg is getting $800.
800, and Moskowitz got $42?
This is mixing me up all together. I am going to a fortune teller, a gypsy.
Uh-huh.
The gypsy is feeling my tea bag, also asking a few questions.
And?
The gypsy is getting $18.
Well, that's 3 different totals.
That is making me disgusted. I'm saying to myself, I will make out my own income tax.
You went to work?
I am up all night with 2 pencils and a bottle of celery tonic.
You can get a return with the celery tonic on the bottle. How did you... Tell me, you figured out your own tax. How did you come out with your figure?
Well, Moskowitz is getting 42.
Yes.
Goldberg is getting 800.
Yes.
The gypsy is getting 18.
And when you figured out your own income tax, what did you get?
30 days.
Well, that brings us to the little break front shack at the end of the alley. Now, what can possibly happen here?
Let the trumpets blow, don't be aloof. Falstaff's here to raise the roof.
Bard Openshaw, are those more poems peeping out of your cement bag, Inverness?
What else? Have you heard, my girl has a glass eye, I'm nearly nutty? When my girl cries, her tears are putty?
No.
Or, said the lighted cigarette to the tray on the shelf, I'm afraid I'm making an ash of myself.
No, I haven't heard that.
Or, don't worry, Judge, if Mother looks pale. She's been drinking buttermilk through her veil.
Now, wait a minute. Falstaff, you will be the death of me if natural causes don't beat you to it. Tonight we are examining the new income tax blank.
Precisely why I am not elsewhere.
You You have written a tax poem. What is it called?
A fig for the collector of internal revenue.
Well, how does it go?
A fig for the collector of internal revenue. I'll tell you, sir, what you can do. Your new tax return, sir, you can take with your clauses and instructions and jump in the lake. I refuse to be concerned about Schedule B, losses from fire or other casualty, fiduciary income, charity donations, medical expenses, dependents, if relations, victory tax, surtax, withholding tax too, unpaid balance, notes, and monies due. Item 10, totals. Turn to page 3. None of this Hassenpfeffer means anything to me. So a fig for the collector of internal revenue. I've intimated, sir, what you can do. You can examine me, grill me, and sue me, chum. I didn't earn a cent last year. I'm just a happy bum.
Thank you, Falstaff. And as Falstaff gathers up his tatters and flaps into oblivion, Maestro Al Goodman sets aside his police gazette and nods to Hilo, Jack, and the Dane. Their song, No Love, No Nothing.
No love, no nothing, until my baby comes home. No, sir, no nothing. As long as baby must roam, I promised him I'd wait for him till even Hades goes. I'm lonesome, heaven knows, but what I said still goes. No love, no nothing, and that's a promise I'll keep. No fun with no one, I'm getting plenty of sleep. My heart's on strike, and though it's like an empty honeycomb, no love, no sir, no nothing till my baby comes home. No love, no nothing, not until my baby comes home. No playing around, no doing the town now. No love, no nothing, that's the promise I'll keep. No fun with no one, I'm getting plenty of sleep. My heart's on strike, and though it's like an empty honeycomb, no love, no sir, no nothing till my baby comes home. No love, no nothing, until my baby comes home.
Thank you, Hilo, Jack, and the Dane. That was swell. And now as we...
Old MacDonald had a car, T-E-X-A-Co. Thought it wouldn't go very far, T-E-X-A-Co.
Jimmy, what is this singing?
Oh, it's the aria from last Sunday.
Well, I know, but you're one of the best tunes of all I would care to... Your Marfac aria isn't one of the best tunes of all I would care to read last Sunday. It's worn out now.
Worn out? That's the point of my song.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, old MacDonald had a car he thought was a bum. Old MacDonald had a car he thought was a bum. He found it was good for many, many more. He found it was good for many, many more. Texaco care. The song goes, Old MacDonald had a...
Jim, please, don't sing, please.
Oh, get the message.
What message?
With regular Texaco Marfac lubrication, regular changes of Texaco's, regular changes of Texaco's, and regular attention by your Texacos, that life begins at 40,000. My song tells the whole story.
All right, Jimmy, go ahead and sing. Mr. Goodman. That was I Love You, it's Bronx Bobcat. And now, it was what the boys could do if the instruments were picked. But when you're looking over your shoulder that much, concentrate. And now, Portland, is that a program?
Mother and I went to hear the new New York City Symphony.
Oh, say, I read that New York City now has its own orchestra. I hear Brooklyn is terribly jealous about it. You know, Brooklyn is organizing an orchestra, the Flatbush Philharmonic. They'll probably be called them Beethoven bums before they get through.
Why did Mayor LaGuardia start the new symphony orchestra?
Well, the mayor wants to have one city project where he can be sure there'll be a little harmony, Portland. I guess I'll start working on my...
Do you have another crime show?
Admit this show is a crime. It's a gang story about this gang story of mine on the air.
Gangbusters, Wyatt?
Well, I saw the man in there, Colonel Schwartney. So I'm going to...
Can you find any gangsters?
Always plays those gangster parts in picture. I knocked on the door.
Yes?
George Raft. Mr. Raft,
If you're the reporter from the Times, my latest Universal picture, produced by Charles K. Feldman, directed by Eddie Sutherland, and soon to be seen at your neighborhood theater, is Follow the Boy.
Now, wait, please, Mr. Raft. I'm not a reporter. I'm Fred Allen.
Allen? Oh, I've seen your face someplace. Was it on a bottle of iodine?
No, it wasn't.
Or was it under a table at the Star Club?
No.
Well, were you that singing waiter at the Mayflower Donut Shop?
No, wait a minute. I'm Fred Allen. Don't you ever listen to the radio?
Oh, I only listen to one guy on the radio.
One guy who?
The Smiling Irishman. Oh, that guy's a riot.
Yes, I know. Well, look, Mr. Raft, I have a radio script for you. It's a gangster story.
Oh, I'm sorry, Fred, but I'm through with gangster parts. Gangsters are passé.
You mean that Humphrey Bogart?
Bogart used to have a Tommy gun in his lap 24 hours a day, but no more.
Well, what does Bogart have in his lap today?
Ingrid Bergman.
Is that bad? Well, how about Edward G. Robinson?
Well, Robinson's clothes used to be lumpy from carrying gats.
And today?
Robinson's clothes are still lumpy.
Well, from what?
Carrying yo-yos.
Oh, I see. The whole... Well, what about Cagney? In every picture, he used to kill squealers.
Oh, today there aren't any squealers left in the underworld.
Well, where are they?
Well, the squealers are all at the Sinatra broadcast.
But, George, you know, you still look like a gangster. Your hair.
Well, what's wrong with my hair? The girls think it's romantic.
Romantic, George? It's the fat shortage. When a girl runs her fingers through your hair today, she's just trying to pick up a little grease.
This isn't grease on my hair, Fred. It's a special preparation.
Something special? No kidding. What is the preparation?
You promise you won't tell? Hope to die?
Hope the cat will spit in my eye, George. What is it you put on your hair?
Perfume and chicken fat.
Fine. You know, you look like Flat Top's brother, Grease Top. But, George, you are not the romantic type. You'll be a sensation in my radio play. Why, you and I will make gangbusters sound like life can be beautiful.
Look, Fred, why don't you get an old door with rusty hinges and call yourself in a sanctum?
Oh, fine. Please. That guy got another line in here. All through the thing, this Hope writer got in here and wrote things. Please, George, before, you know, I have to stay in one place week after week. Benny and Hope move around. I have to have better jokes. I will be here next Sunday. But please, George, before you give me a definite maybe, let me tell you my story.
Okay. It looks though I'm stuck. How does it go?
Well, first, my program starts with a fanfare.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Mob Busters. Mob Busters is brought to you each week at this time by the makers of Pepto-Burp. The effervescent tablet with a new built-in feature. Other tablets, when dropped in water, fizz, bubble, and sizzle, but not Pepto-Burp. Drop a Pepto-Burp in water and watch it. There's no fizzle, no sizzle. It just lays there. Absolutely no other effervescent tablet can make this statement. Try a Pepto-Burp today. You'll be sorry! And now for tonight's thrilling Mob-Buster story. And here is your host, that eminent criminologist, Colonel J.J. Schmilling. Good evening, friends of Pepto-Burp and murder lovers. Tonight we bring you one of the most ghastly episodes in the annals of crime, the Black Market Murders. And here is the man who broke the case, Police Inspector Timothy McAllen.
Hi, yes, folks, and hello to the boys in Precinct 2.
Inspector, how did you solve the black market murder?
Well, Colonel Schmillick, my story starts on the morning of December 3rd. Me boys and me were sitting around the station house. One of the boys had just got his induction notice. We was watching him puncture his eardrum. He was using a salad fork.
A salad fork?
He had a cauliflower ear. Well, he starts working on his third ear when suddenly a police call comes in.
Attention, Inspector McAllen. A farmer has just been murdered in a barn in Westchester. Inspector McAllen, report at once. Inspector McAllen.
McAllen? What are the initials?
LS, MFT.
That's me. It's me, man. Let's go.
Gad, Inspector. What happened? What happened when you got to that barn in Westchester?
Well, there, laying on the floor of the barn, was a farmer, Colonel. He was deader than the first 10 minutes of a Jack Benny program. Not only he was dead, his cow was gone.
Yes?
In 4 days, 236 farmers was found dead. Their cows was gone.
Who did you suspect, Inspector?
Well, a big suspector. A big butter-legging ring was cow-napping the cows to make butter. And the mastermind of the black market gang was...
Who, Inspector?
Pepe LaRaft.
Pepe LaRaft?
Pepe LaRaft.
What did you do, Inspector?
Well, I knew the gang would start strong-arming delicatessens with their black market butter. So one morning I hides myself in the icebox at Hershkowitz's Delicatessen on the east side. A big black limousine pulls up. Pepe LaRaft and two of his gorillas come into the delicatessen. Pepe says,
Hershkowitz, you and me got a little difference of opinion.
No, Pepe, please.
Shut up. Take that. Lay off, boys. This is my pigeon.
Okay, Pepe.
Hershkowitz, my boys tell me you suddenly don't want to buy no butter.
Pepe, I can't buy black market butter. It's against the law.
You know what happened to Garfinkel when he didn't want any butter?
No, you wouldn't do that to me.
Yes, we untied the ends of his balonies.
Hey, boss.
Yes?
Should I start untying his baloney now?
I'll give him one more chance. Hershkowitz, how many pounds of butter do you sell a day?
5 pounds.
Starting tomorrow, you're buying 200 pounds a day.
200 pounds?
That's $2 a pound.
I'm ruined. Help, police.
Quiet, punk. Take that.
Oh!
Hey, boss, look, the icebox door, it's opening.
Reach for your rods, men.
It's too late, you rats.
It's Inspector McAllen.
Drop them guns. I got you covered, LaRaft. Take that and that and that. Oh, shucks.
What's wrong, Inspector?
I've been in the icebox too long. Look, me trigger finger is frozen. I can't shoot. Look.
We got him, men. Now, let him have it.
Yeah, Inspector. With all those guns blazing point blank at you, you must have been riddled.
No, the shots just bounced off me, Colonel. I was in the icebox so long, I was bird's-eyed. I was as hard as the $64 question.
Did LaRaft and his gang flood the city with black market butter?
Well, no, Colonel Schmillick. The gang never showed up with no butter. I knew Pepe had the cows. I knew something was wrong.
And what was your next move?
Well, a stool pigeon tipped me off. There was a lot of mooing coming from a deserted warehouse over on Avenue B.
Aha. So you went down there and quietly keeping under cover.
Bud.
Yeah.
Were you there?
No.
Then let me tell the story. Do you mind?
Go right ahead, Inspector.
Well, I went down to the warehouse. It was packed with cows. Looking in a window, I seen Pepe LaRaft. He's got the mob on the carpet. LaRaft is saying...
Now, listen, you mugs. We got 200 hot cows. How come we ain't getting no butter?
Butter comes from milk, Pepe. I heard it on the quiz program.
So what?
Well, nobody in the gang knows how to get the milk out of the cows, Pepe.
Yeah, I had them cows sitting on bottles. Nothing comes out.
I threatened to take one cow for a ride. She wouldn't come across.
Maybe the cows are organized. Maybe they want a cut of the butter take. Who's the head of this cow mob?
A cow named Elsie.
Well, get Elsie in here. Maybe I can make a deal.
Okay, boss. Come in, Elsie.
Come over here, Elsie.
Hey, watch yourself, boss. She might be packing a rod.
Cow packing a rod?
Well, look under there. She's packing something.
Quiet. Now, listen, Elsie. Come on, come clean, sister. We know you got the milk on you. Where is it? How do we get it? Point to the gimmick. Come on, play ball, baby. Peppy can put you on Easy Street. And Norman Stall, I'll put caviar in your cud. What do you say? Why, you dirty double-crossing Jersey? How would the milk around tell you?
Hey, look, boss, she's getting frightened.
Sister, come cleaner. I'll cut you up and tear you into little pieces and sell you to Lynn.
She's shaking all over, boss. She's starting to sling something around. It's butter. Oh, look out. It's flying this way. Oh, right in me kisser. Hey, it's delicious.
We're all set, boys. We don't need the milk. All we got to do is start stirring in the cows. We got to get butter. Well, what was that?
The jig is up, Larav.
Inspector McAllen.
Reach for the stratosphere, you rats.
Okay, McAllen, you got it.
Cat. Oh, Cat. I'm covered with butter. Look at me. You're under arrest, Larav.
Okay, copper, if you want me, we're going to shoot it out.
You asked for it, Peppy. Take that and that. Oh, jeepers, with this butter. Me fingers keep slipping off the trigger. Look at me.
I mean my blackjack.
Here, boss.
Hold that blackjack, Larav. Oh.
Ha, copper. That's the last time you'll try to double-cross Peppy Larav. Let's go, boys.
Okay, let's go. Gosh, Inspector, what happened then?
Well, the raft and the 200 cows made a clean getaway, Colonel. He started selling his black market butter all over the state. He made millions. From butter, he went into nylon stockings, liquor. He was the king of the black market.
But how did you finally break it?
Before I could break the raft, somebody beat me to it.
What happened?
Well, yesterday I'm walking along the Bowery. I'm trailing a kleptomaniac from the Navy Yard. He sneaked out with 300 anchors. He's got him under a raincoat. Suddenly, I feel a tap on my bag. I turn around. It's a tramp. The tramp is Peppy Larav.
Peppy Larav?
Peppy Larav.
The king of the black market was a bum. What happened?
I brought Peppy with me tonight to the studio, Colonel, to tell his story. Step up to the microphone, Peppy.
Yes, Inspector.
How much money did you make in the black market?
I made $18 million in butter.
Yeah?
I made $10 million in nylon.
Yeah?
I made $22 million in black market liquor.
$50 million.
Yes, sir. Up to yesterday, I had $50 million, all in silver. I had it on me. I couldn't walk. I had 4 guys carrying me.
Yesterday you had $50 million, and today you're a bum. What happened?
Tell him where your money went, Peppy.
I was a victim of the biggest hijack in history.
You mean?
They got me for my income tax.
Well, there's your story, Colonel Schmillick.
And Inspector McAllen, the moral is?
Crime still pays, but not like it used to. Before we close the Texaco Star Theater, I want to thank George Raft for dropping by tonight. Next week, our guest will be the star attraction at Broadway's famous Hurricane nightclub. Is everybody happy? Ted Lewis. And now, Jimmy Wallington with a message from Uncle Sam for every woman. Jimmy?
More and more women are needed in war jobs and in the women's branches of our armed forces. America at war needs women at work, and it's a patriotic duty to get into the war with your hands as well as your heart. Our fighting men need every piece of equipment you can help produce. You'll earn good money and help speed the return of our American soldiers by getting a war-useful job at once. Training and experience are not necessary. Inquire at your local office of the United States Employment Service and let your hands help win the war.
This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, inviting you to tune in again next Sunday night and reminding you that the most we can give is the least we can do for our Red Cross this year. Thank you and good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Sleuths Incorporated meet Ghosts Incorporated when Nick and Nora Charles haunt a haunted house.
If you want to believe in magic, in beauty, in friendship, and freedom, believe in the Black Stallion.
The biggest, the blackest, and the strongest, the most beautiful horse that ever was.
Francis Ford Coppola presents Walter Farley's timeless classic, whose time has come. The Black Stallion. The story of a legendary horse who could only be tamed by a young boy's love. Together, they survive a shipwreck. And the dangers of an island wilderness.
You saved my life.
They meet a forgotten man.
He'll be moving. He'll be making that rhythm. You just go on with him, see?
Who helps them bring a legend to life.
I've seen a horse that defies the imagination, that runs like a demon possessed, that speeds beyond belief. He could be the greatest sensation in racing history.
Stallion, an unforgettable adventure, a motion picture of extraordinary beauty, a story that will make your heart race, your spirit soar. But most of all, it will make you believe in the Black Stallion.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
This is KRLD, AM and FM in Dallas, complete big-time radio. KRLD Radio 1080 has more listeners than any other single radio station in Texas. KRLD and its staff are dedicated to three principles: service, entertainment, and information for its vast audience. Only the highest standards in all three fields are maintained. Complete big-time radio.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. Go get the horses saddled, Chester. I'll meet you at the stable in a few minutes, huh?
Maybe I ought to stay with you while you tell her. I might be of some help if she starts throwing things.
Don't worry about Kitty. She'll understand, all right.
I wouldn't count on her, Mr. Dillon. She's been looking forward to this sociable for weeks.
Some things can't be helped, Chester. The law comes before town socials. Kitty knows that as well as I do.
Yes, sir. Well, good luck.
If I'm not there by the time you're ready, you bring the horses back here to the Long Branch, huh?
Yes, sir, I will.
All right. Hello, Sam.
Yeah, Marshal.
Where's Miss Kitty?
Back in the office.
Oh, thanks.
Come in.
Hello, Kitty.
Oh, Matt. You're early.
Yeah, I came by to tell you that I won't be able to go with you after all.
Oh?
Yeah, you see, I just got a telegram from the sheriff in Springfield. I got to go over there and pick up a prisoner and bring him back here for trial.
And you're leaving right now?
Well, yeah, Chester's getting our horses.
Well, couldn't it wait for 3 hours?
Well, it's a 2-day ride up there, Kitty. Judge Blint will be in Dodge for the trial on Friday, and I'd be cutting it pretty close as it is. You understand that, don't you?
Oh, of course. Doesn't matter. There'll be another social next year.
Yeah.
Besides, I'm not too sure I like this new dress I bought anyway.
Oh, that's very pretty.
I'm glad you like it.
Kitty, I know you've been looking forward to this. Just because I can't take you is no reason that you shouldn't go. You know, there are plenty of fellows who'd be more than happy to take you.
Oh, you're right, Matt. Shouldn't be any trouble at all to find 2 or 3 escorts in the next half hour.
Well, sure. I'm sorry, Kitty. I'll see you when I get back, huh? So long.
So long, Matt. I hope you have a real nice trip.
Well, if I'd have been in town yesterday, Kitty, I would have taken you to the social.
That's sweet of you, Doc, but I don't think I'd have gone anyway. Matt sort of took the wind out of me.
Nah, but Kitty, never depend on a marshal. Or a doctor, either, when it comes to social affairs.
I suppose I should have resigned myself to that by this time, but it hurts all the same. Sometimes I think I'd be better off if I got out of this town. Maybe went to San Francisco.
Oh, no, now, Kitty. No, you'll feel different when Matt gets back.
everything will be the same again.
Oh, yeah, that's one thing I can count on. Everything will always be the same.
The Arkansas is just over there, Kitty. Maybe we better water the horse and head back to Dodge.
You getting hungry, Doc?
Oh, I won't have any trouble eating a good-sized breakfast. But more important, I have to be back at the office. Mrs. Ketchum is bringing her kids in this morning.
All 6 of them?
All 6 of them. One's going to give them their smallpox vaccinations.
Doc, hey, look.
Yeah.
Is that a man lying over there?
Yes. There's something wrong. He must be hurt. There. Whoa, there. Here, I'll give you a hand, Kitty. What's the matter, mister? This man needs help, Kitty. He's lost a lot of blood.
What's wrong with him?
He's been shot. He needs help, bad.
Well, what can you do for him way out here?
Best thing would be to get him into Dodge, but I don't think he'd make it.
Rudd Stewart's place isn't far from here.
Yes, you're right, Kitty. We'd better try to get him there. You've been a big help, Rudd. I appreciate you letting us bring this man in here.
Yeah, that's the least I could do, Doc, considering what you've done. That's one thing I don't think I could ever do, take a bullet out of a man.
Well, I'm just thankful we got it out in time.
You think he'll live, huh?
We should. It's up to him now.
Wonder who he is.
Doc?
Huh?
I think he's coming out of it.
No, just lie easy, mister.
What? Who are you?
I'm Doc Adams from Dodge.
How'd I get here?
Well, we found you out in the prairie and brought you here.
Oh. Where's my horse?
I put him out in the barn, young fella.
My saddlebags. Where's my saddlebags?
No, lie back there. You can't be staring around. You'll have to take it easy for a while.
Gotta have saddlebags.
Well, where is it, Rudd?
In the barn?
Hey, mister, will you please bring it?
All right, yeah. I'll get it.
Please. Yes.
What's your name, mister?
Murdoch. Dean Murdoch.
How'd you get that bullet in you?
Well, how long do I have to be in this bed?
Well, that all depends on how well you take care of yourself. It's up to you.
You gonna tell us about the bullet, mister?
Yeah. Someone tried to rob me. Last night when I was heading for Dodge. Where's my gun?
No, it's right over there on the chair.
You must be carrying something mighty important in that saddlebag.
My money, my pay money. I just left a trail herd of Abilene. When's that old man coming back?
Just a minute. Stop worrying. You got to get some rest. You understand?
Yeah.
Kitty.
Yeah. You believe him, Doc?
Well, I don't know why not. He seems like a nice enough fellow.
Yeah. You really think you'll be all right?
It'll take a few days, though. I should get him into the office, but he can't be moved until tomorrow, at least. But he'll have to have proper care today.
Doc.
Yeah?
I'm a pretty good nurse when I have to be.
Oh, no. This isn't your responsibility.
Well, it's just as much mine as it is yours. You can't stay. Mrs. Ketchum's bringing her kids in. Remember?
Oh, no. I'm not leaving you here. Rudd can take care of him.
You can't depend on Rudd. He's too feeble. I'll stay here today.
Oh, well, I don't know. I suppose it'll be all right. But I'll come back this evening and see how he's doing. And then I'll take you back to Dodge.
All right, Doc. And don't you worry about a thing.
When's the last time you used your flash camera? Back around the holidays? Well, before another big event comes up in your house, why not take the camera down from the shelf and try it out? This is one good way to make sure your camera's batteries are still working. If they're not working or they're weak, Then hurry, take advantage of your Sylvania dealer's great offer now. He'll give you free a Bright Star pen light photo flash battery with each pack of Sylvania Blue Dot flash bulbs you buy. That's a 20-cent value free. While you're at your dealer's, why not stock up on several packs of Blue Dots along with several free batteries? That way you'll always have both on hand, ready and waiting for any picture-taking occasion. But don't delay. This offer is good for a limited time only. So, anywhere Sylvania photo supplies are sold, at your drugstore, supermarket, photo supply store, anywhere, ask for Sylvania Blue Dot flash bulbs, the world's largest selling brand. And you'll receive a Bright Star photo flash battery with each and every pack you buy. Get several packs today.
You feel like some more soup, Dean?
Yeah, I guess.
Here. I'll hold the spoon for you. Ah, there.
It ain't bad.
Well, this'll bring you back your strength quicker than anything else.
Oh, I feel better already.
You know, that sleep you had brought the color back to your face.
Hey, now, just why would a big-time saloon owner spend her whole day nursing a saddle bum like me?
Oh, I haven't taken the time to figure out the reason why.
Eh? Well, I'd say I'm pretty lucky.
Where are you from, Dean?
Down Texas. Used to be with the Rangers down there.
Why'd you leave?
Oh, didn't want to be a lawman the rest of my life. Too many regulations, too much responsibility.
So I hear.
So I resigned and joined a trail herd going north and left them in Abilene, and here I am.
You said you were headed for Dodge. You going to settle there?
No. No, just going through. On my way to California.
California?
Yeah. You ever been there?
Yeah, once. Long time ago.
Kitty, you got ties in Dodge?
Well, there's the Long Branch.
Yeah. What else? Or is it who else?
Oh, you're getting nosy.
No, just call it interested. And I don't meet many people I'm interested in.
Here, eat your soup.
Thanks. No, I ought to be well enough to go on another week. Now, that ought to give you enough time to sell that Long Branch, and then you can come along to California with me. How about that?
Don't tempt me.
No, with your money and my money, you can buy us a whole stack of Long Branches in San Francisco.
Where'd you get all your money, anyway?
Oh, I had a good bit saved up before I joined that trail herd. And then with my pay money from it, that'd give me a nice stake.
If you were really smart, you'd put that money in a bank instead of carrying it around in your saddle.
Ain't heard of a bank yet was safe. I want that money where I can see it.
Oh, Miss Kitty, there's a man riding up out front.
Who is it?
I don't know.
What's he look like?
Don't look like anybody I know from Dodge.
Is he riding a Pinta?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, he is.
Do you know him, Dean?
Yeah, that's the man that shot me last night.
Huh?
I gotta get out of here.
Now, you wait a minute. You're in no shape
This
to
could
go
mean
anywhere.
trouble for you and Rudd, Kitty. He knows I have this money.
Dean, please lie down and listen to me.
No.
Now, Rudd can go out and tell him there's no one here. He'll believe Rudd. There won't be any trouble.
That's right. I can tell him. I'll go out and meet him.
Hurry.
Yes, ma'am.
But, Kitty, you don't know this.
Go ahead.
Howdy.
Hello. This your place?
That's right. What do you want?
Looking for a friend of mine.
You ain't here.
He left a pretty good trail leads to this place.
Ain't nobody here besides me.
When's the last time you looked in your barn?
Ain't nobody down there either.
You wouldn't mind if I seen for myself, would you?
Ain't no use. You can take my word for it. I was just down there a bit ago.
Who's in that house?
Nobody.
Well, I just saw something move in there. You're lying, old man.
No, I ain't. No. That's my wife you saw.
Well, you said there was nobody else here.
And I meant besides her.
You turn around.
No.
Turn around and lead the way.
No, get that gun out of my bag.
You do as I say, old man, or I'll kill you.
All right. See? Ain't nobody here.
Where's that door lead to?
Just a bedroom.
All right, Dean. If you're in there, come out. Don't try anything or I'll kill the old man. All right, we're coming in. Move. Open it.
Don't do it, Rod.
Ah.
Drop the gun, mister. Get your hands up.
Now, look.
Drop the gun, I said.
All right.
Get out, Rod. Now, you get out of here, mister, or I'll kill you.
He's in there, ain't he? You're hiding.
Go on. Get out.
I don't think you got the nerve to shoot me.
Don't try me, mister.
Get out of the way, Kitty.
You killed him.
Dean, you didn't have to do that. He was going to leave.
You don't know what he'd have done, Kitty.
Well,
For a man flat on the back, you sure got well in a hurry.
I owed him them bullets. But at least now my money's safe. We're going to have a clear trail to California now, Kitty, you and me.
You're losing your mind. Come on, Rod. Let's get him back to bed.
Do you see speed laws and other regulations as restrictive? Well, that could be more infantile than believing one can prove his superiority by ignoring a stoplight. Unfortunately, too many drivers on the road subscribe to that kind of emotional outlook. The result is tragic. Almost 85% of all traffic accidents in America are caused by careless, childish driving. We hope sincerely that your attitudes are adult. We hope you know our traffic laws and the people who enforce them are there to help save your life.
Matt.
Hello, Doc.
Well, Matt, when'd you get back?
A few minutes ago.
Oh, we had a little excitement while you were gone.
Yeah, so I hear. Moss Grimmick was telling us something about it down at the stable. Thought I better come over here and get the full story.
Well, Kitty should be the one to tell you. She was right in the middle of it.
Moss said I'd find her up here.
No. She's not here right now, but she usually is. You see, that Dean Murdoch fella is in the next room, then. Kitty's been watching over him like a schoolgirl with a lame kitten.
She has?
Yeah.
Well, how's this Murdoch doing?
Oh, fine. So all I do is keep him in bed. Ordinarily, a man as bad off as he was when we found him would be laid up for a couple of weeks, but not him. And this is only the fourth day.
What'd you do with the man he killed out there?
Well, we buried him at Rudd's place. I got out there not long after it happened, and poor old Rudd, he was struggling to dig a grave, so I helped him. I knew that you'd want to know all about him, so I wrote down a full description.
Yeah, let me see it.
Yeah, it's on the desk along with my coroner's report. Here.
When'd you bring Murdoch into Dodge, Doc?
Well, not until the next morning. I didn't want to move him that day, and it's a good thing I didn't, too. He started to run a bad fever, so Kitty and I spent the night at Rudd's place. You should have seen her, Matt. She was up most of the night, keeping wet cloths on his forehead, and if you ever need a good nurse, you know where to get one.
Doc, this description fits the man I was supposed to pick up in Springville.
What?
Yeah, his name is Blade Grant. By the time I got there, he'd broken jail.
Well,
You mind if I go in and talk to Murdoch?
No, come on. Dean, this is Marshal Dillon. He wants to talk to you.
Oh, hello.
Dean?
Didn't know this town was big enough to have a marshal.
Oh, now, don't tell me Kitty hasn't told you about Marshal Dillon.
No, she didn't.
Well, I'll be in the other room if you need me.
Thanks, Doc. Dean, how well did you know Blade Grant?
Who?
Blade Grant, the man you killed at Rudd's place.
Oh, was that his name?
I'm pretty sure of it. What did you know about him?
Nothing.
Well, Blade Grant and his partner robbed the bank in Springville. The sheriff stopped Grant and jailed him, but the partner got away with the money. Now, 5 days ago, the partner came back, killed the sheriff, and let Grant out of jail.
No, Marshal, I don't know nothing about
I just
that.
got in from Springville. I was supposed to bring Grant back here for trial.
Well, all I know is, Marshal, he's the man who tried to rob me, if it's the same one.
No. They tell me you keep your money in that saddlebag, huh?
That's right.
If you don't mind, I think I'll take a look.
Hey, Miss Kitty.
Oh, Chester!
Wait a minute.
Sure, Chester.
Well, I seen you from across the street.
I didn't know you were back.
Yeah, we rode in just a little bit ago.
Where's Matt?
He went up to Doc's office.
Well, I was just going there myself.
Oh, well, I'll walk with you.
Sure.
Hey, we heard all about what happened to you out at Rudd's place. That sure was something.
Well, I'll never forget it. How was your trip?
Long, dusty, and all for nothing. Gunshots. Sound like they come from Doc's office.
Let's go. Matt.
Hello, Kitty.
What happened, Mr. Dillon?
I had to shoot a man in there, Chester.
Dean. Oh, Dean.
Kitty, wait.
Huh?
He's dead.
Oh, no.
Matt, maybe you better tell Kitty what happened.
Yeah. Maybe you better.
Well, Kitty, Dean Murdoch had a partner, Blade Grant, the man he killed out at Rudd's. They robbed a bank up in Springville.
Dean?
The sheriff caught Grant, but Dean got away, and then he came back and broke Grant out of jail and killed the sheriff.
I can't believe that.
That's true. When he took Grant to the place where he hid the money, Grant tried to take all the money and shot Dean in the process. Dean got away, and you know the rest. He told me that just before he died.
But he wasn't that kind of a man.
The bank money was marked, Kitty. It's in there if you want to see it.
Oh. Why'd you have to kill him?
Because he drew first, Kitty. When he knew I had him dead to rights. I'm sorry it happened the way it did. I understand how you felt about him.
There's no reason for you to be sorry, Matt. It's your job, I guess. Part of your rotten job. If you'll excuse me, I think I'd better get back to the Long Branch.
Kitty,
It being Saturday and all.
Kitty.
Could I walk you back, Miss Kitty?
Thank you, Chester.
Oh, Doc, what do you think?
Well, she took it a lot better than I thought she would.
Why don't we take care of things here and then go on down to the Long Branch and buy Kitty a drink, huh?
Yeah. I think she'd like that.
Hi, this is Dennis James to make a point about reliable, effective Kellogg's All Brand. Repeat after me, please. What do you want when you need brand?
What do you want when you need brand?
Reliability.
Reliability.
Now, what do you get in Kellogg's All Brand?
What do you get in Kellogg's All Brand? Reliability.
Right. There's nothing like the reliable Kellogg way to get the effectiveness you want from brand. Kellogg's All Brand is the real Battle Creek formula with more of the vital brand bulk to help you keep regular. Low in calories and mighty appetizing. That's Kellogg's All Brand. And take advantage of the special rosebush offer now on the package. Famous Queen of the Garden rose bushes, 6 formally patented varieties, every one a beauty, at just a fraction of their usual cost. Yours for only 50 cents a bush when you include a box top from reliable, effective Kellogg's All Brand.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Frank Ferris, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, John Daner, and Ralph Moody. Harley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Louis de Rochemont's Windjammer, a modern adventure on the high seas, now showing at the Wynwood Theater in Cinemiracle. The 3-projector process that casts its image on a gigantic curved wall-to-wall screen. See the exclusive engagement, Windjammer, at the Wynwood Theater, Zang's at Illinois in Oak Cliff. Call Whitehall 29529 for reservations. You're in tune with KRLD, AM and FM Dallas, complete big-time radio. Each Monday night at 8:10, when KRLD salutes one of the high schools in this area, you'll be entertained with music by the high school bands. You'll also enjoy songs by the various choral groups. Listen Monday night at 8:10, when KRLD will salute Grand Prairie High School. Stay tuned now for the news of the world tonight, followed at 7:15 by Howard K. Smith. KRLD time now 7 o'clock, the downtown temperature 46 degrees.
Where she might appear, at a glittering premiere surrounded by her fans, or at her wedding before the eyes of the world, in the platinum-plated rooms of Monte Carlo, or on a millionaire's yacht, they all worshipped the face, the fame, the figure of the world's most beautiful animal. Barefoot Contessa will shock you, provoke you, excite you, as no motion picture before it ever has. For no motion picture before it has dared to tell a story so revealing.
Where are you, Maria?
Half in the dirt and half out.
Then it hasn't been good for you.
Oh, in many ways, it's been beyond my dreams. Like a fairy tale of this century.
Written and directed by Academy Award winner Joseph L. Mankiewicz, the man who brought you Letter to Three Wives, All About Eve, Julius Caesar, and many other memorable films.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program coming to you from Hollywood, California, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with I See the Moon at Noon. Ladies and gentlemen, along about this time each year, folks seem to appreciate a lovely Jell-O dessert even more than usual. For Jell-O, with its vivid, shimmering colors, seems almost like a preview of spring. Its glowing beauty makes you forget that winter is still with us. It adds a special note of gaiety and good cheer to any March meal. And the refreshing, extra-rich flavor of Jell-O gives you a welcome foretaste of next summer's fruits with all their tantalizing, juicy, ripe goodness. So brighten up tomorrow night's dinner with a brilliant Jell-O dessert. Order several packages from your grocer the first thing in the morning, choosing any or all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime. And be especially sure to include strawberry, raspberry, and cherry Jell-O, for each has a new, improved flavor, obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And the result is something mighty swell. A unique and delightful flavor that you'll find better than ever. Enjoy a tempting Jell-O dessert tomorrow. That was I See the Moon at Noon, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after a month's vacation in Palm Springs, we bring you a man who looks a month younger, as if that made any difference, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I may only look a month younger, but believe me, I feel like a kid. If there was anything I needed, it was those 4 weeks on the desert. Roughing it really did me a world of good.
Roughing it? Well, I wouldn't exactly say that you were leading such a rough life there, Jack.
Oh, you wouldn't, eh?
No, I saw you out many a night in Palm Springs, and you were wearing a tuxedo.
Yes, but it wasn't pressed. And if you'd have looked close, you'd have noticed that carnation in my buttonhole was a cactus blossom. And full of stickers. Don't tell me I didn't rough it. Why, I'm as hard as nails.
So you feel pretty rugged now, huh, Jack?
Do I, Don? You remember how soft and flabby my arms used to be?
Uh-huh.
Well, wait till I roll up my sleeve. I'll make a muscle for you. Wait.
Huh? Oh, Jack, you don't have to bother. I'll take your word for it.
No, Don. You know what a liar I am. No, I want to show you. Now watch. I'll raise my arm. There. How's that, Don? How's that muscle?
Where? I don't see it.
Right there on that tattoo. See how fat the eagle is now? See?
Eagle? I thought that was a sparrow.
With E pluribus unum on it? What are you talking about? I tell you, Don, I feel so good I'd like to get in a scrap with someone. Wait till Dennis Day comes in. I'll straighten him out fast. He'll never know what hit him.
Now, Jack, wait a minute. Take it easy.
Take it easy, nothing. I've got a muscle, and I'm going to use it. That kid has got to learn how to behave himself.
But, Jack, you're being unfair. Ever since Dennis has been on this program, he's been a perfect little gentleman. Well-behaved and well-mannered.
Well-mannered? Let me tell you something, Don. Last Monday, when I gave Dennis his salary check, he looked me straight in the eye and said, "Thank you very much."
Well, what's wrong with that?
Don, with the check he gets, that very much is pure sarcasm. Teach that kid to thank me. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What are you doing with your fist up in the air?
I made a muscle for Don, and I can't get my arm down. See? See the muscle?
Where?
Right there.
Some muscle. Looks like a marshmallow with a hangover.
The hardest marshmallow you ever saw. Boy, there's a real muscle.
What are you going to do, stand there like a baking soda ad?
No, help me get my arm down. Here, pull. Ooh. Well, the eagle's a sparrow again. But just the same, wait till Dennis gets here. I'll fix that kid.
What about Dennis?
I'm going to beat him up, that's all. He's been acting too fresh around here lately, and it's time I straighten him out.
Straighten him out? Why don't you do something about Phil Harris? He's the wise guy.
Mary, Phil is nothing but a big, playful kid. But Dennis is a real troublemaker.
And he's smaller than you are.
That's merely a coincidence. Let me ask you something, Mary. How about when we were driving back from Palm Springs in the Maxwell? All that kid did was complain all the way in.
Well, who wouldn't complain? It's a 3-hour trip, and it took us 4 days to make it.
Well?
4 days from Palm Springs to Los Angeles? Why, it's only 120 miles.
129. We came by way of San Bernardino. Besides, we stopped to enjoy the scenery. It was lovely down with those snow-capped mountains and beautiful orange groves.
Oh, you and your orange groves. That's all we had for 4 days, orange juice.
Never mind.
The sign got 'em. All you can drink for 10 cents.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. Wait a minute. Don't give Don any false impressions. There was food, too. What about that delicious pressed chicken we had?
It had to be pressed. You ran over it.
All right, I didn't mean to do it. It was an accident.
An accident?
Yes.
Then why did Rochester yell tally-ho and chase it clear through a cornfield?
That never happened, and you know it. Would have been a very pleasant trip if you and Dennis hadn't been beefing all the time. I'll fix that kid. By the way, Don, how did you come back to town?
Well, the little woman and I took the train. It was a very nice, restful trip.
Oh, the train is swell, Don, but I prefer motoring myself. I don't know, you see more of the country that way.
But, Jack, even allowing for sightseeing, I can't understand why it took you 4 days to come from Palm Springs to Los Angeles.
Oh, 4 days isn't so bad.
That's progress. It used to take the covered wagon 6.
And they didn't come by way of San Bernardino like I did. Anyway, Mary, you had a swell time in Palm Springs. You're back in Hollywood safe and sound, so forget it.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, here he is. All right, kid, put him up. Put him up. You've been aching for trouble, and you're going to get it.
What's going on here?
It's a long story. Jack found a muscle.
It's not it at all. Come on, kid, up with your dues. I'll teach you to be careful.
Well, gee, I didn't mean to run over that tin can with the lawnmower.
That's not what I'm talking about. A small fine covers that. I just don't want you to go around complaining about your trip home from Palm Springs. I was nice enough to invite you.
Gosh, I drank so much orange juice I feel like a sunset.
Well, let me tell you something, Dennis. Orange juice is not only nourishing, but it's very good for you. It'll keep you from catching a cold.
I won't sneeze till 1980.
Well, that does it. All right, Dennis, put up your dues.
Oh, Jack, will you stop being so childish? You're just picking on Dennis because he's the smallest one in our gang.
Mary's right. It's not like you, Jack, to be a bully. Why, in your physical condition, you could mangle the kid.
I could? Gee.
Certainly. You're a gorilla. You don't realize your own strength.
I don't? Well.
No. Now, the least you can do is apologize to Dennis.
Well, all right.
You don't have to, Mr. Benny. I'm a rat, and that's all there is to it.
No. No, you're not a rat, kid.
Well, one of us is.
Look, Dennis, you better sing your song before I lose my temper again. I don't know my own strength, like Don says. Now, what's it going to be?
I'm going to sing In Dublin's Fair City.
Good, good. Oh, Mary.
What do you want?
Help me get my arm down. It's stuck again.
Okay.
Ooh. Thanks, Mary. Sing, kid.
In Dublin's fair city, where girls are so pretty, I first set my eyes on sweet Molly Malone. As she wheeled her wheelbarrow through streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh. Alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh. Cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh. She was a fishmonger, but sure it's no wonder, for so were father and mother before. They wheelbarrow through streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh. Alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh. Cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh. She died of a fever, and no one could save her, and that was the end of sweet Molly Malone. Her ghost wheels her barrow through streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh. Alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh. Crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh. Crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh.
That was In Dublin's Fair City, sung by Dennis Day. And very apropos, Dennis, tomorrow is St. Patrick's Day, isn't it?
Sure it is.
Yes, sir.
You tell me to put up my duke tomorrow, and I'll knock your block off.
Dennis, I'm not going all the bother putting my arm up again. So control yourself.
Oh, Jack.
What is it, Don?
Tomorrow being St. Patrick's Day, I have a great treat for our audience tonight.
A treat?
Yes, I prepared my commercial this evening with a Gaelic slant. I'm going to deliver it with an Irish brogue. I do it very well.
No kidding. Well, that really is a treat, Don. Any novelty is always welcome on this program. You say you do it with an Irish brogue, eh?
Yes.
Swell. Now go ahead. Let's hear it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you go to your neighborhood grocer, why not ask him for a package of tempting and appetizing Jell-O? It is not only economical and easy to make.
Where's the brogue?
But comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Don, where's the brogue?
So always insist on genuine Jell-O and look for the big red letters on the box. Be Gora.
Oh! There it is! Oh, that's it! Oh, I didn't know we were going to have... Well, you did that beautifully, Don. Oh, that's a marvelous brogue. How did you ever acquire it?
Oh, I do several dialects, Jack. Would you like to hear me read the same commercial as a Swede would do it?
Don, if you think I'm going to listen to that whole thing again just to hear you say yump and yiminy at the end of it, you're crazy. Now go away. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. You back in town already?
Yeah, I got in last night. But you know, I don't know, I wish we could have stayed in Palm Springs a couple of more weeks. It's wonderful there.
Well, personally, I'm glad to be back in the city.
What's the matter, Phil? Don't you like the desert?
No, that fresh air gets under my eyes and puffs them up.
Oh.
And I can't stand that hot sun beating down on my head.
Well, why don't you wear a hat?
Look, Jackson, I got gorgeous hair, and it would be sheer madness to hide it.
Well, that's the most conceited thing I ever heard. You know, Phil, I could have gorgeous hair, too, if I got it marcelled every week like you do.
Well, why don't you?
Well, maybe I will.
If you can get a Marcel, so can a coconut.
What? What did you say?
Did I put my dukes up, Mr. Benny?
Not this time, kid. This is strictly between Miss Livingston and me.
You want to step out in the alley?
Oh, quiet. We're talking to Phil about Palm Springs. Now, how long did it... Mary, put your dukes down. Phil, how long did it take you to drive back?
Well, with all the traffic and everything, about an hour and 45 minutes.
Only an hour and 45 minutes?
Yes, and I stopped for a rumble lesson in Pomona.
Well, I'll be darned. An hour and 45 minutes.
That's what I can't understand, Jack. Why in the world it should take you 4 days to drive that distance?
Well, we had a lot of tough breaks, Don, and hard luck all the way.
I'll say, just as we were pulling into Beaumont, all the tires blew out.
Yeah.
All 4 of them?
All 4 in the spare. They've got a union.
Wait a minute, you're wrong, Mary. We had that tire trouble in Banning. Beaumont is where we ran out of gas.
We ran out of gas in Azusa.
No, Mary, I think it was Arcadia. Yeah, we ran out of gas in Arcadia.
Arcadia's where the top blew off.
The top didn't blow off. It shook off. Besides, it didn't happen in Arcadia. It was Pasadena.
It was not.
It was, too.
Pasadena's where we hit a bump and the headlights changed places.
Oh, yes. We had motor trouble there, too.
Motor trouble? Were you held up very long?
Yeah, we had to stay overnight, so Jack and Rochester made a personal appearance at the theater.
That's right, Don. I figured as long as we had to stay there, we might as well do our act.
How was the business, Jackson? Did you pack them in?
Well, it was on such short notice, Phil, and then it was raining, and besides that, we were bucking a terrific picture that was playing right across the street.
Yeah? What was the name of it?
Puppets of Passion, starring Ronald Glick and Heather Noodleman. Adults only. But we did pretty well at that. Anyway, enough of our adventures getting back home. What do you say, Phil? How about a band number?
Okay, Jackson. What do you want us to play? Something popular or something classified?
That's classical. Classified. Oh, brother, what a dodo.
Well, it ain't my fault. You dragged me down to Palm Springs, and I missed 4 weeks of night school.
Oh, that's right. You did miss night school. Did it set you back any?
Yeah, the teacher's going around with another guy now.
Oh, she is. Say, your teacher must be good looking.
Jackson, she's pretty enough to be a cigarette girl.
I see. Well, Phil, let me know when you graduate from school, will you? I want to send your diploma to Ripley. Now, let's have a number. I don't care whether it's classified or classical. Just play it. Wait a minute. Come in.
Pues bueno, muchachos, estamos esperando aquí mucho tiempo.
No vale la pena. Mira la molestia que ya nos ha dado.
Esperamos bastante tiempo. Ya voy a pedir a Jack Benny que nos pague enseguida, pronto.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait, who are these three guys?
Those are the boys that sang on the program last week.
Oh, the Guadalajara Trio from Palm Springs. Well, I paid them their money. What do they want?
More.
More. I gave them plenty. I gave you mucho pesos, boys, remember?
Pero queremos más dinero, por eso estamos aquí.
Look, fellas, if you want more money, I'll straighten it out with you tomorrow. Mañana.
Why don't you pay them tonight?
I don't know the word. Mañana, boys. All right, go ahead and play, Phil. Hey, fellas, adios, will ya? Adios. I wish I knew a good Spanish lawyer. That was Darling Nellie Gray, played by Phil Harris and his classified orchestra. Classified meaning I'm going to put an ad in the paper. I've had enough of them. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Oiga, Jack Benny, ¿por qué no la arreglamos ahora?
Oh, please, fellas, I'll pay you pronto. Pronto.
Pronto means right now.
Oh. Mañana, fellas. Mañana. Adios, will ya? And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that next Sunday night for our feature attraction, the Benny, We Know Our Business, but We're in the Wrong One players, will present their version of 20th Century Fox's version, of Jack Kirkland's version, of Erskine Caldwell's famous book, that sensational and daring saga of the Georgia Hill Country, Tobacco Road. Thank you, Cupcake. I should have hit that thing. I've got a muscle. Now, this great American classic will be the outstanding effort of our next Sunday's broadcast.
I haven't seen the picture yet, Jack. What's it like?
Well, it follows the play pretty closely, Mary. And just think, the legitimate show is still playing at the Forest Theater in New York. Remember the time I took you to see Tobacco Road when it first opened?
Oh, yes. Gee, that was a long time ago.
Uh-huh.
I'll never forget that night. You wore a derby hat, white spats, and a checkered suit.
And a bamboo cane. You know, in those days when I'd walk down the street, I wanted people to know I was an actor.
You never could tell in the theater.
Oh, yes, they could.
Say, Jackson, I remember Tobacco Road in them days.
Oh, did you see it, Phil?
No, I lived there.
Oh, that's right. Well, Phil, you can be our technical advisor and tell us when to take our shoes off. You know? Anyway, folks, tonight, as a trailer to this outstanding dramatic vehicle, we are going to present a few of the highlights that will... Pardon me, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. Guess who this is?
Well, really, I haven't the slightest idea.
I'll give you a hint. Who works harder than anybody in the world?
Not you, Rochester. I bet $12 you're laying down while you're talking to me. You got the phone in one hand and a chicken sandwich in the other.
White meat or dark meat?
Never mind. I'm very busy now, Rochester. What do you want?
Well, I'm over here in Pasadena to pick up the Maxwell, but you didn't give me enough money.
Rochester, I gave you $20 to have that motor fixed. And that's plenty.
I know, but complications have set in.
What do you mean?
You remember how the motor used to backfire just before it blow up?
Yes?
Well, now it whistles 8 bars of there I go and boom.
Well, that's only because it's overheated. Is the fan turning over?
What's that, boss?
I said, is the fan turning over?
How can it? You've been wearing the belt for 2 weeks.
Well, that's your fault. You gave me a buckle for Christmas. Now tell the man to put on a new fan belt and have him fix that little leak in the radiator.
Little leak?
Yes.
Boss, that thing drips like a California sky.
Oh, it's not that bad. Now have it fixed and pay the garage man. And Rochester, if I didn't give you enough money, pay the difference and I will reimburse you.
I beg your pardon?
I said I'll reimburse you. That means I'll pay you back.
I know what it means. I just want to hear you say it.
You'll get it. Don't worry. I'll see you at home.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I read in the paper where you signed a contract to make another picture pretty soon. Is that correct?
Yes, why?
I wish you'd speak to me about those things.
That's none of your business. Goodbye. To speak to him about it. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I start to announce, we will now have a preview of Tobacco Road. Take it, Mr. Wilson.
Tobacco Road, a few of the highlights from this sensational production. First, romance.
I'll love you, Ellie Mae. What do you say we get hitched?
You mean get married?
No, get hitched. I want to plow the field.
Drama.
Hey, Jeter, ain't the clouds fleecy tonight?
That's the mattress. You're under the bed.
Intrigue.
Is there anybody home?
Yes, come in, Tree.
Comedy.
Why does a hen cross the road?
So Jack can have pressed chicken.
Now cut that out.
Suspense.
Estamos cansados de esperar aquí. Queremos el dinero.
I told you, fellas, mañana. Mañana.
Technicolor.
Hello, boss.
Rochester. These are only a few of the highlights of dramatic thrills that are in store for you next Sunday night. Don't forget to tune in, folks. Tobacco Road.
Bigger than puppets of passion.
You said it. Play, Phil.
Many folks find that Sunday evening is a swell time for writing those letters they've intended to write all week but just haven't got around to. So if you haven't yet written for your copy of General Foods' new dessert recipe book, as I know you've meant to, why not do it tonight? Just address an envelope to me, Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan. Then place a dime in coin or stamps in the envelope, together with your name and address, and mail it right away. In return, we'll send you a copy of our new dessert recipe book, a big 48-page recipe book so beautiful that you'll never tire of looking at it, and so convenient that you'll use it not just once or twice, but all the time. It's a new idea in recipe books altogether because it's designed to give you a different idea for dessert every single day of the year. There are tempting suggestions and recipes for 365 luscious desserts, pastries, puddings, cakes, cookies, and every other kind of treat you can think of, including lots of desserts made with rich, shimmering Jell-O. And this grand book is simply full of colorful, fascinating pictures, lovely photographs, and clever, attractive paintings, page after page of them. So don't wait another day to send for this useful and beautiful book. Tonight, take a few minutes to write for your copy. Just send 10 cents in coin or stamps to Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan. Be sure you remember the address. Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan.
The last number of the 24th program in the current Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. So be sure to tune in and hear our version of Tobacco Road. Say, Mary, I'm going to be a hillbilly next week. I better dig up some old clothes.
Why don't you wear that checkered suit? You still got it.
Oh, yes, but the coat is so tight on me now. I'll never be able to get my muscle in it.
Oh, just wear the vest. That hollow chest of yours will fit anything.
Not when I inhale. Good night, folks.
Whenever you reach for a cup of coffee, ladies and gentlemen, is there a still small voice inside that says,
"Careful now. You know you didn't sleep a wink last time you had coffee."
Then see that your coffee in the future is Sanka coffee, because it's the caffeine in ordinary coffees that keeps so many people awake. And Sanka coffee has had 97% of the caffeine taken out. Sanka is a real coffee, a delicious coffee, and it won't interfere with anybody's sleep. Sanka Coffee presents We the People over another network every Tuesday night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Country is the story of the giants who conquered the untamed land, virgin yet violent. The mighty drama of how this continent was won. From the canyons where the red rivers flow, to the prairies where the air is gunsmoke. Power-packed with a huge star cast. Gregory Peck as the stranger who came to the big country to tame a sea of sun, sand, and violence. Gene Simmons as the girl who stood proud and alone. Carol Baker of Baby Doll fame as the woman of uncontrollable love hungers. Charlton Heston in his biggest role since the Ten Commandments as the ruthless ranch foreman. Burl Ives as the fierce, proud buccaneer of the plains. Charles Bickford as the unrelenting range baron.
What do you want, Hennessy? You set foot in Blanco Canyon once more, and this country's gonna run red with blood till there ain't one of us left. Now, I don't hold mine so precious, so if you want to start, here. Start now.
Mr. Leach, I knew exactly where I was all the time.
You're a damn liar.
If it's a fight you're looking for, you picked the right time for it.
Don't you care what people think?
No.
Don't you care what I think? Do you like to have people think that you're...
Coward, why don't you say it? Are you afraid of the word? I'm not. And I'm not going to spend the rest of my life demonstrating how brave I am.
Do I make you sick? Do I? Ready!
one of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Laura, starring Dana Andrews, Gene Tierney, Vincent Price, and Otto Kruger. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. Lionel Barrymore.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, if there is one form of entertainment we Americans are singularly partial to, it's the mystery or detective story, popularly known as the whodunit. 1 out of every 4 new works of fiction published in this country is a mystery or detective story. Some 300 new books of this sort appear each year. Needless to say, you couldn't read all of them if you tried. But tonight, we're bringing you one of the most intriguing mysteries of recent years, the current 20th Century Fox hit, Laura. Our stars are Gene Tierney, who is just completing a Bell for Adano at 20th Century Fox, Dana Andrews, and Vincent Price, all 3 in their original screen roles. Also, the ever-versatile Otto Kruger. Now, I think one of the reasons mystery stories are so popular, especially in troubled times like these, is that they satisfy our sense of order. They take a troublesome and seemingly hopeless situation, and they put everything to rights, simply by the use of human intelligence and sensible methods. Of course, you could say the same about lots of things. Lux Flakes, for instance. They take those troublesome problems of how to wash fine fabrics safely so they'll wear longer and look better, and they give a quick and very satisfactory solution, especially in these difficult times when it's important to take care of what we have. It's little wonder Lux Flakes are so popular. Well, now it's curtain time. And here's Act 1 of Laura, starring Dana Andrews as Mark McPherson, Gene Tierney as Laura, Vincent Price as Shelby Carpenter, and Otto Kruger as Paul Lydecker. Now, most people who read a newspaper or listen to the radio know the name Paul Lydecker. Mr. Lydecker is a legendary oracle of barbed wire and forget-me-nots, whose enchanted pen and acid tongue have brought fame to hundreds and oblivion to just as many. His New York apartment is a combination art gallery and Roman bath. And now, immersed in one of his marble pools, Mr. Lydecker has a visitor, Detective Lieutenant Mark McPherson of the Homicide Bureau.
Be careful, will you? That stuff is priceless.
Oh. Mr. Lydecker? Quite an art collection in there.
Those pieces you are pawing over are irreplaceable.
Nice little place you have.
It's lavish. I call it home. You'll hear about the murder of Laura Hunt. I made my statement yesterday to Sergeant Detective Crane.
I know.
Told him what I know. Now suppose you tell me what you know.
Why not?
Hand me that washcloth, Mr.
McPherson.
How good a detective are you?
I've picked up a few facts. Laura Hunt was killed the night before last. A bell rang. She opened the door and someone pulled the trigger of a shotgun. It wasn't nice. The range was close.
Have you found the shotgun?
No.
What else?
The thought comes to me, Mr. Lydecker, who's questioning who?
May I remind you that you're a guest in my home?
Yeah, that's right. What else, huh? Well, Miss Hunt was a very good-looking girl, probably. About 25, lived in a swell apartment, had a maid named Bessie.
And where did she get the wherewithal to support such a menage?
Bullet Company, advertising agency. She had a good job, art director or something.
Not or something.
She has a lady cousin in town and a couple of boyfriends. One named Shelby Carpenter, and the other is Paul Lydecker.
Today is Sunday. Why haven't you tried to see me?
Because it's a peculiar case, and I wanted to think.
If you'll wait, I'll go with you when you leave.
Why?
Murder's my favorite crime. My radio audience loves it. I know you'll visit all your suspects, and I'd like to study their reactions.
You're on the list yourself, you know.
Be insulted if I weren't.
Were you in love with Laura Hunt, Mr. Lydecker? Was she in love with you?
Laura considered me the wisest, the wittiest, the most interesting man she'd ever met. I was in complete accord with her on that point. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll get dressed. Where shall we be stopping first, Lieutenant?
I'd like to see Laura Hunt's cousin.
Mrs. Ann Treadwell, yes, of course.
I'd like to ask a few questions, Mrs. Treadwell.
I'll do anything I can to help. Oh, good morning, Paul.
Good morning, Ann.
You were fond of your cousin, Mrs. Treadwell?
I adored Laura. Paul can tell you.
Yeah, I can tell you considerable.
Did you approve of Miss Hunt's coming marriage to Mr. Carpenter?
Why shouldn't I approve?
I don't know. Just what does Shelby Carpenter mean to you, Mrs. Treadwell?
To me?
Well, he comes here regularly. Is he a friend, acquaintance? Or are you in love with him?
Oh, this is beginning to assume fabulous aspects.
What are you driving at?
The truth. Are you in love with him?
Why, no. I'm very fond of Shelby, of course. Everybody is.
I despise him.
You've been withdrawing a lot of cash from your bank, Mrs. Treadwell. $1,500 at a clip. $1,700.
I needed that money.
Mm-hmm. The day you took out $1,500, Carpenter deposited $1,350. When you withdrew $17, he deposited $15.
You shooting craps, Ann?
Oh, must I be insulted like this? Shelby needed some money. I lent it to him. I supposed I could do with it as I pleased.
Sure. Now, on Friday night, you were home alone. Why didn't you go to the concert with Mr. Carpenter?
Concert? Why, I didn't go because he didn't ask me.
Well, hello. Oh, just talking about you, Carpenter. What a coincidence to find you here.
This is Lieutenant McPherson.
Yes, we've met.
I didn't know you were here, Mr. Carpenter.
I've been lying down. My hotel room is so hot, and then all the reporters and the telephone. You know how it is, Lieutenant. I've hardly slept a wink since it happened.
Is that a sign of guilt or innocence, McPherson?
I'm as eager to find the murderer as you are, Lieutenant. Laura and I were going to be married this week, you know.
No, he doesn't know, and neither do I, nor you, nor anyone else.
Oh?
Laura had not definitely made up her mind to marry him. She told me so herself. She was going to the country to think it over. Laura was extremely kind, but she'd never have thrown her life away on a male beauty in distress.
I suppose you've heard losers whine before, eh, Lieutenant?
Yesterday, you said you went to that concert Friday night, Mr. Carpenter. What did they play?
Oh, some Brahms and Beethoven's Ninth.
Mm-hmm. Well, this place Miss Hunt had in the country. Have you got a key to it?
No, but I think there's one in her apartment.
Well, I'll have a look.
And perhaps I could help you?
Okay, come along. Goodbye, Mrs. Treadwell. You can start looking for that key now, Mr. Carpenter.
Oh, yes. I'll try the den. Excuse me.
That's the dame's portrait on the wall, isn't it?
Will you stop calling Laura a dame? Look at the furnishings. Would you call this the home of a dame? Look at her portrait.
I am. Not bad.
It was painted by Joseph Carter. He was in love with her then. Have you ever been in love, McPherson?
A doll in Washington Heights once got a fox fur out of me.
Have you ever known a woman who wasn't a doll or a dame?
Yeah, one, but she kept walking me past furniture stores.
Where are you going?
Phonograph. There's a record on here. Selections from Bitter Sweet.
One of Laura's favorites. Not exactly classical, but very nice.
You know a lot about music?
I don't know a lot about anything, but I know a little about practically everything.
Then why did you say they played Brahms and Beethoven at that concert? They played nothing but Sibelius.
Did they? Well, to be perfectly honest, I fell asleep and I didn't hear a note. Oh, I know it sounds phony, but I'm just a natural-born suspect. You see, I'm not the conventional type.
Don't worry, I fall asleep at concerts myself. Find that key?
No, maybe it's in here in her desk. Yes, it is. I knew there must be one around somewhere.
It's funny, the police looked in that desk drawer yesterday and the drawer was empty. You had the key right along, didn't you, Carpenter?
Yes. I didn't want to give it to you while Lydecker was present. I have private reasons that don't concern him.
You have private reasons, no doubt, to lie about that key.
Paul, I'm warning you to stop implying I had anything to do with Laura's death.
Very well, I'll stop implying. I'll make a direct statement.
You asked for this, Paul.
Get it out, the two of you. Okay, we came here to find the key, and I've got the key. Now, let's get out.
There's nothing more you want from me?
No, not now.
Well, I'll run along then.
You, having lunch, Lieutenant?
I guess so.
There's rather a superior restaurant nearby.
Okay, let's go. Nice, quiet little place, Mr. Lydecker.
Yeah.
What's the matter?
You wouldn't call me a sentimental person, would you, Lieutenant?
Well,
Dozens of times we sat here at this very table, Laura and I.
How long did you know her?
Nearly 5 years. I was just thinking, we were eating lunch, and it was at lunch that I first met Laura. The Algonquin Hotel. I was alone. I looked up and I found her standing in front of me. She had a layout in her hand.
Lydecker, how do you do? I'm Laura Hunt.
Well?
I'd like to talk something over with you, if I may.
I am eating my lunch.
Yes, but it's practically impossible to get to see you, and
Either you're from some incredibly remote community where good manners are unknown, or you suffer from a common delusion that being a female exempts you from all the rules of civilized conduct.
Possibly. But I wanted to show this to you. It's an ad for the Wallace Flow-Wright pen. You're such a famous writer and commentator. It would be tremendously helpful if you'd endorse what we say about the Flow-Wright pen.
I don't use a pen. I write with a goose quill dipped in poison. And you may tell your employers that...
Oh, they don't know anything about this. It was all my idea. They'd give anything to get your endorsement. And if I were the person getting it, why...
You disregard completely something far more important to me than your career.
Oh?
My food.
You mean that, don't you?
Well, of course I mean.
I never heard of anything so selfish.
In my case, self-absorption is completely justified. I have never discovered any subject quite so worthy of my attention.
But in your column, on the radio, the things you say, they're filled with such understanding, such sentiment.
Miss Hunt, you are beginning to bore me.
You're a poor man, Mr. Lydecker. I feel very sorry for you. Goodbye.
With Laura Hunt occurred about 2 hours later.
Kept after you, did she?
No, I went to her because I couldn't stop thinking about her. I was more than slightly annoyed, but she had something, that girl. Something far deeper than good looks. I went to Bulletin Company, proceeded to do something I have carefully avoided since the age of 2. I apologized. Laura looked at me and she smiled.
Your apology is accepted, Mr. Lydecker. It was very nice of you to go to all this trouble. Goodbye.
In a moment, Miss Hunt. For reasons which are too embarrassing to mention, I'd like to endorse the Wallace Flow-Wright pen. Have you an ad?
You're a very strange man. Now I'm sure you're sorry for the way you acted.
Let's not get psychiatric. But in a word, yes.
And you are a very kind person.
No, I'm vicious. The real secret of all my charm. But if you think me kind, I'll call for you here at 6.
What?
We'll have dinner together. I can't make it any later. Will you be ready?
Why, yes, I'll be ready.
Coffee, Mr. Lydecker?
Thanks. I started then to help Laura. I did everything in the world for her. I am a man reputedly of overwhelming ego, but this I admit without reserve. It was Laura's own talent, her own incredible charm that enabled her to rise to the top of her profession. Through me, Laura met everyone, famous and the infamous. And deferring always to my taste and judgment, she captivated them all. She became as well known as my walking stick in white carnation. And like them, she was always with me.
When does Carpenter enter the picture?
Well, men couldn't keep away from Laura, but she never regarded them seriously, but me. Her own discrimination ruled them out, and I never had to intercede. She met Carpenter one night at a party at Ann Treadwell's. She became attracted to him instantly. I was shocked. As a fellow completely without talent, with as much depth of character as a saucer of stale gin. Shortly before I took Laura home, I overheard her talking with Carpenter on the terrace.
And so I spend my time doing what I've always done, nothing.
Then tell me, what does it feel like living on the income from an estate?
Oh, I once knew what it felt like, but the sheriff interfered with that over 10 years ago.
Then why don't you work for a living?
Oh, I did ask a friend for a job once. All he did was laugh. He thought I was joking.
Weren't you?
No, when he saw I was sincere, he just got embarrassed. He said he'd phone me. That was months ago.
Do you really want a job?
Yes, I do.
Then you've got one.
What?
Now you think I'm joking. Well, I'm not. You just be at Bulletin Company tomorrow morning. You're going to work, Mr. Carpenter.
And so in time they got engaged, huh?
They became attached to each other very quickly. I concealed my annoyance with masterly self-control, but here was a situation, however ridiculous, that required my attention. As you will see, it was for Laura's own good. Well, I followed them one night to this very restaurant. They had been working late on some advertising campaign.
Tell me the truth, Laura. Will it really make people brush their teeth more often?
The idea's wonderful, Shelby. And so are the layouts. By the way, who's the model you used?
You don't remember? Well, you hired her yourself, Diana Redfern.
Oh, of course.
Laura, you look wonderful.
Well, that's a quick switch of subject.
Oh, I like this one much better than toothpaste.
Good.
Could you have dinner with me tomorrow night just like this?
Maybe.
And what about the night after that?
But, Shelby, I can't just...
What about 3 weeks from tonight and all the nights in between?
Don't you think I have any other engagement?
What about 2 months from now and the month after that?
And what about next year?
Then it's all settled. What about breakfast? What about lunch? Beautiful lunches, day after day.
And what about beautiful work, day after day?
Why, Miss Hunt, the way you talk, you'd think I was in love with you.
Sparkling bit of dialogue, wasn't it, Lieutenant McPherson?
If they'd known you were listening, they might have snapped it up a bit.
Laura knew that I had overheard them because I told her so the following evening. By then, I had some other information to tell her also.
I don't care what you found out about Shelby. It's the snooping about Paul. It's degrading.
Of course, but I thought you'd want to know. That sterling character almost went to jail last year for passing rubber checks. And after that, in Virginia, he was suspected of stealing his hostess's jewelry.
Those are only insinuations. I know his fault. But a man can change, can't he?
Oh, Laura, for heaven's sake, open your eyes. So Carpenter has changed. Yes, he's changed from you to Diana Redfern. Running around with her now. A model from your own office.
Paul, how can you be so despicable? You know what you mean to me. How can you try so deliberately to hurt me?
Hurt you?
Paul, Shelby and I are going to be married next week.
Ah. You gave him a cigarette case on his birthday, didn't you? A valuable case?
Where did you get it?
From the pawn shop where Diana Redfern took it after he gave it to her.
I don't believe it. He probably needed money and was too proud to borrow.
Perhaps that's why this pawn ticket is in her name.
I won't let this go any further. I'm going to telephone him.
You won't find him at his hotel. Tonight, Carpenter's deserted both you and Miss Redfern. He's dining with a young and wealthy widow. Someone you know. Your cousin. He's been treating her rather badly these days.
I'll phone Anne at once.
Really, my dear, you don't think that Anne would give him away, do you? Oh, it's nasty, I know it, but I must make you realize... Now, suppose we visit Cousin Anne,
He won't be there. I know he won't. Oh, good evening, Miss Laura. Good evening, Mr. Lydecker.
Hello, Margaret.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, but Mrs. Treadwell isn't at home. Satisfied, Paul?
Well, suppose we just wait for her.
Oh, please, Mr. Lydecker.
Come in, Laura.
Why, Laura, dear. And Paul. We were just having dinner.
Yes, I know.
Laura, I didn't expect to see you tonight.
There you are, Laura, in a moment of supreme disaster. He's trite.
I was just telling Anne about our getting married. Well, sit down, you two.
Oh, no. No, thanks. I just stopped by to give you this. Your cigarette case. You must have misplaced it somewhere.
Laura, wait a minute.
Good night, Anne. Good night, Shelby.
When was this episode of the cigarette case, Mr. Lydecker?
Last Wednesday night. On Friday, Laura had lunch with a Redfern girl.
I wish I'd been there.
And as I said in my statement, Laura and I were to have had dinner that night. At 7 o'clock, my phone rang. I had a sudden sensation of depression, a foreboding of disaster. Hello?
Paul, I'm frightfully sorry, but I just can't meet you.
Well, there's nothing wrong, Laura. I mean, you're not ill?
Oh, no. I just decided to go to the country for a few days.
What, in this storm? Why, it's pouring.
It won't last, Paul. It will do me a lot of good to be alone.
Oh, you're thinking about Carpenter, huh?
Of course. Please, I simply must have time to think this out for myself.
When will you be back, dear?
I don't know. I'll call before I leave. Maybe you could meet me.
Well, of course I will.
Thank you, Paul. Goodbye.
Goodbye, my dear. That was the last time I ever heard her voice.
This Redfern girl, where does she live?
In Newark. She's in the phone book. I will never forgive myself for allowing Laura to become involved with Carpenter. That was my fault. I should have stopped it long ago, somehow.
Well, she's dead now. It's too late even to think about it. Well, so long.
Yeah, too late even to think about it. Goodbye, Lieutenant.
Our stars will return with Act 2 of Laura in a moment. Now, here's what a young girl said to me the other day.
Mr. Kennedy, why do you always talk as if only housewives wash dishes? Now, I work in an office from 9 to 5:30, but I'm the KP at home. Wash dishes every night for 5 of us. Oh, Mother cooks the dinner, but I clean up afterwards so she has a chance to talk with Dad and catch up on mending for the kids. And I know a lot of other business girls who do dishes, too.
So I asked her if she knew what dishpan hands were.
You bet I do. For a while, Mother brought home any old kind of soap. Strong chips, granules, bars. Well, sometimes my hands were so red I wanted to wear mitts when I took dictation. So that's why the dishpan test you talk about interested me. Now, you say changing to Lux takes dishpan hands away, and you're right. One day, Mother brought some Lux flakes home, and in just a few days, my hands looked nicer. Soon they were soft and smooth as you please.
Then I said, maybe you're too young to worry about being thrifty, but that's another advantage with Lux. It goes a long way. Ounce per ounce does up to twice as many dishes, we've found, as other leading soaps tested. Then she said...
Well, I can believe that, too. Some of the soaps I used to use didn't dissolve completely and made little gooey lumps in the dishpan. But with Lux, I get such quick and abundant suds. It dissolves so quickly. So I've told Mother to keep on getting Lux if she wants me to keep on washing dishes.
And now, Mr. Barrymore returns to the microphone.
Act 2 of Laura, starring Jean Tierney as Laura, Dana Andrews as Mark McPherson, Vincent Price as Shelby Carpenter, and Otto Kruger as Lydica. It's an hour later. In front of Laura Hunt's apartment, Lieutenant Detective Mark McPherson picks up Sergeant Crane. Together, they make another thorough search of the girl's rooms. Two things interest McPherson: a pile of Laura's letters and a bottle of Scotch whiskey.
If you're thirsty, Lieutenant, I think you can do better than that there.
I'm not thirsty. When did you say that maid was due here?
Any minute now. Say, where's McCavity?
In the basement. I've had the telephone tapped. He's sitting on it.
But who's going to use the phone besides us?
Nobody I know of. Still a good idea. I'm making a call now myself. Go down in the basement and relieve Mac. I'll wait here for the maid. Carpenter's coming, too.
Okay.
Hello. Miss Gurney's? This is Lieutenant McPherson, Homicide Bureau. Laura Hunt's been buying liquor from you, hasn't she? Yeah. Did she ever buy a brand of scotch called Black Pony? You sure of that? Okay. Thanks. Oh, come on in, Miss Clary.
Never mind that Miss Clary stuff. My name's Bessie.
Have a chair.
It seems to me those letters belong to her.
Yeah.
You've been reading her private letters.
I said sit down.
Cops. I was brought up to spit whenever I saw one.
Okay, go ahead and spit if that'll make you feel any better.
What do you want to find out?
Who killed Laura Hunt?
How would I know? You think I'd done it? Ask anyone. Anyone who ever came here. Why, I'd have worked for her, or scrubbed for her, or done anything she would have wanted of me. Pay or no pay.
You're loyal, Bessie.
It wasn't only on account of the wonderful things she'd done for me. It was because she was so wonderful herself. Miss Hunt was a real lady. Something cops wouldn't know about.
How'd this bottle get into her cabinet?
I put it there.
It's cheap scotch, Bessie. Laura Hunt wouldn't buy cheap scotch.
I found it on a kitchen shelf Saturday morning.
You know what that means?
It means that somebody brought it here Friday night.
And that somebody was here with her Friday night. Now, who was it?
I don't know. But I didn't want anybody to get any wrong idea about her. God rest her soul. That's why I put the bottle in the liquor cabinet. I done more than that. There were 2 glasses. I washed them out and cleaned off the bottle, too.
Destroying evidence, Bessie.
I don't care. I'll do anything to keep her name from being dragged through the mud.
Relax. Bessie, I'd like some ice in this setup. You mind?
I'll get it.
A couple of highball glasses. I'm expecting somebody.
More cops.
No, Shelby Carpenter. Let him in and then get the glasses.
The door's open, Lieutenant.
Oh, come in. I didn't expect you, Mrs. Treadwell. Oh, are you either, Mr. Lydecker?
Shelby's dropping you at the hairdresser later.
I only sent for you, Carpenter. I know.
So I thought I might as well come along.
Yes, my excuse is equally feeble. I just dropped in to inquire as to the state of your health, Lieutenant. Insipid, I trust?
About to have a drink. Oh, Bessie, 2 more glasses.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Bessie. What are you doing here?
I'm paid up for the week, and I'm working regardless.
Scotch, Lydecker?
Excellent.
Will this do? It's Black Pony.
I'm a guest here. It'll have to do.
Here's the ice and the glasses.
You can skip mine, Lieutenant. I'm not much of a daytime drinker. Oh? Well, that'll be all, Bessie. You can go home now.
But Yes, sir. I'll go.
Thank you.
I remember when Laura bought these glasses. She loved them. She loved all her things so.
What are you going to do, sell them?
I suppose so, if I'm appointed administrator. I'll probably call in Corey.
Corey, the art dealer?
Yes, he can dispose of everything. It'll be less Less gruesome that way.
Not quite everything, Anne. There are 2 or 3 things that belong to me. That vase, for instance, the antique fire screen, and, of course, the clock.
That's quite a hunk of clock. You've got one just like it, haven't you? I noticed it in your apartment.
They were made 200 years ago by Corbeil Fils. 2 clocks exactly the same, created at the order of the Prince of Wales. I lent one to Laura.
Oh, really, Paul?
Yes, really, but the vase is the gem of my collection, and I intend to have it back. I can take it with me now.
Nothing's leaving here, Lydecker. Only you.
Oh, is that your quaint way of indicating dismissal?
Well, we're all leaving. I've got to get back to headquarters.
But I don't understand, Lieutenant. I thought you sent for me.
I did.
Well, don't you want to ask me any questions?
Nothing pressing.
Oh, I see.
Well, I bid you goodbye.
The vase, Mr. Lydecker. Put it down.
The what? Oh, of course. Just a slight touch of kleptomania.
Crane?
Yeah?
McPherson. I'm back. Upstairs in the apartment. How you doing in the basement? Any calls come in this afternoon?
Not a thing.
I've just been looking the place over. I've only done it 40 times.
Anything interesting?
Everything's interesting. Especially that portrait.
A really beautiful doll, Lieutenant.
Yeah. I've read her letters, smelled her perfume, drank her scotch, gone through her wardrobe. Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Someone in the hall. Look, at 7 o'clock. Alford will be along to relieve you. Make sure Alford keeps his ear on that phone.
Right.
Who is it?
Yes.
Coming, Lydecker. You just happened to be passing by.
And I noticed the lights on. By the way, have you sublet this apartment, McPherson? You're here often enough to pay rent.
Any objections?
Yes. Especially to your prying into Laura's letters. That bundle in your pocket, for instance.
No, these. They're yours. The best of the bunch. That's the trouble with getting murdered, Lydecker. It ruins your privacy.
And have detectives who buy portraits of murdered victims a claim to privacy? Lancaster Corey tells me you already put in a bid for Laura's portrait.
That's none of your business.
McPherson, did it ever strike you that you're acting very strangely? It's a wonder that you don't come here with roses and a box of drugstore candy. Have you been dreaming of Laura as your wife? By your side at the policeman's ball or in the bleachers? Or listening to the heroic saga of how you acquired a silver shin bone in a gun battle with a gangster? Yeah, I see you have.
Why don't you go home? I'm busy.
Well, perhaps we can come to terms now, huh? You want her portrait? Perfectly understandable. I want my possessions, my vase, my clock, my fire screen. Now, if you
Get going.
You better watch out, Lieutenant. You'll end up in the psychiatric ward. I don't think they've ever had a patient who fell in love with a beautiful girl who died before he met her. Or did you meet her? Well, good night, McPherson.
Roses and a box of drugstore candy. Have you been dreaming of Laura as your wife? Yes, I can see you have. You better watch out, Lieutenant. You'll wind up in the psychiatric ward. I don't think that they ever...
What's the matter with me? Maybe you can tell me. You, the girl in that portrait there. You're beautiful. The most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Somebody killed you. Why? Why? I could sit here and look at you all night. All night long I could sit and...
Who is it? Who's in there?
You.
What are you doing there?
You're alive.
If you don't get out once, I'll call the police.
You're Laura Hunt, aren't you? Aren't you?
I'm going to call the police.
But I am the police, you see. My badge, credentials, Mark McPherson.
What's all this about?
You don't know? Don't you know what's happened?
No.
Haven't you seen a paper? Where have you been?
In the country. I don't get a newspaper.
Haven't you got a radio?
It was broken. What?
Here. Look at these headlines. Sit down, Miss Hunt. I'm very glad to see you. On Friday night, somebody was murdered in this room.
What did you say?
Until you opened that door just now, we thought it was you. Now, do you have any idea who it could have been?
You don't know?
A girl died from shotgun wounds, close range. No, apparently we don't know. Key to this apartment.
Nobody except my maid, and when did you say it happened?
Friday night. You'd better take off that coat. It's dripping wet. When did it start raining?
Just a few minutes ago. It's teeming outside.
It was raining Friday night, too. When that go... Wait a minute. Raining. Now, come with me, Miss Hunt. Here, into your room. I want you to please look in your closet.
I simply don't
The closet, Miss Hunt. Here, open it up. Do all these dresses belong to you?
Certainly they belong to me.
All of them? Every one?
Are you out of your mind? Of course they... What's this one?
I don't know. You tell me.
Why, this dress isn't mine. It's hers. Diana Redfern's. She had it on when she came for lunch on Friday.
Well,
But this dress wasn't in here when I left. It wasn't.
this Redfern girl, is she a girl about your size?
Yes, she's a model. She works for us.
Yes, and she lives in Newark, but she hasn't been home. Her landlady said she'd gone to Philadelphia.
That's right. We have a branch office in Philadelphia. She had an assignment there. But she didn't go. It was postponed.
She got relatives in the city?
An aunt and uncle. The same name. They live in the village.
Thanks.
Where are you going?
Just to the telephone, Miss Hunt. I think Miss Redfern's aunt and uncle had better go to the morgue right away to make an identification. Right. So long, Inspector. Well, that's that, Miss Hunt.
They've located the Redferns.
Yes, we ought to know soon. Now, Miss Hunt, when you went to the country Friday, did you see anyone you knew on the train?
No.
Then what?
I got off at Norwalk. I keep a car in a private garage near the station. I drove to my house. It's about 18 miles.
What did you do in the country?
Worked in my garden.
Didn't leave your place in all that time?
I keep everything I need in the house. I went there expressly to be alone.
Mm-hmm. You were going to marry Shelby Carpenter this week.
Yes.
But you went away for a long weekend to be alone. You know Shelby Carpenter has a key to this apartment. Why didn't you tell me?
Because I know nothing of the sort. He hasn't.
How else did the Redfern girl get into the apartment? You knew she was in love with Carpenter.
I knew she was in love with him. She told me so herself. But I also know that she meant nothing to Shelby. I understand him better than you do.
She was found, and I'm convinced now it was Miss Redfern. She was found in your dressing gown.
What of it? You yourself told me it was raining Friday night. You yourself just saw her dress. It's full of wrinkles and rain spots.
How did she get in here? Why? Who brought her here?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Now, look, Miss Hunt, do you love this Carpenter fellow so much you'd risk your own safety to protect him? He must have brought her here.
You suspect me. You think I killed somebody in jealousy.
I'm trying to get at the truth. I'm sorry. Strictly routine. Well, I'll see you in the morning, Miss Hunt. Meanwhile, don't leave this apartment and don't use the telephone.
But I've got to use it. I've got to let my friends know I'm alive.
I'm sorry, but I must insist. If anything should happen to you now, I wouldn't like it.
All right, I promise.
There's one more thing. I know that you went away to make up your mind whether you'd marry Shelby Carpenter or not. What did you decide?
I decided not to marry him.
Well, I'll be seeing you in the morning, Miss Hunt. Good night.
Good night.
Alford?
That you, Mark?
Yeah.
Watch your step. It's pretty dark down here.
Anything come through those earphones?
Yeah, the morgue just called. Is the Redfern girl all right?
Well, it kind of balls things up, doesn't it?
Yeah. Say, you seem pretty... Hey, wait a minute. She's dialing a number up there.
Give me those earphones.
Here.
Hello?
Shelby, this is Laura. I must tell you...
Don't say anything on the telephone. Meet me right away in front of the office. Can you leave?
Right away.
Was that...
Yeah. Dames are always pulling a switch on you. You stay here, Alford. McCavity out front?
Yeah.
Get headquarters. Tell them to send another man down here right away. McCavity's going to tail the girl.
What about you?
I think I'll stick by Mr. Carpenter. I'll see you.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. In just a moment, our stars will be back with Act 3 of Laura. Now, here's our Libby with her head in a turban, looking like a fortune teller.
I see the future of your stockings.
Well, here's a lady who'd like to know how long her stockings will last. Suppose you tell her.
How long have you had them now?
They're new. I've worn them twice.
You will wear these stockings for 3 weeks more, until Monday, February 26th.
Why, how wonderful. How can you tell?
It's simple. According to a washing expert, 23 days is the average wearing cycle of rayon stockings. So if you've worn these 2 days already, you've still got 21 days or 3 weeks to go.
But my stockings never last that long. I must be way under average.
Oh, that's too bad. Perhaps I can help you. I see you in the evening washing stockings. I see cake soap and rubbing.
That's right. In this weather, stockings get all splattered up the back, and I have to rub to get the spots out.
Well, I think that's your trouble then. You see, stockings are delicate. They just can't take harsh treatment like that. They need gentle care, lukewarm water and gentle Lux, and no rubbing. If they are spotted, just take a few Lux flakes in your moistened fingers and work them in gently. Then squeeze the suds through the stocking, rinse well, and dry rayons for at least 24 hours. With proper care, I'm sure your new stockings will last much longer.
Yes, strain tests show that Lux stockings do last longer, actually twice as long as those washed with strong soap or rubbed with cake soap. Twice the wear from every pair with Lux Care. That's worthwhile, isn't it? So stick to Lux for stockings. Now, Mr. Barrymore returns to the microphone.
Now, after the play, you're invited to join us for a brief chat with our stars. Now, here's Act 3 of Laura, starring Dana Andrews as Mark, Gene Tierney as Laura, Vincent Price as Shelby Carpenter, and Otto Kruger as Lydica. For 3 hours, Detective Lieutenant McPherson's been following Shelby Carpenter. Now in the black hours of night, he stops his car near a lonely house 18 miles from Norwalk and makes his way carefully toward the front door. It's not quite shut. He peers through the crack for a moment and then walks in.
What are you doing with that shotgun, Carpenter?
Well, I must admit this is somewhat embarrassing, Lieutenant.
Let me see that gun. Been fired recently.
Yes, I killed some rabbits with it.
When?
Oh, a while back. I don't know exactly. I gave the gun to Laura for protection.
You haven't borrowed it lately. You didn't just bring it back.
You ought to know. You've been following me.
You realize the spot you're in? You brought Diana Redfern to Laura's apartment. You knew all along it was she who was murdered. Didn't you know Laura would come back any day and spill the whole thing? Or did you plan to kill her, too?
Oh, you're being fantastic, McPherson.
You took a bottle of Black Pony to her house Friday night.
I took it there over a week ago.
Bessie says Friday night.
I can't help what Bessie says.
Where's the key to Laura's apartment?
I haven't got one. I never had one.
Okay, you didn't bring the Scots there Friday night and you never had a key. How did you get in?
Well,
Come on, talk.
Talk? Well, all right. You see, Laura kept an extra key in her office. I'd asked Diana to meet me in a restaurant. I wanted to have it out with her once and for all. You know, she thought she was in love with me. She started to get hysterical. We had to leave. Well, I couldn't very well take her to her room in Newark, could I? Or to my hotel room. So we started to walk. It began to rain suddenly, and we got drenched. I thought of the key, and I stopped by the office to get it. We couldn't find a taxi, and so we walked back to Laura's apartment.
Yeah?
Diana went to Laura's bedroom. When she came out, she had on a dressing gown. Well, we talked, argued maybe, for a couple of hours, and then the doorbell rang.
Why didn't you go to the door?
Well, suppose one of Laura's friends had found me there.
What would they think of finding Diana there?
I told her to say that Laura had lent her the apartment. Anybody who knew Laura would have believed that.
Don't stop.
Well, I heard Diana open the door, and then there was an awful explosion. By the time I reached her, the door was shut again. Diana just lay there on the floor.
Didn't you go out to see who did it?
I was too confused, too horrified to do anything. The hallway was dark. I don't remember what I did. I knew I had to keep out of it and keep Laura out of it, too. The only thing on my mind was the safety of a person whose life was dearer to me than my own. Don't you understand that?
Did you think Laura had killed her? Did you?
I don't remember what I thought.
Do you think so now?
No.
On Saturday, when Detective Crane went to see you, you seemed sincerely shocked.
I was. I hadn't expected the police to mistake Diana's body for Laura's.
But your alibi was all ready. The concert. You knew the minute Laura got back to town, it wouldn't stick.
I couldn't think that far ahead. I was groping for some way to keep Laura's name out of it. I was heartbroken about Diana and panic-stricken about Laura.
Okay. And tonight you met Laura in front of her office. What did you talk about?
About what I've just told you. Well, what are you turning on the radio for?
To see if it works. Why don't you tell her the truth? She sent you here to get rid of that gun.
She doesn't even know I came here. It was my own idea.
The radio works fine, doesn't it?
Well, why wouldn't it?
I hoped it wouldn't. All right. We're driving back to New York.
Well, am I under arrest?
I don't know. Just don't leave town. It would be a very foolish thing to do.
Oh, good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning. You know, I have a terrific yen to call you Laura. Why don't you forget that lieutenant business and just call me Mark?
Because
Especially since I brought you all these groceries. Breakfast. You didn't buy any food when you went out last night.
So you know.
Yeah. I can fix bacon and eggs. Can you make coffee? Oh, I spoke to Bessie. She'll be a little late. When I told her you were alive, she'd down there passed out.
Yes, she phoned. Might have been a little more delicate about it. Suppose you set the table, but we'll have to wait a little while for the coffee.
I've asked Paul Lydecker to stop by.
Did you tell him about me, that I'm alive?
No.
Why not? It's brutal.
I'm not doing it for laughs. Why did you break your promise last night?
Not to go out? Because I'll never be bound to do anything unless it's of my own free will.
The Redfern girl was in love with Carpenter. You admitted that.
I also told you he wasn't in love with her. Paul?
I don't know. Just sit still in here.
Hello, Lieutenant. Laura? Oh, good morning, darling.
Hello, dear.
Well, excuse me, Lieutenant. I'd like to kiss my fiancée good morning.
Oh, so it's on again.
Do I have to get a police permit? Well, now who?
Come in, Lydecker. The door's unlatched.
Lydecker, huh? Right on my heels.
Well, McPherson, have you thought over the deal I suggested? What about the portrait and the... Why? What?
Paul!
Laura.
Paul!
I'll be all right in a moment. Laura, what?
Not now, dear. Don't try to talk now.
Come on, I'll take him into the bedroom.
Just be quiet, Paul.
Yes. Yes.
How is he?
He'll be all right. He's lying down.
This is going just a little too far, McPherson. Your methods are vicious.
Must have been a terrible shock to him, seeing me. Poor darling.
Don't tell me you're in love with Lydecker, too.
Stop talking that way to Miss Hunt.
Laura, why do you cover up for a guy like Carpenter? What story did he tell you when you met him last night?
Don't answer him, darling.
Shut up. I've got enough on you, Carpenter, to arrest you right now.
Quick, McPherson, the handcuffs. Trundle him off to the hoosegow.
Paul.
I hope you'll forget my wee touch of angina, my dear. It's an old family custom. Did I interrupt a pinch, McPherson?
I've changed my mind for the moment.
Well, in that case, better order some food and liquor, Laura. People are coming to celebrate your return this afternoon. A cocktail party.
Who asked them?
I did. In the quiet of your boudoir just now. I called my man, and he's calling all our dear friends.
Why did you do that?
Well, perhaps our friends can weave all the loose ends into a noose. Eh, McPherson?
You shouldn't have gone to all that trouble, Mr. Lydecker. I'd already called them. Well, I'll run along now, Laura. Sorry about the breakfast. Some other time, maybe.
Shelby, come here.
What's the matter, darling? Your party's a huge success.
Shelby, tell me, I must know. Why did you go to the country last night?
Laura.
Well?
You don't know? I was afraid you wouldn't think of hiding that shotgun.
What shotgun?
The one I gave you. Oh, darling, you don't have to lie to me.
Well, what's going on here?
Oh, nothing at all, Anne.
In case you don't know it, that McPherson man hasn't taken his eyes off you.
I know.
Maybe it would be better if I, mingled with our guests.
Laura, McPherson suspects him. Shelby.
He suspects me, too.
Oh, don't be absurd. You could never have done a thing like that. Darling.
Yes.
Are you as interested in Lieutenant McPherson as he is in you?
Anne, I only met him last night.
Sometimes that's more than long enough. Anyway, he's better for you than Shelby. Anybody is. Shelby's better for me.
Why?
Because I can afford him. He's no good, but he's what I...
Wait a minute. He's coming. Mark.
Oh, Mark is it?
I'm sorry to break up your party, Laura.
But you haven't. You've been a model guest so far.
I'm not joking. Get on your things. I'm taking you to headquarters.
I was going to get a cell and a denim dress. Is this your office?
Before they trot out that denim dress, I want to know why you've been holding out on me.
Have I been?
You told me the radio at your country place was broken.
It was.
Not last night.
I stopped in the village on my way back. I asked the local handyman to fix it.
And how did he get in?
With a key. The key I always leave under the flower pot on the porch.
All right, I'll accept that.
Why?
Because you're too intelligent to make up a story I could check so easily. The main thing I want to know is why you pulled that switch about Shelby Carpenter. You told me last night you decided not to marry him. But today it was on again. Why?
I changed my mind.
What went on between you and Carpenter when you met him last night? Or should I guess? He convinced you that if you broke your engagement now, people would think you believed that he killed Diana Redfern.
Yes, but now I know the real reason why he wanted to stay engaged. He thinks I did it. And so do you.
Are you in love with him?
No, I don't know how I ever could have been.
Come on, Laura. You're going home.
But I thought I was under...
That's what I wanted you to think. You and a few other people. I didn't even book you.
And all this was just some sort of a game.
I was 99% certain about you, but I just had to make sure of that 1% doubt.
Wasn't there an easier way to make sure?
You're smiling. You're not sore?
No, Mark. I'm not sore.
Go back to your party, if there's anything left of it.
And you?
I'm going to Lydecker's apartment. I'll drop by later on.
I'm glad they've all gone, Laura. It's been a long time since we've been together. Well, darling, what's the matter?
Nothing, Paul.
You're worried. Yes, McPherson. He's using you for something.
I don't think so.
I don't deny he's infatuated with you in some warped fashion, but he's incapable of any normal human relationship. He's been dealing too long with criminals. When you were unattainable, and he thought you were dead, that's when he wanted you most. Fell in love with your portrait.
He was glad when I came back, as if he were waiting for me.
You know what he calls women? Dames. A dame in Washington Heights once got a fox fur coat out of him. That's his very word.
That doesn't mean anything, Paul. He isn't like that.
Laura, my dear, you have one glaring weakness. With you, a lean, strong body is always the measure of a man. And you always get hurt.
No man is ever going to hurt me again. No, not even you.
I? Hurt you? What? Laura, look at me. You were a long time finding out about Shelby. But that's all over now. We'll be together again.
Wait, the door just opened.
Don't get up. It's only me.
Oh, haven't you heard of science's latest triumph, the doorbell?
I'm glad you're here, Lydecker. I've just been to your apartment.
Do you mind if I search your pockets?
I found a shotgun.
Oh.
But I wasted my time. It wasn't the gun that killed Diana Redfern.
First he tells you he thinks you're innocent, and then he proceeds to check up on you.
I never said you're innocent.
Me? I'm talking about Laura. My dear, this entire maneuver could be a trick to throw you off guard.
It could be, but it isn't.
I know. I believe you, Mark.
See, I'm beginning to get annoyed. Laura, it's the same obvious pattern. If McPherson weren't full of muscles and good looks, in a cheap sort of way, you'd see through him in a second.
Paul, I mean to be as kind about this as I know how. But you're the one following the same obvious pattern. First with that painter you thought was in love with me. Then with Shelby, and now I suppose...
Laura, what are you saying?
That I don't think we should see each other again.
But, darling, you're not yourself.
Yes, I am. For the first time in ages, I know what I'm doing.
Very well. I hope you'll never regret what promises to be a disgustingly earthy relationship. Oh, listen to my broadcast in 10 minutes. I'm discussing the other great loves of history.
That was the most difficult thing I've had to do in my whole life.
Yeah, but I still haven't found it. I haven't found it.
What?
The gun that killed Diana Redfern.
What are you doing?
Taking a look at your clock. He's got one just like it, hasn't he?
Yes, but...
I wasn't alone just now in Lydecker's apartment. A guy named Sergeant Crane came with me. Crane's old man is a clockmaker. And while I wore myself out looking for a shotgun, all the sergeant did was drool about Lydecker's clock. He said probably there's not another one like it in the world.
Obviously he was wrong.
Yeah, and he showed me something about that clock. A little feature with all clocks made by Corbeil Fils. Underneath, here, near the floor, is a little spring. You push the spring and the whole bottom compartment opens up. See? Like this.
But I never knew.
In the old days, I guess people used the compartment for a kind of safe. Today, they use it for hiding other things. Shotguns, for instance. Yep, this is it, Laura. I'm sure of it. And it was put here by the only man who knew about this clock, Paul Lydecker.
Oh, no.
Yeah. When the Redfern girl opened the door, this hallway was dark. Lydecker saw a girl and assumed it was you. And he fired. He figured if he couldn't have you for himself, he was going to make sure no one else did. And he heard Carpenter, so he hid behind the stairway outside in the corridor. Carpenter was scared to death, and he got out as fast as he could. Then Lydecker slipped back in and tucked the gun away in the grandfather clock.
Oh, I felt it ever since I came back. I'm the one to blame. Not for anything I did, but for what I didn't do. I should have stopped seeing Paul long ago. But I couldn't. I owed too much to him.
I can understand all that. But I can't understand why you tried so hard to protect Carpenter.
I was frantic you'd arrest him. I knew he wasn't guilty. But I knew Paul would do everything he could to incriminate him. It was his way of getting rid of Shelby, just as he got rid of every other man who might have meant something to me.
For a charming, intelligent girl, you've certainly surrounded yourself with a remarkable collection of dopes. Now, look, don't touch anything. I'm leaving the gun and the clock. I'll have it picked up in the morning.
You're going?
Yeah, I'm picking up Lydecker.
Mark.
I've got to. You know that. Try and get some sleep, will you?
Sleep? Well, maybe I can. I'll read a book, listen to the radio. Will you call me later?
Sure. Try and forget all this. just a bad dream. Good night, Laura.
Good night, Mark. Good night. And be careful, please.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, with his final word for this evening, Mr. Paul Lydecker.
As history has proved, love is eternal. The strongest motivation for man's actions throughout centuries. Love is stronger than life. It reaches beyond the dark shadows of death. May I remind you of some favorite lines of mine from Dowson's poem? They are not long, the weeping and the laughter, love and desire and hate. I think they have no portion in us after we pass the gate. They are not long, days of wine and roses. Out of a misty dream, our path emerges for a while,
then closes within a dream. That's the way it
You've
is,
heard the
isn't
voice
it, Laura?
of Paul Lydecker by electrical transcription. This is the...
There's the final irony to all of this, Laura. You know how I despise melodrama, and yet here I am, a gun in my hand, about to kill you.
Oh, you've taken one life is not enough.
The best part of myself, that's what you are, Laura. Do you think I'm going to leave you to the vulgar pawings of a second-rate policeman who thinks you're a dame?
He'll find you, Paul. You know he will.
Will he? Don't you overestimate the man who thought I left a few moments ago. And all I did was wait in the hall, Laura. And then I let myself in again with the key I've always had. I'm not going to lose you, Laura.
Open the door.
Don't move, Laura.
He didn't leave. He's somewhere in this building. Laura, are you all right?
He'll find us together, darling. As always we should have been. As always we will be.
No.
Turn your face, darling. Please, turn your face.
Sorry, Miss Hunt, but I had to do it. I better let the boss in before he busts down your door. Laura.
It's all right, Mark.
Get him through the window, Lieutenant, from the fire escape. I'll call headquarters.
Fine detective I am.
Laura. Goodbye. Goodbye, my love.
It's all right, darling. It's all right. The bad dream is over.
Our stars will be back for their curtain calls in a moment. The war is far from over. Now is no time to relax.
President says Army needs 18,000 nurses.
Congress discusses drafting women, 18 to 50.
This is the crucial year of the war, and every woman, like every man, must do her part. If you want to bring your son, your husband, the boy down the street home sooner, do every single thing you can to help now. Even if you can't take a war job or be a nurse, you can still help by saving every drop of used fat. Your used kitchen fats make the medicines our nurses need for our wounded men and the raw materials for synthetic rubber life rafts and airplane tires. The American Fat Salvage Committee says,
Fat salvage can no longer be regarded as a volunteer service. It is a serious wartime obligation that must not be neglected until every Jap is driven back to Tokyo and the South Pacific Islands again become exporters of commercial fats and oils.
Yes, now the kitchens of America must help supply the fats we used to get from lands the Japs still hold. Save the fat from your broiler and frying pans. Skim it off the tops of soups and stews and gravies. Melt down table scraps and suet. Your butcher will give you 4 cents and 2 red ration tokens for every pound you turn in. Save every drop, every day until J-Day, the day the Japs are licked. Now, back to Mr. Barrymore and our stars.
Well, now that we've solved tonight's baffling crime, with the help of Gene Tierney, Dana Andrews, Vincent Price, and Otto Kruger, we invite our stars to the footlights for their curtain calls. And I might add that for Dana, this is the first appearance on our stage.
First for me, too, Mr. Barrymore.
For you too, Gene? Well, with Van Johnson here on our 10th anniversary show, the Lux Radio Theater's had a pretty good season for new stars.
I hear you're making a picture with Van Johnson, Mr. Barrymore.
Yeah, that's right, Vincent. Between 2 women. That Metro Golden Mare. Well, I'll tell you a secret about Dana. He's going romantic on us in his next picture.
What picture's that, Dana?
It's a Technicolor, Vincent, for 20th Century Fox. State Fair. Who's in it with you? Well, the largest group in the cast is 54 prize Hampshire hogs.
Hogs?
Now, let me get this straight, Dana. You're playing a romantic role?
And you know, one of those pigs weighs 880 pounds.
Undoubtedly the biggest ham in the picture.
Oh.
I can see now why there's a bacon shortage. All the hogs are going to pictures.
Well, Dana, you set those hogs a good example in acting, and we look forward to producing State Fair in this theater someday.
What are you going to have on Lux for next week, Mr. Barrymore?
For next Monday night, we have from Paramount Studios a play and stars that hundreds of our listeners have requested. For Whom the Bell Tolls. With Katina Paxinu, Akim Tamirov, Mikhail Razumi, and Gary Cooper and Ingrid Bergman. I can guess by the reaction in our studio audience that it's a play you've all been looking forward to. And I don't wonder. Based on the novel by Ernest Hemingway, it's one of the great motion pictures of our time, with 5 great stars in their original screen roles.
Sounds like a wonderful evening, Mr. Barrymore. Good night.
Good night. Good night. Good night. I hope we meet again. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ingrid Bergman, Gary Cooper, Katina Paxinu, Akim Tamirov, and Mikhail Razumi in For Whom the Bell Tolls.
Laura was presented through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of A Tree Grows in Brooklyn. Mr. Barrymore can be heard on his own program, The Mayor of the Town, every Saturday night over the same network. Vincent Price is currently working on the 20th Century Fox production, Dragonwick. Otto Kruger will soon be seen in Samuel Goldwyn's Technicolor picture, Wonder Man. Heard in tonight's play were Lois Corbett, Leo Cleary, Noreen Gamil, Dwayne Thompson, Charles Seal, and Howard McNear. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our Lux Radio Theater production of Laura, starring Dana Andrews, Gene Tierney, Vincent Price, and Otto Kruger, has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, the tissue-thin soap used by smart housewives everywhere. This is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear For Whom the Bell Tolls with Gary Cooper and Ingrid Bergman, Katina Paxinu, Akim Tamirov, and Mikhail Rasumny.
There's less work in my cooking. No guesswork in my cooking. My best work is my cooking, since I have switched to Spry.
Let new Easy Bake Spry and Spry's amazing shortcut recipes help you serve more delicious meals with far less work. For lighter, better-tasting cakes, tender, flaky pastry, crispy, digestible fried foods, get S-P-R-Y Spry.
And be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of For Whom the Bell Tolls, with Gary Cooper, Ingrid Bergman, Katina Paxinu, Akim Tamirov, and Mikhail Rasumi. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Columbia.
Oh, yes. Just a moment. I have a most important announcement to make. Most important. Now, just calm yourselves. We're not going to take up a collection. Years ago, probably before most of you started to attend the theater, Sarah Bernhardt made a farewell appearance. In fact, she made 14 farewell appearances. She made them each year, and each year it was more profitable. Each time the public flocked to the theater to bid farewell to the divine Sarah. Now, after, these many years, there is to be another farewell. The Marx Brothers are retiring from the silver screen.
That's right, folks. We're on our way. That's all right, folks. But where do we go from here? And so, to all of you, a fond farewell. We didn't know you cared. But since you do, we'll present to you songs and scenes from our first farewell picture, The Big Star, where everything's a goodbye. Goodbye.
I have just hired Mr. Flywheel as a floor walker.
Well, Martha, we have enough floor walkers.
Please.
However, if you desire, what experience have you had in a department store?
I was a shoplifter for 3 years. I used to do this in vaudeville.
Hey, look.
It's only a woman.
That's a fine. Let there be wine.
And women.
And a song.
And women.
And caviar.
And women.
If it's you, when a knock comes at my door, if it's you, then I'll rush across the floor.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is my beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat, with Anthony Ross as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway's my beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. That's the street I'm walking. I was heading for the courthouse one day, thinking of a phone call I got from Judge Summers. Said he could use a cop with the wisdom of Solomon. I met the judge in his chambers, wondering why he had picked me.
Why you, Lieutenant Clover?
Huh?
Because I have a problem for a cop who can think like a judge, Danny.
For a cop's pay or a judge's, Your Honor?
A young woman is in New York looking for her father, Danny. He disappeared 10 years ago. She's applied to Missing Persons Bureau, and she doesn't know it yet, but they've located him. They don't know what to do about it, so they've asked my advice, and I'm asking yours.
Oh, I don't get it, Judge. If they found him, what's the problem?
Human relations. Her father was located a prisoner in Sing Sing. Served 10 years. Tomorrow he comes out on parole. He insists that his identity be kept from his daughter, that she be told her father is dead.
But, Judge, how does this... where do you or I...
Where do we come in, Danny? Mm-hmm. Well, let's say through sheer sentiment. You see, I was the judge who sentenced him, and you were the arresting officer.
Oh. Who's the prisoner, Judge?
Nelson Jennings. Remember the case?
Nelson Jennings? 10 years ago?
Yes. A writer. Manslaughter. Got in a fight with a drunk at a nightclub. The drunk died of a heart attack as the result of the fight.
Yeah, it comes back. He was night clubbing with his wife. A no-good stew at the next table passes an insulting remark to Mrs. Jennings. Yeah, no. Well, what guy wouldn't haul off, Judge? I always did think you gave Jennings a pretty hard ride.
His victim died a pretty long death, Danny.
Yeah.
I'll admit, though, I may have been a bit severe then. But today, Danny, in a similar case, I suppose I would be inclined to temper justice with mercy.
This daughter, Judge, who's looking for him now, you mean she actually hasn't known her father's been in the big house for 10 years?
That's right. From what I'm told, she grew up believing her father dead. That's the way that Jennings wanted it. That's the way he insisted his wife play it.
Oh, what happened to the wife?
Ruth's mother died recently, and on her deathbed changed the story, Danny. Said Jennings was alive and somewhere in New York.
But she still kept the real truth from the girl.
How old is the girl now?
She's 20. She was 10 when all this happened.
Judge, what is it you want me to do?
Danny, I want you to talk to them both. Now, a daughter wants her father. The father prefers to be dead, his past unrevealed, so his child won't be stigmatized. He's paid his debt and feels that the law owes him this one request. Now, where is our responsibility, Danny? It's a hard decision. You visit them both and decide. Do what you think best. I'm leaving it up to you.
Judge Summers, you told me you wanted a cop with the wisdom of Solomon.
That's right.
Well, I'll sure need it. You say Jennings is due out tomorrow,
Yes. And I hope he never violates his parole and that he's learned to control his temper.
And where can I find the daughter?
On your beat, Cleveland Hotel. Ruth Jennings.
Judge.
Yeah?
What was it Solomon finally did decide?
Lieutenant Clover, I beg you, let me have my way in this. My child must not find me. She mustn't, never.
Fella, be reasonable. I know how you feel, but, well, after all, she came to New York to find her father.
She's better off without a father like me.
Oh.
I won't ruin her life like I ruined her mother's. A 10-year stretch is a long time. I'm an old man now. I died for my family's sake 10 years ago. All I asked of them was that they bury me and live.
And you still think that made sense?
Yes. Look at my daughter now. Shortly before my wife died, she wrote me that Ruth's engaged to be married. Do you know who to? Let me tell you, Lieutenant. To young Johnny Milton, who comes from a very prominent family in Indianapolis. Do you think that could have happened if the Miltons ever knew Ruth's father was a convict? Do you think Ruth would go through with it if she knew?
You win, Jennings.
Lieutenant.
Yes?
You saw my daughter?
Yeah.
How does she look?
How? Jennings, for a guy who insists he's dead, you're darn curious. But I'll tell you anyway. In one word, sweet.
You're sure, Lieutenant Clover? There's no trace of my father anywhere?
I'm sorry, Miss Jennings. Nothing turned up yet. But, what made you think he was in New York?
Oh, just a feeling. Mother used to take trips to New York. Never told me why. Left me with Grandma. And when she came back, she'd be crying.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then just before she died, she told me for the first time that Father wasn't dead, that he was somewhere, and that he still loved us very much.
So you think your mother's trips to New York were to see him,
Yes, there's some mystery about it all. Oh, Lieutenant, he's alive. Don't ask me how I know, but I know it. He's alive and he's somewhere in New York. Oh, please, please don't stop looking for him.
What if I do find him, Ruth? And what if he isn't, well, everything you'd like to... I mean, that is, say that something's happened to him.
Oh, Lieutenant, I love my dad no matter what's happened. He's my father, and even if he turned up with one leg...
No, not in illness, I mean, but something even worse than that. What if you learned that he... Well, this couldn't happen to him, but you never can tell. What if you found out, say, that your father's been in prison?
In prison?
Yeah. I mean, would that make a difference? Would you prefer to return home without finding that kind of a father?
Oh, of course not. I think I'd love him even more then, because he'd need me more. Oh, a father's a father.
Oh, what about the man you're going to marry? What if he learned? And his folks? Maybe all your wedding...
Johnny and I are in love, Lieutenant. Even if his parents would be shocked, it couldn't make any difference to him. And if it did, I'd never want to marry him because, well, then he wouldn't deserve my love.
Oh, Ruth, you can't imagine how glad I am to hear you talk like that. You've got a right to know, Ruth.
You mean he's alive? My father's alive?
Mm-hmm. He's been in Sing Sing for the last 10 years. He got out just yesterday on parole.
10 years? Oh, poor Dad.
No. Really, an accident. See, your father's no criminal, Ruth. He hit a man who insulted your mother, and the man died of a heart attack. Any real husband would have done just what your father did. You've got nothing to be ashamed of. He just got a tough break. You see, the judge...
Then we'll be together. Something told me I'd see my father again.
No, Ruth, I'm afraid you won't.
What do you mean? Why not?
He doesn't want to see you. He wants to keep playing dead. Begged me never to tell you. I promised I wouldn't.
But after all these years, how can you even think of it? No, I'm going right to him.
Wait. It's his life. And that's the way he wants to live it, for your welfare.
But now that I'm about to get married, all the while I thought I had no mother or father to advise me. And now that I have a father, oh, if you'd only see my Johnny, give me his consent.
Ruth, all I can say is that it would kill your father to know that you knew. After these 10 years, he's built it up in his mind. And you've got to humor his wish. Well, maybe someday he'll come to you on his own, but till then...
How does he look, Lieutenant?
Gray.
Daddy, gray?
Do you remember him at all?
Oh, yes.
How? How do you remember him?
Young. Oh, if I could only see him again, if just for a moment. Lieutenant, isn't there a way somehow I can just get a glimpse of him without him knowing?
Well, I don't see exactly.
Oh, please, it would mean so much to me. Can't you arrange it somehow?
Could be. I know the rooming house he's staying in. It's off Broadway.
Please.
I can look you... I've got an idea. Listen, Ruth. Now look, if you'll just do what I say, I think I can fix something up.
What did you say, Lieutenant
I
Clover?
said, would you like to just sort of catch a glimpse of your daughter, Mr. Jennings? You know, sort of meet her, but without her knowing who you really are?
Yes, go on.
Well, then drop in at the Broadway Automat at 6. I'm having a bite with her there. Just stop at our table a minute. I'll introduce you as an old friend of mine. Make it Bert Freeling.
I'm afraid...
She's leaving town tomorrow. She's giving up the hunt for her dad. Here's your one chance.
She might recognize me, but I don't think she will, do you? She was only 10 at the time. She's a young lady now.
That's right, Jennings.
It's been 10 long years. I have changed a lot, Lieutenant, haven't I?
Yes. You've changed a lot, Mr. Jennings.
So she'd never... That is, I don't see what harm if I was just to sort of bump into you two at the table for a moment and you introduced me as someone else.
Exactly.
I don't know. I don't think I could stand it. Let me think it over. My head's pounding. Let me think it over.
Why doesn't he come? Are you sure he said he'd come, Lieutenant?
Yes, Ruth. He should be here any minute. Shh, now, easy. Now, do you think you'd recognize him?
Yes, and I think I'm going to faint. Oh, that must be him right now, that man coming this way.
Easy now, Ruth. Which man? Oh, this.
He didn't stop.
No, Ruth, that wasn't him.
Oh, I surely thought it
Well,
was.
Ruth, what sort of a picture do you have of your dad? That fella just went by. He's still young. You still remember him.
Still young?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's right. I couldn't imagine him as anything...
There he is, Ruth, your dad. He's coming this way. Shh, now take hold of yourself now and play it like I said. Shh. Well, if it ain't Bert Freeling. Say hiya, Bert.
Hello.
Oh, come on over and join us, Bert.
Well, if you two don't mind.
Not at all, sir. Do join us.
Well, Ruth, I want you to meet an old buddy of mine, Bert Freeling. He used to be on the force with me. This is Ruth Jennings.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Little lady's from Indiana, Bert.
Yeah, that's so? Here on a pleasure visit, miss?
No, not exactly, Mr. Freeling. A visit, but...
But it hasn't exactly been a pleasure, I guess she means, Bert.
Oh, why not?
Oh, it's just that I came to New York looking for someone, and I can't find him. Tomorrow I'm going back home. And that's that. I'd rather not talk about it, Mr. Freeling, if you don't mind.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Jennings.
She needs cheering up, Bert. I'm taking her to a nightclub this evening. Nothing fancy. Hey, wait, what are you doing tonight? Why not come along?
Oh, I'm sorry, Danny,
Oh, yes, Mr. Freeling, why don't you? Why not the three of us?
What exactly is troubling you, Miss Jennings? Who are you looking for?
Well, come along tonight, and maybe I'll tell you.
Oh, why do you want me along?
Well, because You're a friend of the lieutenant's, and he's been so kind to me. Because you seem the type of gentleman that I'd like to talk to on my last night in New York.
You can't back out after that now, can you, Bert? It's a date then, tonight. The three of us. Listen, Jennings, she'll be back in a minute, so let me give it to you straight. Tell her who you are now. She's got a right to know. It wouldn't make any difference. She likes you.
She'd hate me if she knew.
Oh.
I'd lose her altogether. I'd ruin her life, her chances for happiness. She's getting married. If the boy's family ever knew... Oh, no, Lieutenant, the important thing is...
You're her dad, and she's your daughter. Can anything be more important than that?
Shh, here she comes.
Oh, Lieutenant, Mr. Freeling, notice what they're playing? It's an old-fashioned waltz. Mr. Freeling, I know it isn't a girl's place to ask a gentleman, but you haven't danced with me all evening.
Well, I'm not a young man. I haven't danced in years, I'm afraid. All right, Miss Jennings, with great pleasure.
I'm so happy you came along with Lieutenant Clover tonight.
Why, Ruth?
Because somehow it's been so good to be with you. I somehow felt that I'd known you all my life.
Ruth,
Yes?
I'd like to kiss you.
I'd like that very much. Please do.
I hope you didn't mind. I'm an old man. I could have had a daughter your age.
I had a father your age.
I'm sorry about your father, Ruth. I mean that story you just told me about your reason for coming to New York.
What do you think my chances are of finding him someday, Mr. Freeling?
From what you've told me, pretty slim. I don't think you ever will.
I feel a bit faint, Mr. Freeling. I'm sorry. Please take me back to the table.
Hey, now what happened? You didn't finish that waltz.
Well, Danny, Ruth suddenly felt a bit faint.
Well, it was silly of me. I don't know what came over me for a moment. I'm really perfectly all right now.
Well, Bert, you certainly seem to have made a hit with our little friend here.
Mr. Jennings is a charming gentleman, Lieutenant.
Oh, say, excuse me, folks, I clean forgot. I got a phone in at the station house. Should have done it long ago.
There goes the kindest man I've ever met.
He certainly is.
Mr. Freeling, I wonder if I could ask a favor of you.
What is it, Ruth?
I received a wire from my fiancé a few hours ago. He's decided to fly to New York and join me here for a few days. That means that I'll be staying on a while after all. Mr. Freeling?
Yes, Ruth?
I'd like you to meet my Johnny and tell me what you think of him.
Me? But why me?
Because I've taken such a liking to you. You see, I have no parents to advise me. You seem like such an intelligent man. You seem, well, everything that I'd like my father to be. I wish you'd see my fiancé when he arrives and tell me whether you approve.
Yes, but see here, I'm hardly the one to do that, Ruth. It's not my place, after all.
I see. I'm sorry if I imposed.
Well, not at all, Ruth. It's not that I'm not flattered. I do admire you so, the short time I've known you. Such a lovely young lady, everything I could wish a daughter of mine to be, but...
But?
Now, if you ask me anything else, I do wish you all the happiness in the world. And if there's anything else I could do...
No, Mr. Freeling, I just wanted your opinion about the man I'm going to marry. But skip it. It's all right.
Is he, this young man of yours, coming alone? That is, his folks won't be with him?
Oh, he's coming alone.
Oh, I see. Well, now, I'll tell you what, Ruth. Since, as you say, you have no mother or father to consult, and since it's only natural for you to want some friend whose judgment you rely on to...
Then you will?
Yes, I will.
Well, Captain, I got that matter that
Clover, I understand you got that matter that Judge Summers called you about straightened out.
It was the best I could do, Captain. Don't you approve?
I'm not sure, Lieutenant. Hardly the way Missing Persons Bureau would have tackled it, but since Judge Summers seems pleased, then that's that.
Well, what angle's worrying you, Captain?
Clover, if the girl's boyfriend finds out who this Mr. Freeling is, he'll leave her flat. And if Nelson Jennings ever learns you've wised up his daughter to his real identity, against his wishes, he'll flatten you.
Well, no solution could have been perfect, Captain. I believe that I
Where's
found
her boyfriend due in town?
Well, sometime this afternoon. Oh, now, look, Captain, I've made 2 people happy.
You're still out on a limb, Clover.
A girl isn't entitled to know her own father. And he isn't entitled to see his daughter after 10 long years in stir. I brought them together for a while, so what? He doesn't know she knows, and they're real pals. It was the best I could do under the circumstances, but it was something. Almost a happy ending. Clover speaking.
You'll never guess who the pie wagon just blew in, Lieutenant.
Yeah? Who, Sergeant?
Friend of yours, Nelson Jennings.
Nelson Jennings?
Yep. Beat up a complainant named Frank Black. Booked him on assault and battery.
Assault and battery?
Had 5 years for violation of parole. The poor guy...
Oh, no. This same thing happened 10 years ago. Now it started all over again. He'll go back to prison.
Tonight on CBS, you can hear about a man who believes you should never run to work when you can walk. A man who believes you should never walk to work when you can just stay home and think about it and keep your feet healthy. His name is, of course, Mr. Jack Benny, and he will be heard on the same CBS stations to no one's great surprise, but to everyone's delight. And now back to Broadway's My Beat and Lieutenant Danny Clover.
Why did you do it, Jennings?
Oh, leave me alone.
You must have had a reason why. You invade a hotel room at the Cleveland, take a poke at a guest named Frank Black. He calls the police. What happened? He claims he doesn't even know you. Why did you go there? What did you have against him? Who is he? What did he ever do to you?
Oh, leave me alone. Leave me alone, Lieutenant.
Do you realize what a jam you're in? It'll mean 5 more years for parole violations. Come on, talk, Jennings. Tell me for the love of heaven, and maybe somehow I can help you.
Oh, everyone's at me. Everyone wants to know, but it's no use. Talking won't help. Send me back. Send me back.
Judge Summers, it's about Nelson Jennings I'd like to see about, sir. I understand his case comes up before you tomorrow, and I don't know why he did it, but, Judge, if any guy deserves
Lieutenant Clover, we both wasted our time showing sympathy for that man. He'll never learn a lesson with that hot temper of his.
But, Your Honor, if he just...
10 years, it seems, wasn't enough. And I was beginning to think I'd been too hard on him.
But, Judge...
No use standing, no use. My mind's made up. He'll get the limit this time.
Couple of those perfectos, Sally.
Right, Lieutenant Clover. What's up? You look low.
No mood for conversation, lover.
Get that gratitude. And just when I was just about to throw you a little dirt on that Nelson Jennings case, too.
Well, then I love you very madly. Come on, give.
Well, remember you were in here a little while ago asking me what do I know about a guy stopping here named Frank Black?
Yeah, sure, I remember that.
The guy who had Jennings arrested?
Yeah?
And I answered you, I didn't know anything about him. Didn't even know what he looked like.
Go on.
Well, when you described him to me, nothing clicked.
Yeah, go on.
Well, now something clicks.
What?
A man of that description bought a cigar off of me here yesterday, and he was very inquisitive.
So?
Well, I don't know whether this will help you any, Danny, or how it fits in, but, well, this guy asks me questions like, is Miss Ruth Jennings registered at this hotel?
What? He did? Well, go on, Sally, I'm listening.
Well, I tell him, yeah, she is. And then he says, is her father named Nelson Jennings? Naturally, I says, search me.
Oh,
and
lover,
then he
I
says,
think I'm beginning to do a slow 2 and 2.
hey, where you off to, Danny? What's up?
I'll see you, lover, thanks. I gotta add it up at the station house, see if it comes out 4. Well, Sergeant, did you check on Frank Black? Turn up anything?
Your hunch was right, Lieutenant Clover. He ain't Frank Black. He's Frank Blakey, an ex-con released from Sing Sing at about the same time Nelson Jennings was.
Yeah? Well, how about that now? And the pieces fit all right. I think I'll drop in again on friend Jennings. Yeah, I think he'll be about ready to talk to me now. Come on now, Jennings, fella B, you may as well give now. I got a pretty good idea why you did it, but I want it from you. Jennings, if I tell you that scummy Blakey was asking around about your daughter, will that make you talk?
And I guess you have it, Lieutenant.
He was trying to blackmail you, wasn't he?
Yes. And to think he was the one prison inmate I trusted. He knew the secret I was trying to keep from my daughter. Well, this morning I get a phone call from him, threatening that unless I come across, he'll tell my daughter just who her missing father is and to expose my prison record. So I went to his room to argue him out of it. I saw red, Lieutenant. Will I be sent up again?
I don't know, Jennings. I'm not the judge. You should have reported to the police, but I'm with you 100%. I'll see that all your evidence gets in. Who knows? Maybe the judge will temper justice with mercy anyway. Keep your fingers crossed.
But I want to attend his trial, Lieutenant Clover.
And I'm advising you against it, Ruth.
Oh, if I could only go to Dad and tell him that I know everything and that no matter what
If
happens...
you did that, it would kill him, Ruth.
Oh, do you think the judge will send him to prison again?
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that's in the cards.
Oh.
See, the judge is mighty disturbed about it all. Oh, your father had plenty of provocation, but he shouldn't have taken the law into his own hands. Suppose you just wait right here and pray for a miracle.
And so, to sum up, Your Honor, in view of this felonious assault by Defendant Jennings against the person of this innocent complaining witness, the state of New York feels confident that Your Honor will remand the defendant to state prison, there to serve his remaining 5-year sentence as fitting punishment for this vicious, this reprehensible violation of his parole.
Is that the state's case?
It is, Your Honor.
Is Detective Lieutenant Danny Clover in the courtroom?
Lieutenant Clover.
Yeah? Will you step up here to the bench a moment, Lieutenant?
Oh, sure, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Danny. Recently, I turned this man Jennings over to you for the judgment of Solomon.
Yes, sir.
You did a good job on that. Now, I'd like to know your opinion of this case before me. I'm inclined to discredit Blakey's story and to believe Jennings. To hold Blakey on charges, to view the whole act as just provocation, amounting to self-defense, as though a gun were being held at his head. And with respect to Defendant Jennings...
Yes, Your Honor.
To temper justice with mercy. What do you say, Clover?
What do I say? You do that, Your Honor. You do that. This is where he lives, Ruth. He's a free man now, like I said. He asked me to bring you here. He wants to tell you something.
Lieutenant Clover, what shall I say? I mean...
Shh, now just let nature take its course. Shh.
Mr. Freeling...
No, Ruth. Not Mr. Freeling. There's something I've decided to tell you at last. You see, I'm...
Daddy!
Ruth!
Daddy, I've known all along.
Ruth, oh, my darling. Lieutenant Clover. Oh, Danny, how can I ever thank you?
Oh, Lieutenant Clover, yes, you've been so wonderful.
Don't thank me. Thank Solomon. Like I said, I was betting on nature to take its course. It always has, and it always will. A warm May breeze now filtering down the side streets. Nah, you won't see May flowers growing anywhere along Broadway, but somehow other things do bloom once in a while, even here. Like, well, kindness where you least expect it. Yeah, even here along the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Columbia has just brought you Broadway's My Beat, with Anthony Ross as Detective Danny Clover. Jean Carson was Sally, Nancy Franklin was Ruth, Charles Penman was Jennings, and Julian Noah was Judge Summers. Others in the cast were Paul Luther and Art Carney. Today's broadcast was written by Joseph Roscoe, produced by John Dietz, and directed by Bruno Zerato, Jr. The musical score was composed and conducted by Robert Stringer. This is Bern Bennett speaking. He may be a close neighbor of yours, or at least he lives quite near you. You go to the polls, you elect him, you bid him farewell, trusting him to represent you in Washington. From then on, what happens to your congressman in the nation's capital? What pressures are brought to bear on him? In how many hundreds of fields must he rapidly become an expert? Why does he vote as he does? Tonight on CBS, you'll hear Ralph Bellamy, star of radio, stage, and screen, playing a typical freshman congressman in the 81st Congress. His story will be a drama taken from interviews and talks with many regular congressmen, with Washington experts, with politicians, with voters like yourselves. This CBS documentary unit drama, The People's Choice, starring Ralph Bellamy, will come to you tonight over most of these same CBS network stations. Now stay tuned for the Family Hour starring Miss Ginger Rogers, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In the 1930s, to play ball in the major leagues, you had to be white. To play in the Negro League, you had to be great. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Bingo Long and the greatest congregation of athletic talent ever assembled in one place at one time for one purpose.
Play ball! They say you're a pretty fair hitter. So they says. Well, hit this.
Billy D. Williams is Bingo Long. James Earl Jones is Leon Carter.
Ball players gotta overthrow the owners and run the teams their own selves.
You think we can do that?
Do what?
Overthrow the owner.
Sure. Same day we turn white.
Richard Pryor is Charlie Snow.
From now on, I'm going to be known as Carlos Navarro. I'm going to break into the majors as a Cuban.
He can hit, he can run, he can score.
Buenas noches, senora. Can I buy you a drink?
The Bingo Long, traveling all-stars and motor kings.
What you gonna do about this mess, Sally Potter? It's your picture what's leading this band of detergents.
You're all-stars against mine. One big game down in St. Louis.
Barnstorming in the 1930s. It was daring.
Just drop me off at the baseball park.
It was demoralizing.
Come on, this wonderful lady.
It was downright dangerous.
You gentlemen checking out?
Who would have thought it could be so much fun?
Whoa!
Now we got to ruin that team before they're gonna ruin us.
Traveling all-stars and motor kings.
One more time, listen to Bingo and still on home.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company, and they're all in uniform.
And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie.
Uncle John, I'm worried about George. He just hasn't been himself since Gordon Cates moved in next door.
You know, Gracie, I think the thing that really gripes George is that Cates has so many more muscles than he has.
Well, that's not George's fault. My goodness, Mr. Cates has muscles growing in places where George hasn't even got any places.
Well, maybe it would cheer George up if you took him out to a movie or something.
I tried that. I took him to see his favorite star, the one who always sends him from the theater with a dreamy, lovelorn look in his eyes.
Betty Grable?
No. Bugs Bunny.
Well, what happened?
Well, we were sitting there in the theater watching Bugs
Yeah. What's up, Doc?
I'm a hunter. I'm looking for wabbits.
Wabbits? What's a wabbit?
Well, it's a widow animal that has long ears.
Oh, you mean like these I got, Doc?
Yeah. And he's got a widow pink nose that twitches.
Oh, you mean like mine, Doc?
Uh-huh. And he's got a widow cottontail that looks just like a powder puff.
Well, mine is 50% wool, but does it look like this, Doc?
Yeah, Willie does. Say, you know something? You look just like a wabbit.
No kidding?
Uh-huh.
Well, come here, Doc.
Yep.
Now, look, I don't want you to spread this around.
Oh, no, I won't tell a soul.
But confidentially.
Uh-huh.
I am a rabbit!
George, did you enjoy Bugs Bunny?
No. He looks too much like Gordon Cates.
Hey, that's right. Gordon Cates' mustache looks just like a bunny's whiskers.
It does at that.
Yeah.
I may not be very handsome, but at least I have no features like a rabbit's.
Say, excuse me, mister. You going to be sitting in front of me during the feature?
Sure. Why?
Would you mind pasting back them ears so I can see the screen?
Let's go, Gracie.
Let's sing a song about Susie, that pretty little witty little Susie, with the big brown eyes and the turned-up nose and the big blue bow in her hair. Let's sing a song about Susie, that haughty little, naughty little Susie, with the dimpled chin and the cutest grin and the darndest innocent stare. Oh, oh, she's as sweet as a bun, and she's second to none.
And what's more, she's a
bundle of joy and a barrel of fun. Let's sing a song about Susie. You've got to go for someone so divine. But if you want to make love to Susie, no can do, mustn't touch. She's mine. Sing a song about Susie. But if you want to make love to Susie, no can do, mustn't touch. She's mine. Pretty little witty little Susie is mine.
Well, now that's the way it's been all week, Uncle John. The minute I thought I had him cheered up, something would happen.
Oh, poor George. I'd give him the shirt off my back if it would make him happy. But he'd just get mad.
Mad?
Yes, it's his shirt.
Well, now there's another thing I tried, new clothes. I thought sure buying a new outfit would cheer him up, so yesterday we went to one of the best stores in town.
Here are your packages.
Thank you, clerk.
New hat, new shoes, new suit, new coat and gloves.
Well, George, feel better now?
No.
Oh, well, don't worry, dear. Just wait till we get home and see them on me.
Let's go.
But even that didn't cheer him up, Uncle John. I guess he's doomed to be my little sad sack.
Yes.
You know, Uncle John, the thing that hurts me more than anything else is the fact that George never sings anymore. He has such a glorious voice.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes. Used to be at this time of the morning, he'd sit in the tub and just shake the plumbing. Oh, I used to call him my little soap-suds Sinatra.
He is the Sinatra type.
Yes, say, maybe if we could get George into the bathtub this morning, he'd sing again.
You, mean he hasn't had a bath since Mr. Cates moved next door?
Oh, no. He's been taking showers. And he never sings in the shower. The drum beats drown him out.
Drum beats?
The water bouncing off his tummy. I tell you, let's see if we can get him to take a bath instead of a shower this morning. It's worth all... Come in.
To George Burns, the biggest headache in the world is the guy right next door, Gordon Gates. To you, the biggest headache in the world can be money, unless you save now. It'll be mighty important to come out of service with a nest egg all your own. To make it easy to save, the Army has set up special savings plans. For example, the $7.50 GI bond maturing at $10, or soldier's deposits, a savings bank of your own right in your own company with 4% interest on amounts left for 6 months or more. See your first sergeant or company clerk now and work out a savings plan to suit your rate of pay. Use your head now, save headaches later.
Hello, Gracie. Hello, Uncle John.
Oh, Harry, maybe you can help us get George into the bathtub.
Oh, glad to. Does he need a bath?
Oh, of course not.
Then what's the idea of putting him in the bathtub?
Well, have you ever heard him sing?
Sure, but Oh, I see. Oh, hey, that's a swell idea. But don't hold him under too long. He'll drown.
We want George to sing. You see, Gordon Cates, living next door, has made George miserable. He's quit singing. Now, if we can get him in the bathtub, maybe he'll sing again.
Oh, now I get it. That'll make Kate's miserable, and they'll be even. That's fair enough. Where is George?
He's in the den.
Well, just leave it to me, Gracie. I'll put him in the tub.
But Harry... Oh, well.
Gracie, did you notice something strange about Harry Von Zell?
No stranger than usual.
But, something stood out this morning.
Well, he's probably having trouble getting a girdle.
I put the little man in the bathtub. I better be running along now, Gracie.
But, Harry, didn't you, put something in the bathtub with him?
Huh? Oh, sure, of course. I wouldn't let him in without it.
Well, sure.
Well, sure. His inner tube. Well, Gracie, I'll see you later, huh?
But, Harry, that wasn't what I meant.
Really? Well, give me a hint.
Well, what has the longest neck in the park?
What has the longest neck? Oh, that's easy. A sailor on a 24-hour pass. Yeah, well, so long, Gracie.
Well, I guess even the bathtub didn't work. George isn't singing.
Yes, Gordon Cates has got his goat.
Poor George. If we could only find one thing that he could do better than Cates.
Oh, April showers may come your way, for they bring flowers that bloom in May.
Where did that come from?
From the bathroom, Uncle John.
My gosh, and poor George is in there alone. It must have scared the daylights out of him.
Well, Uncle John, that was George.
Oh. Well, don't worry. He'll get over it. They're releasing penicillin to civilians now.
Oh, no. He isn't sick. He's singing.
Oh.
And when it's raining, have no regrets.
Uncle John, that's it. That's what George can do better than Gordon Cates. Better than anybody. Sing. Oh, I've got a wonderful idea. George! Oh, George!
Now, let me get this idea of yours straight, Gracie. We give a party tonight and invite Cates and his friends.
Right. And during the party, we ask Cates to sing. Then while he stammers and stutters his apologies, you rise to your feet, throw back that magnificent head, uncork those silver tonsils, and blast him into social oblivion.
If I could be with you and out tonight, if I would do the things of mine.
Oh,
I want you to know.
George, you're solid. Oh, you're solid, sugar throat solid. Come on, let's go over to invite Gordon Cates to the party tonight.
Well, if it isn't the Burnses, both the good-looking one and the other one. Come in, come in.
Why, Mr. Cates, you have on boots.
Well, yes, you see, I've been out horseback riding with the society woman, Mrs. Isabel Randolph.
Oh.
I apologize for the boots, Mrs. Burns. To make up for my appearance, I shall kiss your hand.
Good thing he isn't wearing overalls.
Look, Cates, we came over to invite you to a party at our house tonight. It's very important to the party that you be there.
Well, now, that's very decent of you, George. Not everyone has such a charming neighbor.
Well, thanks.
And tonight I'll be even more charming than usual.
Fine, fine.
Well, I guess that's about all for now, Mr. Cates. Till tonight, then. And we'll expect you about 8.
Splendid. I'll be there in white tie and top hat.
It gets pretty chilly by 8 o'clock. I'd wear more than that.
See you tonight.
Oh, George, I just can't wait for the party tonight. That Gordon Cates has been going around holding his nose so high in the air. Well, just wait till he hears you sing. He'll hold it a different way.
I'm sure glad we found something I can do better than Cates.
Not only better than Cates, darling, better than anybody.
Oh, honey, to hear you talk, I can sing better than Bing Crosby.
Well, can't you?
Only in some keys.
Why, you're better than Bing Crosby and Nelson Eddy put together. And what would you have if you put them together? Just 2 voices with 1 head of hair singing accentuate the shortening bread.
I guess I won't have any trouble showing up Gordon Cates, all right.
Oh, George, I have a wonderful idea. Isn't Cates trying to make an impression on that society woman, Mrs. Isabel Randolph?
Yes?
Well, let's invite her to the party tonight. Then Cates will make a fool of himself in front of her and get laughed right out of society.
Swell. I'll sing as I've never sung before.
Oh, I ain't got nobody, babe. Nobody cares for me.
No, George.
I'm so sad and lonely,
George,
baby.
wait. Look here. You just can't sing that tonight.
Why not?
Well, it hasn't enough class. Mrs. Isabel Randolph will be here, and she's used to the higher type music, the classics.
You're right at that. What would Lawrence Tibbett sing?
Well, if this was Saturday night, he'd sing Don't Fence Me In.
That's not a classic.
It is on the hit parade.
How about On the Road to Mandalay?
Well, that's good. Or Drink to Me Only with Thine Eyes. That's not only a good song, but a wonderful trick.
I'll pick out something. You run over and invite Mrs. Randolph to the party.
Soon I'll be going where the soft breeze is blowing in Kentucky. Things will be blooming when I roam where there's room in old Kentucky. Kentucky, where the sky is blue and the grass is too, and the sunniest style of welcome and smile is made to order for you. There is somebody waiting to begin celebrating in Kentucky. I'm not denying that my heart will be flying when I get to Kentucky. I'll declare it's heaven with all those wonders in store. Oh, Lord, make me lucky when I get to Kentucky. Let me stay there forevermore.
Are you Miss Isabel Randolph, the well-known society woman?
Yes?
Well, I'm Mrs. George Burns, the well-known society girl.
Indeed?
Yes. Now, I'm giving a party tonight, Mrs. Randolph, and I'd like you to come.
Oh, really, my dear? That's quite impossible. I couldn't be a guest in your home unless I knew something about your background.
Oh, we have a very nice background. It reaches all the way to the alley and has 2 orange trees and a bird bath. But the party's being given in the house.
Not your backyard, Mrs. Burns. I had reference to your social background, your family connections.
Oh, that's important?
Vital, my dear. For example, nothing makes me prouder than the fact that one of my male ancestors married a stackpole.
Oh, really? All mine married women.
She was a woman. The stackpoles are people.
Well, I'm glad for your ancestor. Now, how about coming to my party tonight?
Mrs. Burns, you don't seem to understand the importance of ancestors. Now, mine came over on the Mayflower. They belong to that brave little band that sailed to America in 1620.
Mine belonged to that brave little band who saw them coming and said, uh-oh, more immigrants.
This is no jesting matter, my dear girl. I am able to give definite proof that I am descended from Patrick Henry.
Oh, that's nothing. I'm descended from Frank Joe.
Frank Joe who?
Well, Patrick Henry who? You tell me Henry's last name, and I'll tell you Joe's last name.
Well, really, I'm afraid I can't attend your party tonight.
Oh, I wish you'd change your mind, Mrs. Randolph. Gordon Cates will be so disappointed.
Oh, will Gordon be... I mean, will Mr. Cates be there?
Yes.
Well, Mrs. Burns, perhaps I've been a bit hasty. After all, this is a democratic country, isn't it? One must not allow oneself to become narrow.
And it's easy to see that you haven't.
Well, really.
Well, see you at the party, Mrs. Randolph. George, the guests will be arriving any minute now. You'll soon have your revenge on Gordon Cates. Have you picked out a song?
Yeah, I'll sing that stirring song of the vagabonds. Listen to this. Sons of toil and danger, will you serve a stranger and bow down to Burgundy?
Oh, wonderful.
Strength, you know.
Oh, George, that makes you sound like you've got hair on your chest.
I've got hair on my chest. Would you like to see it?
Oh, no, we haven't got time to look for that now. Oh, come in. Oh, well, Harry, you're the first guest to arrive.
Good. How soon do we eat? Boy, am I going to tear into the food tonight.
Oh, Harry, please. Tonight of all nights, watch your etiquette. You'll be sitting next to Mrs. Isabel Randolph, the society woman.
I will?
Yes. Now, watch her and use the same fork and spoon that she does.
Okay. But when it's my turn, she better let go of him or I'll twist her arm. You know, when I'm hungry, I don't...
Harry.
Huh?
This is a sort of a society affair tonight. Try to put on the dog a little.
Oh, well, if that's what you want. I'm a real blue blood, you know. My family is loaded with dukes and lords and earls.
What, no counts?
Yeah, a few of them are no counts, but... Oh, you mean royalty? Oh, sure.
Harry, stop clowning. We want you to make a good impression on Mrs. Randolph.
Oh, pip-pipple pot. Mrs. Randolph and I shall probably say poo-poo to your party. Pop off to a pub and put away a pint of port.
That is, unless she's a dry.
Well, she won't be after you talk to her.
See, here comes Mrs. Randolph up the walk now.
Oh, my goodness. Now, Harry, don't you dare ask her to take a bath.
Oh, don't worry. Gee whiz, Gracie, I know what to say.
How do you do?
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Randolph? Come right in. I'd like you to meet my husband, Mr. Burns.
How do you do?
How do you do?
And this is Mr. Harry Von Zell.
How do you do?
This is an honor, Mrs. Randolph. I've heard so much about your famous family line.
Thank you. I am quite proud of our family line.
Yes, indeed, you should be.
Well, really, this is most irregular.
That's where you're wrong. It happens every week.
Won't you come into the living room, Mrs. Randolph? The other guests will be arriving now, and later we're going to have some music.
Ah, wonderful. I do hope you'll have Beethoven.
Well, we probably will. We've invited just about everybody.
Gracie, can I see you in the next room for a minute?
Well, of course, dear.
Gracie, I think it's time for the singing now. Gordon Cates has hogged the party long enough.
He certainly has, dancing with all the girls.
Well, believe me, I'll fix his wagon.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with that. He rumbles beautifully.
I mean, I'll show him up with my singing. Now, you go in there and ask for someone to sing. Then I'll single out Cates, and after he's squirmed for a while, I'll get up and slug him with this. Sons of toil and danger, you will serve.
Don't give it
away.
away.
Make it
no,
strong.
Don't give it away. Come on, let's go in. Quiet, everyone. Now, no party is complete without a little music. Now, would someone like to sing?
How about you, Cates?
Oh, no. No, George, not me.
Oh, come on. You're so talented. Let's hear you sing.
Oh, no, really.
Oh, please do, Gordon. I insist.
Yeah.
Well, if you say so, Mrs. Randolph, I'll do my best.
I can hardly wait.
Sons of toil and danger, will you serve a stranger and bow down to Burgundy? Sons of shame and sorrow, will you cheer tomorrow for the crown of Burgundy? Onward, onward, swords against the foe. Forward, forward, the lily banners go. Sons of France, around us, break those chains that bound us, and be gone with Burgundy.
Here, try another sleeping capsule, George.
I've taken 4. What time is it?
It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Here, I'll leave the capsules by your bed.
Where are you going?
Downstairs, Gordon Cates is still singing, and I want to hear it.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
is Alfred Hitchcock, and I would like to tell you about my forthcoming lecture. It is about the birds and their age-long relationship with man. It will be seen in theaters like this across the country. In my lecture, I hope to make you all aware of our good friends, the birds. Theirs is a noble history, and through it all, man has played a conspicuous part. This cave drawing is one of man's earliest sketches of his feathered friend. One can see at once the loving care with which the artist depicted his subject. The story of man and his friends, the birds, is filled with many fine examples of ways in which these noble creatures have added to the beauty of the world. Take this plumed hat from the period of Charles I. How proud the birds must have been to have their feathers plucked out to brighten man's drab life. Here we have a later model, a refinement of the first. Here man, or rather woman, thought enough of the birds to have an entire one as a decoration. It's quite dead, of course. Naturally, the egg plays a very prominent part in my lecture. Not a word about which came first, however. I don't believe in dealing with controversial matters. Thousands of years ago, man was satisfied merely to steal an egg from a nest and use it for food. Now he has perfected this process by imprisoning each hen in a separate cage and by scientifically manipulating the lights so that she doesn't fall into the rut of the old 24-hour day. Thus, he can induce the bird to reach fantastic heights of egg production. Originally, there were many varieties of birds on Earth. Some have become extinct. The great auk, the passenger pigeon, and the famous dodo bird have all disappeared. Actually, they didn't exactly disappear. They were simply killed off, but of course, this is nature's way. Man merely hurries the process along whenever he can be of help. Man and birds have been responsible for a great many advances in our civilization. For example, the bird was the inspiration for the invention of gunpowder, and it was his speed that brought about the development of the shotgun. But man has not been unmindful of his debt to the bird. We have honored our feathered friends in many ways. We cage birds and show them off proudly in most of our zoos. And the turkey is traditionally our guest of honor at Thanksgiving. I suspect you never realized that if it weren't for birds, even some of our pastimes would suffer noticeably. Duck hunting, for example. Granted, bagging a fellow hunter can be diverting, but the supply is rather limited. I hope you don't mind if I have something to eat, but I'm rushed today. Planning the lecture has been most educational for me. I've begun to feel very close to the birds and have developed a real sympathy for our little... What was I saying? Oh, yes, I've come to feel very close to the birds and have come to realize how they feel when... I don't think I'll eat just now. Hardly proper with all of you here. Surely the birds appreciate all we've done for them. Don't you? Beautiful cage, fresh water, no other birds to bother you, none of that blinding sunlight. Oh! Now, why would he do that? Most peculiar. What on earth?
They're coming! They're coming!
biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure Rent in Advance. The Green Hornet strikes again. A young man wearing a service button in his lapel walked disconsolately along a downtown street. He paid little attention to the morning crowds until suddenly his eyes fell upon a man and a woman getting into a car at the curb. Then he sprang into action.
It's them. Hey, wait, you!
Hey, what's the idea?
You know what the idea is, all right. I want my money back that you gypped me out of, that's what.
The man must be crazy, Slim.
Oh, crazy, am I? Well, you two aren't getting away with your crooked deal. Lucky I saw you in time.
Hey, get away from this car, fella. We're in a hurry.
Oh, no, you don't. I'm going to fix
you asked for this.
Oh!
That stopped him.
Get going quick. All right, let me through. Let me through here. What's going on here?
My head.
What happened?
That guy in that car that just left, he socked me. He and a girl are crooks. I tried to stop him.
Did you get the number of the car?
No, I didn't have a chance. But they cheated me out of $300. Take me to police headquarters. I'll tell them my story. Maybe they can find those crooks. Well, they just gotta, that's all.
Come on. All right, quick now. All right.
A short time later, the veteran was telling his story at police headquarters. Mike Axford of the Daily Sentinel and Sergeant Colston listened attentively.
I found out I'd just been cheated out of more than $300, Sergeant. I hope the cops can get it back somehow.
Well, tell me about it, son. We'll do what we can.
I saw an ad in the paper about an apartment. Here, I got it right here.
Let's see it, Sarge. Now, hold on, Axford. I'm going to read it.
What's it say? Read it out loud.
Opportunity for veteran. Furnished apartment to sublet. One child permitted. Phone Slocum 2323 for appointment between 4 and 5 o'clock p.m. Uh-huh. So you answered this ad, huh?
Oh, yeah, I phoned. Woman answered. She told me to come to the town apartments on 2nd Street at 6 o'clock. That was last evening.
What happened?
Well, I went there. A nice-looking brunette opened the door and let me in. There was a tall, dark man there, too. She said he was her husband.
Well, then what?
They said they were going away. They wanted a deposit of $300. Make sure the furniture wasn't damaged while they were gone.
Yeah, like that case last week, Sarge, isn't it?
Oh, shut up, Axford. Now, go on, son.
They said I'd get my dough back when I moved out. I gave them the money with a month's rent in advance.
You mean you had all that dough with you?
They told me about the deposit over the phone.
Oh.
I got a paper saying I could stay a year and a receipt for my deposit. Yeah, I have them here.
Mm-hmm. Well, then what?
Well, they told me to come by this morning and pick up the key from the apartment manager's office. They were to move out last night.
Did you see the manager this morning?
Well, sure. I just come from there.
Oh, what about the key?
The manager said the people who had that apartment were in Florida. They left their keys with him more than a week ago.
Uh-oh.
I described the man and woman, and well, the manager said they weren't the tenants at all.
It was a racket, son. A racket we've been trying to break for weeks.
Oh, sure. But they got away with my dough. It was all I had. Sarge, you gotta get my dough back somehow. You just gotta.
Later that morning, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, heard the story from Axford, as Lenore Case, Reed's secretary, listened sympathetically.
And like I told Sarge Reed, that goes to prove it's the same dirty racket that's been going on for weeks. I sure felt sorry for the lad this morning.
Well, I think it's terrible. Doing such a thing to a young veteran.
This case is similar to the one last week, Axford.
Sure, that's what I said a while ago. Only there's one thing different.
What's that?
The guy who reported to the cops last week said he was gypped by a short, heavy-set guy and a blonde.
Yes, that's right. I remember.
This week, it was a tall, dark guy and a brunette.
But the veteran who was cheated last week also answered an ad, didn't he?
That he did. And both them ads are in the Daily Sentinel, too, Reed.
I'll see if you can find both those ads, Miss Case. Get them and leave them on my desk.
Yes, sir. I'll find them for you.
Did the police check the phone numbers in the ads, Axford?
Yeah. Every time they had a complaint on this kind of racket, the call came from a phone booth somewheres. The one last week was from a bar on First Street. The one this morning from a phone booth in a drugstore down at 10th and Warren.
I see. It's a rotten racket, and it has to be stopped.
That evening, Britt Reed went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. Britt discussed the racket with Cato.
The police haven't run onto anything so far, Cato. There must be some angle that would lead to those crooks.
It's not good. They take veterans' money.
That's right. I wonder if...
You have idea?
It might be that the apartment manager had a tie-in with the racketeers. I'd like to make sure one way or the other.
Oh, you think maybe Green Hornet?
It's worth a try. Come on.
A short time later, the manager of the town apartments arose from his chair as he heard a knock at the door.
Get back inside.
Hey, what?
Close the door.
The Green Hornet.
Right. I came to find out about your cut on the rent racket. If you get more than I do, I'm going to make trouble.
Rent racket? So you're in on that?
Don't play dumb. We're both in on it.
That's a lie. The police will be glad to know you're in it.
Put down that phone.
Yeah, nothing doing. I'm phoning the police. Operator, get
Never mind, mister. I'll see you later.
What you find out, Mr. Britt?
The manager's on the level, Cato. I played a poor hunch that time, but at least I satisfied my curiosity.
Well, how you know he on the level?
He called the police right away. That was proof enough. Well, I guess we might as well go home for the time being. Before long, something is bound to break that'll steer us to the ones who worked that racket. I'm sure of that. Step on it.
Several days passed without further developments. Then, early one afternoon, Mike Axford entered Miss Case's office.
Hey, Casey. Reed in?
No, he isn't. Why?
I wanted to show Reed something that's in the Clarion. An ad in the classified section, no less.
You mean those racketeers have put in another
I ain't
ad?
sure, but it could be.
Well, let me see it. Do you have it with you?
Sure. I tore it out. Here it is.
Furnished apartment for rent. Present tenant leaving city. Willing to sublet. Veteran preferred. Phone Slocum 4500 between 3 and 5 p.m. Well, this could be, but... Well, on the other hand, it's probably a legitimate ad.
Well, maybe you think so, Casey, but I don't. I'm going to find out whether that ad's on the level or not.
Going to play detective, huh? Well, why don't you tell the police what you think and let them investigate?
And maybe lose a scoop? Are you kidding? Huh. I'm going to try to find out. Then I'll phone the cops. And we'll get credit for busting the case. You get it?
I get it. But I don't think it's going to turn out as you think.
That's what you think. Anyhow, me mind is made up.
Oh, maybe you better wait till Mr. Reed comes in. Then you can find out what he thinks.
Well, it's almost 3 o'clock now, Casey. I got to get me call in first or I lose out. I'll be seeing you later, Casey.
Well, let me know how you make out, will you?
Okay, Casey. I'll let you know. So long.
A little before 3 o'clock, 2 fairly well-dressed men and a woman sat in a booth in a small restaurant.
It's almost 3 o'clock, Stella. You'd be ready to get to the phone booth if the phone rings.
All right, Slim, I'm ready. We're about the only ones in here anyway.
Are you sure, Slim, that there's no danger of the cops getting wise enough to pull something smart on us?
We're safe enough now, Joe. Anyway, Stella can tell right away as soon as she hears the voice on the phone whether he's on the level or not. Stella's smart that way. Aren't you, honey?
It isn't hard to judge, Slim. The suckers are always so eager and anxious, they almost jump through the phone. That's how I can tell.
How about the guy who runs this dump? Is he okay?
Sure. Stella and I both know him. He's an ex-con. He'd keep his mouth shut as long as he's paid off for doing it.
Why didn't we use the same phone as we did before?
I would have tipped off the cops in case they happened to see that ad, that's why. Well, there it is, Stella. Go to it, honey.
All right. Hello?
Hello. Is this the party who has the ad in the Clarion about an apartment, that is?
That's right. I'm Mrs. Wallace.
Oh. Well, now, I'd like to see your place and make a deposit if we can get together on it, ma'am.
I see. Of course, it's only fair to tell you that I've been advised to require a rather large deposit as a protection against damage to my nice furniture, you know.
Oh. Well, now, if it isn't too much...
Oh, it really isn't much. I'm sure $300 is reasonable, with, of course, a month's rental in advance. The rental is $100 per month.
That makes $400 should be what? Is that it?
That's right. Of course, if you feel you can't pay...
I didn't say that, Mrs.
Wallace is the name.
How soon can I come over, Mrs. Wallace?
My husband will be home from his office about 4. Suppose you come over then, Mr.
Mike Ashford is the name, ma'am. Where shall I come to?
Apartment 202, the Fairview apartment.
Fine. I'll be there right at 4 o'clock with the dough in my pocket. That I will.
All right, Mr. Axford. I'll hold the offer open until we talk to you, since you're the first to call. See you at 4 o'clock. Goodbye.
Goodbye, ma'am.
Well, that's that.
How'd you make out, Stella?
That was a perfect one, Slim. He didn't sound too smart and fell for the sweet stuff right away. He's going to the place at 4 o'clock with the money.
What do we do now?
We'll sit here a while longer so Stella can turn aside any other phone calls that may come in. Most of them won't call before 3:30. Then we'll get over to the apartment at the Fairview. And by a little after 4, we'll have $400 more in cash to add to our bankroll.
At 4 o'clock, Axford entered the small lobby of the Fairview apartments and stopped to look at the mailboxes.
Let's see. Yep, there it is. Mr. and Mrs. Wallace, apartment 202. She gave me the right name, all right. I'll go on up. Second floor. Now to find... Oh, yeah. There's 202. If this is on the level, I'll have a devil of a time explaining.
Yes?
Oh, I'm Mike Axford, ma'am. I came about the
Come
apartment.
right in, Mr. Axford. We were expecting you.
Oh, thanks. Hey, now. This is a nice place you got here, Mrs. Wallace. Very nice.
We think so. We want to be sure we get a responsible party to come in while we're away. I'm sure you'd take good care of my furnishings, wouldn't you?
Oh, sure, that I would.
Oh, is this the gentleman you were expecting, dear?
Yes, darling. Mr. Axford, this is my husband, Mr. Wallace.
Glad to know you.
It's a pleasure, I'm sure, Mr. Axford. Now, shall we get right down to the business at hand?
Sure, why not?
My husband is quite blunt about business matters.
It's a business call, my dear. Now, Mr. Axford, if you want to look around before deciding...
Oh, it's okay. The place is fine. What's the arrangement?
We're asking a deposit on the furnishings. It'll be returned, of course, when you move out. Then we require a month's rent in advance.
I told Mr. Axford all about that on the phone, darling.
Sure, that's right.
I made out receipts for you already. If you pay the $400, then in the morning you can come by and pick up the apartment key from the manager's office. We'll move out tonight.
Before coming to an agreement, I'd like to have a word with the manager, just to make sure he'll turn the key over to me if I take the place.
But I assure you you'll have no trouble. You can take my word for that. There's no reason to...
I'd rather be sure, ma'am, if you don't mind.
One would think you didn't believe we'd leave the key, Mr. Axford.
A guy can't be too careful these days, ma'am.
Now, see here, Mr.
Hold
Axford.
on. Hey, what's the idea of that gun?
Slim knows a wise guy when he meets one, that's what.
I knew you two were crooks all the time. You won't get away with this.
Oh, no? We got a job to do, Joe.
It'll be a pleasure.
Hey, what's the idea?
Just this, buddy. We're going to give you a working over just for luck. That'll teach you a lesson.
Oh, yeah? Well, I won't be the only one hurt. Why, I know that guy.
Oh, you do, huh?
Yes, I do. He's Joe Higgins, out on parole. And for his next offense, he'll get life. And this racket is it. When I tell the cops...
Grab him, Slim.
I got him. Let me go, you...
Instead of just beating this lug up, we gotta take him along, Slim. He knows too much.
Sure, but what are we gonna...
Tonight he'll have an accident, Slim. A little whiskey spilled over him. His body found in the wrecked car. That'll do it.
No, you don't. I'll give you one. Oh.
Okay, Joe, that did it. Now help me get him down to the car.
Yeah, right. He'll be plenty sorry he came snooping. You can bet on that.
It was after 6 o'clock when Miss Case entered Britt Reed's office.
What is it, Miss Case?
I'm a little worried about Axford, Mr. Reed.
Worried about Axford? Why?
I forgot to tell you when you came in. You see, Axford went out early this afternoon to check up on an ad for a furnished apartment that he found in the Clarion. He was certain it was one of those racket ads.
I see. Did you read the ad?
Yes, sir, I did. And it gave a phone number to call. I think it was Slocum 4500.
Well, phone Sergeant Colston at police headquarters and give him the information. Have him call back later and find out if Axford has returned. If he hasn't, then the police better investigate.
All right, sir. I'll phone Sergeant Colston right away.
Britt Reed left the Sentinel building and went to his apartment. It was some time after dinner that the phone rang.
Mr. Reed's apartment?
Mr. Reed there. Sergeant Colston at headquarters.
Oh, just a minute, Sergeant Colston. It's Police Sergeant, Mr. Britt.
Hello, Sergeant. What's up?
Your secretary called me about Axford. I phoned the Sentinel a while ago. He hadn't shown up yet, Mr. Reed.
That's mighty strange.
Yes, sir, it is. We traced that phone number Miss Case got from the ad. Found it's a payphone in a small restaurant on 3rd Street.
Then there was something phony about the ad.
Sure, there must have been. And to my way of thinking, Mike Axford stuck his head into trouble by going out to investigate things alone. He should have called us.
Yes, but you know Axford. You better start a search for him, Sergeant. If he came up against those racketeers, he may be in serious trouble.
I know. We already questioned the owner of the restaurant, but he claims he doesn't know anything at all. Says people are in and out all day long.
I see. Where is this place?
At 3rd and Murray.
Oh, yes. Well, see what you can find out, and please keep me posted. I'm beginning to feel concerned about Axford now.
We'll start a search right away. If anything turns up, I'll call you. Either at your home or office.
Well, thank you very much, Sergeant. Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir.
Well, you think something happened to Axford?
Something must have happened to him, Cato. He went out alone trying to get a scoop on an apartment renting racket. I'm afraid he's run into trouble.
Will you wait for police to investigate?
No, every minute is valuable. The Green Hornet's going to investigate as well as the police. Let's get going right now.
What do you think of doing, Mr. Britt?
The phone numbers given in the ads were all checked. They were all public phones. One in a bar, one in a drugstore. And the one Axford called was in a small restaurant.
Well, what did that tell you?
Nothing definite. But I feel that one of the owners of those places might be tied in with the racketeers. I'm going to find out tonight. I better step on it.
Why we stop here, Mr. Britt?
First, I'm going to take off my mask. I'm going into a payphone and make a few calls.
You think you'll find out something by making calls?
It's worth a try, anyway. There. I'll go into that shop and phone. Wait for me. I'll be right back. Now for the first one. Hope the owner's there. Hello, let me talk to the owner.
I own this restaurant.
Oh, you do, eh? Well, I'm coming around for a payoff because of your tie-in with that rent racket.
Tie-in with the rent racket? But listen,
Have plenty of dough ready. They've gone in for a murder now, and you'll take a rap, too, unless you come across.
Now, wait a minute. Who is this?
The Green Hornet. I'll be around to see you tonight. So long. I'll make a couple of more calls.
That you, Mr. Britt?
Yes.
You find out anything?
Not yet. I made several phone calls. Now we'll go back to our apartment and stay there a while. I'll call Sergeant Colston at police headquarters.
Why you do that?
Because I'm hoping that he'll tell me, without knowing it, of course, just where I can get to find someone who has a connection with those racketeers. Now, let's go.
Yes, sir.
A little more than a half hour later, the phone rang at police headquarters.
Police headquarters.
Is Sergeant Colston there?
Oh, yes, sir. Just a minute. Hey, Sarge, it's for you.
Okay. Hello.
This is Britt Reed. Any news of Axford?
Not a word, Mr. Reed. We're scouring the town hunting for him.
I see. Well, I'm quite worried. Is there any more news about the racketeers by any chance?
Well, yes, sir, there is, in a way. 2 guys phoned in all excited because they said the Green Hornet had threatened them, saying he knew they were in with them racketeers.
Really? Who were they?
A drugstore owner over on 10th at Warren, and a guy who has a bar over on 1st Street. We sent men over to protect him in case a Hornet shows up. I'm hoping we might capture him.
Let me know if you do. That'll be big news. I'll get in touch with you later. And if you hear anything about Axford, call me, will you?
I sure will, sir.
Thanks. Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir.
With Sergeant Colston say police out hunting Green Hornet, it would be dangerous for us to be out again, perhaps, Mr. Britt.
It might be, Cato. Except that we're going to the one place I'm sure the police won't be.
Oh, I don't understand.
Colston said 2 men phoned in about threats from the Green Hornet. I phoned 3, Cato. The one that didn't phone the police must be the guilty one of being in with those racketeers. And his place is one spot where the police won't be. And that's where we're going. Hurry it up.
The restaurant owner sat in a small back room counting the day's receipts. Suddenly, the creak of a door behind him caused him to look around quickly.
What's this? How do you get in?
The back way. Your locks are old.
Why, you're the Green Hornet.
I told you I'd be around.
Now, look, I don't know anything about what you were telling me on the phone. You got me wrong.
Don't lie. You and I are going to have a talk.
Oh, what about?
About those friends of yours who are running that furnished apartment racket. A tall, dark guy, a short, heavy-set man, and a woman who changes from brunette to blonde.
I don't know anybody like that. The cops were asking, too. Lots of people come in here.
You can get away with that stuff with the cops, fella, but not with me. You see, I have ways of knowing things.
What do you mean, knowing things?
Look, suppose those friends of yours are trying to cover up a murder.
Murder?
And suppose they got jittery about the cops coming here. So they asked me to sort of make sure you don't get a chance to tell what you know.
Then Slim sent you here on purpose, eh? He's fixing to double-cross me, is that it?
Figure it out your own way, mister.
Now, look, Hornet. I'll pay you off. I'll give you plenty of money.
What's to keep me from taking the dough you have right there?
But, sure, I won't talk. I'll close up. Get out of the city. You can't kill me.
Wait a minute. Maybe it would be better if you did talk. Maybe if you and I can make a deal, double-cross them.
Well, how do you mean?
I'll give you a chance to get out of the city tonight. If you'll do one thing for me.
What?
I've never been to their hideout. You have, or at least you know where it is.
But
Look. The girl and 2 friends are there. A man they tried their racket on this afternoon disappeared, so he's probably there, too.
What are you planning to do?
You phone the police. Tell them the Green Hornet's going to kidnap you. They'll come here in a hurry.
Then what?
We'll leave in my car and lead the police to your friend's hideout. The police already have complete descriptions of them, and when they find that man who disappeared, he's sure to put the finger on the racketeers. That'll clinch things. The cops pick them up, I drop you off someplace, and you'll be in the clear. Get it?
All right, I'll do it.
Good. Now get to the phone and call the police. Put on a good act. Then we'll pull a neat double cross on your racketeer friends. Once they're picked up, there'll be plenty of veterans to identify them and appear against them. Now go ahead, phone headquarters.
Police headquarters. What's that? The Green Hornet, you say? Well, who are you? I see. We'll get right out there. See if we can stall him until... Hello? Hello?
What is it, Sarge?
Come on. We got to get out to 3rd and Murray on the double. The Green Hornet's picking up the guy who owns the restaurant. The one where them racketeers got the phone call from Axford this afternoon. Let's go.
Police cars still follow.
Yes. Where's the place we're to lead them to?
Not far now. It's a cottage on the waterfront, about half a mile more.
If we turn in toward the cottage, is there a way to get the car out the back?
Yeah. Our road runs out the back way to the shore boulevard.
Good. We'll turn in, then, so the police will be sure to follow. Also, we want to make sure those small-time racketeers don't make a getaway.
There it is. Turn in just ahead.
Right. We'll go through to the back.
That'd be best.
Stop the car right now.
Don't stop. They'll be on us in a minute.
That's okay. Get out, you.
Wait a minute.
Get out!
Hey, they're shooting.
Tough guys, eh?
They saw me in here. Now they'll know I'm in...
You're staying here, mister? Stop on it, Cato.
It was later that night at police headquarters.
Well, we got 'em all. Lucky for you, Mike Axford. We found their hideout.
I gotta admit, Sarge, that you did a good job. But don't forget the story that restaurant owner told the inspector about the deal with the Green Hornet and then how he was double-crossed.
Well, we got out to his place quick enough to pick up the Green Hornet's trail, didn't we? So you have to give us cops credit for the catch, Axford.
Sure, you'll get credit for it, all right. And believe you me, you deserve it. No telling what they were going to do to me. And you busted up a contemptible racket, too.
I guess the Hornet was in it with him.
No doubt. And I'm thanking me lucky stars he was. 'Twas his mistake to put you on me trail. Now, I'd better phone Reed and tell him I'm okay. He'd be worried sick if he heard the Hornet's been mixed up in things. I never could convince Reed that I can take care of myself. Well, almost, that is.
Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still in charge. Just select Street.
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Al Neal speaking. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Hollywood, California, and the studios where the distinguished pictures that bear the name of Samuel Goldwyn are produced. Such films as The Best Years of Our Lives, winner of 9 Academy Awards. It was in these very studios that we recently tried to make a trailer for a new and wonderful picture called The Bishop's Wife. You know what a trailer is. One of those little films you see at your theater which shows you scenes from some big picture that's coming soon. Well, we made the big picture, and it's on its way. But something happened to the little one. It was on the day we finished all work on The Bishop's Wife. The stars were on their way home.
Well, looks like it.
Yes, great sound about it.
Goodbye, Carrie. It's wonderful working
Bye-bye.
with you. Goodbye, David.
See you very soon.
Very soon, I hope.
Goodbye, David.
See you tonight.
Oh, that's right.
Whoa!
What about the trailer? Trailer?
I forgot all about it.
Well, they must be set up somewhere. Where are they? Say 6.
No, I think they're on 8, David. 8?
Oh, we have to go. Come on.
Just a minute, folks. I'm sorry. Can't go in without a pass.
Oh, well, you see, we work here. That is, we just finished over there. Now we...
All right, so you're finished. There's no one stopping you from leaving.
You don't understand. We still have to make the trailer. Well, I'm sure you wouldn't want to stop us from telling people about a great picture like The Bishop's Wife.
Have you seen it?
No, not exactly, but...
Then how do you know it's great?
Well, we had a lot of fun making it, and that's always a very good sign.
Well, look, maybe so, but I'm new here. I don't know you folks, unless you got a pass.
I'm David Niven, and I play the Bishop. And I'm Loretta Young, and I play the Bishop's wife.
And I'm Cary Grant. I play... Oh, that's right.
Wait a minute. What's the matter?
Well, nobody's supposed to know what part I play until they see the picture.
Then what do you need of the trailer?
Well, we'd like folks to come in and see the picture. It's very fine, and it's quite the most unusual picture Sam Goldwyn has ever made.
Oh, yeah. It's full of surprises.
Oh, please.
Well, if you put it that way.
Thanks, officer. I've got an idea. What? The Bishop's Wife is different. Let's keep it that way. Let's have no trailer. Oh, David, a picture without a trailer?
No, that's it. Why take all the wonderful surprises out of it before people see it?
All right, sold. No trailer.
No trailer.
Oh, wait a minute. Goodbye.
Hold on.
Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hi-yo, Silver, away!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Not all of the adventures of the masked rider of the plains took place in the United States. One of the most thrilling occurred during Mexico's war for independence, when he crossed the border to join forces with the Black Caballero and aid the men of Juarez in their fight for liberty. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the Rio Grande! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The great white stallion bearing the masked rider swept across the plains.
Hurry, old fellow! Stretch out those great legs of yours, Silver! We've no time to waste! Hail, Silver! Away!
Finally, the Lone Ranger drew rein at a small camp.
Oh, Silver! Oh, boy! Oh. Saddle up, Tonto.
Here, Scout. What matter?
We're riding into Mexico.
Stand still, Scout.
We've been given a mission.
What we do?
We're to learn what became of certain funds and supplies of arms sent across the border to Juarez.
Who him?
Mexico's president, Tonto. Its president. Although foreign soldiers have been sent from across the ocean to force him from office and make the Mexicans accept an emperor instead. And that's one thing our country won't stand for. No nation in Europe has the right to interfere in any way with any country on this side of the Atlantic. Each nation will decide for itself the kind of government it wishes.
Trouble?
These foreign soldiers are at war with the Mexican people. Juarez is leading his countrymen in the fight for freedom. Our country wants Mexico to win its fight. That's why certain men banded together to send Mexico the supplies it needs. Word was received from Juarez that neither arms nor money arrived. Our job, Tonto, is to find out why.
We find it.
It's the most important mission we've ever undertaken. And the most dangerous.
That all right.
And we can't fail. Ready, Kimasabi?
Tonto, ready.
Follow me. Hail, Silver!
Get him up, Scout!
Southward they rode, plunging across the shallow waters of the Rio Grande, penetrating deep into the territory of the neighboring republic. Step by step, they traced the route over which the supplies had been carried, until finally...
Your name is Pedro?
Si, senor. You saw men with wagons, gringos, come this way?
Si.
And shortly afterwards, you heard sounds of fighting?
But yes, senor. There is much fighting. Me, Pedro, I hear it.
Did you get a chance to see who attacked?
Si. I come close, senor. I watch. I see them playing.
How were they dressed? They had uniforms?
But yes. Blue coats they wear, senor. Red pants, wide like this. Then there is white with...
That's enough, Pedro, and thanks.
De nada. No, it's nada.
What you learn? Tonto, the uniform that fellow described is the uniform worn by the foreign soldiers I've told you about. They've seized the arms intended for Juarez.
Not bad.
It means we ride north, Kimasabi.
Why we ride that way?
There's a garrison at Santa Marta. Any troop patrolling this district must have come from there. The arms and money were intercepted and seized. Unless they've been moved again, they're in Santa Marta right now.
And what we do?
Somehow they've got to be recaptured and sent to Juarez as intended. How, I don't know. We can decide that only after we've looked over the ground.
They're heap danger.
We knew that when we started, Kimasabi. There's no turning back now. Come.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver. Come on, old boy.
Santa Marta was a tiny, sprawling village whose only distinctive feature was a fort on its western side. This had been built generations before, but was now occupied by troops brought into Mexico to uphold the illegal rule of the Emperor Maximilian. The garrison was under the command of Major Lafitte, and it was before his quarters that two dusty figures reined in their mounts.
Going in, Dirk?
Sure, why not? Figure I'm as scared to talk up to that Frenchie?
No reason for it. He needs us worse than we need him. Come on.
Howdy.
Evening, Major.
You, Missy?
Yeah. Me and Dirk aim to talk to him.
We?
Yeah, and this time we ain't to be put off. Either we get what we asked for, or me and Squint pack our war bags and vamoose.
War bags? Bamboos?
What Dirk's trying to say is that we don't figure we're getting the pay we oughta. We get more, or we're quitting.
You are not satisfied?
You're doggone right we ain't.
Pardon. But are you not being paid that for which you asked, gentlemen?
Sure we are. But how was we to know the kind of job we was taking on?
But you...
Just wait a second till we get through. You wanted civilian scouts that knew the country. You got in touch with us, and we hired out. Only we didn't savvy then that the reason you hired us was because you couldn't trust the folks that live here. They got about as much use for you and your soldiers as they got for a mess of tarantulas. You don't belong here. You're fighting for this hombre Maximilian against Juarez. Because we're scouting for you, the folks hereabouts got the same opinion of us they got of you. And by thunder, we're here to tell you the measly cash we're getting ain't worth it.
Oh, and twice as much wouldn't be worth it.
And what have you done, Magee, to earn all this?
What have we done? Why, blast you. Them tin soldiers of yours would have been ambushed a dozen times over if it weren't for us.
Everything you know about this part of the country you learned from us.
And here, come here.
Name of a name, take your hand from me.
Sure. But just look outside there. What's that over again that far wall? What is it, huh?
Wagons.
Uh-huh. And what's in them wagons?
Ammunition, to be sure.
And who told you that ammunition was coming across the border for Juarez? Who showed you how to find it? Who pointed out the best place to lay for it?
It was us.
And the cash they was taking to Juarez. Yeah, you took enough off of them to pay us and 20 more like us for the next 100 years. Pay? Why, you ain't even begun to pay us what we've earned. What in the Mex is attacking? There's a horseman. They're firing at that fellow on the black horse. Watch out!
Follow me.
The echoes of the terrific explosion reached the Lone Ranger and Tonto on the trail outside of Santa Marta.
What was that? Oh, me not know. It must have come from the fort. That's right. I want to know what happened. Uh-huh. We're riding to the fort, Kimasabi. But keep to the shadows and stay clear of the garrison. Hunter, do it.
Come on. Get him up, Scout.
In the meantime, the man Squint had seen in the brief moment before the blast had been cornered and dragged from his saddle. At the command of Major Lafitte, he was taken to the officers' quarters and...
Sunday. Well, monsieur, what is the meaning of this?
Senor, that should be plain even to you.
Who are you?
Does it matter, senor?
Who are you?
I have no name, amigo. Let us say I am one who loves his country.
Now, here, Major. They'll let me handle this, gent. I met his kind afore. You won't get no place making threats. Just make him more stubborn. Now, look here, mister. You savvy you're in a bad fix, don't you?
It is not for the first time, my friend.
No, from the looks of you, I reckon not. But maybe this a little worse than the others. You just blew up one of them wagons full of ammunition. If these fellas hadn't stepped lively, they'd got the rest. This is war, fella. Right now, you ain't more than a step or two from being put up against a wall and drilled.
See?
Did Juarez send you here?
But no.
Don't lie. Who else would if he didn't?
Senor, I assure you I was sent by no one. It was my own idea. A good one, huh?
A doggone fool idea, if you ask me. Mister, you sure must have been loco to figure you could get away with a crazy stunt like this.
Oh, but was it not worth trying?
Yeah, you'd think so, I reckon. Now, I'll tell you. Like I said, you're in a bad fix. But maybe if you helped out, I could sort of persuade the major here to go easy on you.
Help out?
Yeah. There's things you could tell us. For instance, you likely know where Juarez is and how many men he's got with him.
And if I knew, you would have me tell you?
Well, you set some value on your hide, don't you?
Senor, I said I am one who loves his country.
But you...
These men, these soldiers, they've been sent to Mexico to put this foreigner, this Maximiliano, upon a throne that Mexico has never sanctioned, senor. Mexico is a republic. Juarez is his president. The day will come when both Maximiliano and those troops will be driven from my country. It is my hope that I shall have done my share to bring this about.
You...
Enough. The dog will not talk.
Maybe if I...
Enough.
The lights. Somebody shot out the lights.
Sacre bleu.
The window. Who came through the window? Stop them.
I can't see.
There they go, through the door.
Fire! Fire! Shoot them down.
You missed complete.
Where'd they get to?
There they go.
And just try and catch.
With the man he had rescued across the saddle, the Lone Ranger led the way out of Santa Marta across country until they were safe from pursuit. They stopped in a gully and... Get down, stranger.
Stranger? You call me stranger, amigo? Where are your eyes, Senor Lone Ranger?
Who are you? Him, friend. Stand over here out of the shadow where I can see you. The Black Caballero.
Then you have not forgotten me.
We saw them capture you. Saw you in the commandant's quarters. But only your back, never your face.
And again, my friend, I am in your debt.
There's never any question of debt between us, Black Caballero.
But I have not asked you. How is it you are here? Well, what brought you? You were looking for me, yes?
We didn't know that you were within 500 miles of this district.
Well, then how is it...
Tonto and I were sent here by friends of your country. Arms and money were supposed to reach Juarez. They didn't. We traced them here.
My friend, you are for Juarez? You come to fight for Mexico?
Your country and mine have a common cause, Black Caballero. Neither one wishes to see a foreign ruler gain a foothold in this part of the world.
Amigo, then once more we are comrades.
It would seem that way.
You will remain here, yes? You will help the Black Caballero fight these dogs of foreigners who would make my countrymen slaves?
You can count on both Tonto and me.
And once more, I am happy, my compadre. Here's to the three of us, amigos. For Juarez and Mexico.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Making a temporary camp where they had stopped, the Lone Ranger Tonto and the Black Caballero discussed the problem that faced them. Major Lafitte holds the ammunition and the money meant for Juarez. He has a full detachment of trained men, soldiers of the Foreign Legion. They don't make better soldiers, Black Caballero. We hope to get the arms and the money back. We've got our work cut out for us.
What would you do, amigo? You, have a plan?
I have.
I had not hoped to capture the ammunition again. That is why tonight I attempted to explode it. Better that than have it used against us.
I thought that was your motive.
But your plan?
It will need more than the three of us.
Oh? How many?
20, perhaps. 15 in a pinch.
See? I will get them for you. But I promise you it will not be easy.
No?
Oh, my countrymen are brave, amigo. They are brave and love liberty even as we do. It is not that.
What then?
Maximiliano has signed a decree. Any of my countrymen found bearing arms is to be shot. Oh, what will you have? They are poor. They've been oppressed. How can they hope to oppose soldiers like those at the garrison? Oh, do you blame them, my friend, if they hesitate to fight for their liberty against such odds?
I don't.
But I will go among them if it is what you wish. Some there must be who will join us.
Good.
And when we have them...
Show me these men, Black Caballero, and you'll learn the rest of my plan. But for the present, there's much to be done.
See? It will be as you say.
You have my word. We'll strike a blow that will hurt. was the following night that a figure clothed in black stole from house to house in Santa Marta. He spoke in guarded tones.
You will join us, Miguel. You will strike a blow for warriors in Mexico.
But there is danger, Senor Black Caballero.
But freedom if we win, compadre.
See.
Is it I have married a coward? Have you but the heart of a rabbit, my husband? You will say yes.
Be still, Conchita. Senor, see? I join you, amigo.
And you, Jose?
Senor, you may count on me.
Senor Black Caballero, I promise you this. Not only Manuel will join you, but all his friends.
Diablo! Oh, my God! They are here, my friends. See? Are they not fine-looking men? They will fight like lions, amigo.
You've had better luck than I'd expected.
My countrymen are patriots.
Tell them to dismount and make camp. Then we'll learn what they're to do.
Senors, dismount! We make camp!
But the activity of the Lone Ranger and the Black Caballero could not be entirely concealed. Keen eyes at the garrison noticed that certain men were missing from the town, and alert ears caught rumors of an exciting event promised for the near future. Major Lafitte issued his orders, and later, the following day...
Get in there, bless you. Senor, please, I beg of you, do not strike me.
Well, who is this fellow?
You asked for somebody that could answer questions, didn't you? Well, here he is.
And scared enough to spill the whole works.
What does he know, monsieur?
Well, we ain't tried to find out yet, but he knows plenty, I'll lay you that. Get up here. Stand on your feet.
Please, senor.
You savvy what's going on, don't you? Sure you do. You're gonna spill it, ain't you? Huh? Ain't you?
But what is it you would wish to know, senors? I am an ignorant man. I do not know.
Here's something that'll smarten you up.
Oh,
Now then, we'll get down to cases. What's up around here? What's this scheme we've been hearing about?
I know nothing. I swear I know.
And that's just the beginning. If you still figure to hold out, we can use a whip on you. If that don't work, well, there's other things you like a heap less.
Speak up, man.
If I speak, if they learn that I have told, they will kill me, senors.
Keep silent, and I will make you wish they had.
No.
Tell us what we wish to know, however. You will have my word that you will be protected. You will stay here within the fort. These fellows won't be able to touch you.
You won't have nothing to worry about.
You are sure, senors. I can trust you, yes?
Get on with it.
See. It is like this. I will tell you all, and then you must...
So the fools would trick us, eh? Well, perhaps they'll find that they have been tricked instead. It will be most amusing. The look upon their stupid faces when my men have struck.
You think that Mex is telling the truth?
Oui, monsieur. You saw how frightened he was?
That all fits, Dirk. It ain't just what he told us. I've heard some things here and there myself. What he said was right along them same lines.
Yeah.
I know the place he mentioned, Major. It's in the hills. It ain't so far from here. Me and Dirk can get your men there easy. And them fellas won't suspicion we're within a dozen miles of them.
Splendid.
Get them surrounded and then close in on them. And they'll never have a chance to even get started.
And at the same time, we will have captured the worst of these rebels. We won't have much trouble around here after that.
Wonder who that masked fella is he told us about. I was just thinking.
Yeah?
Well, he kind of sounds like an hombre I've run into that's got a redskin part. No, that can't be the same. Fellow I met up with in Texas. He's still likely north of the border.
Then what are you worrying about him for?
You hear me say I was worrying? I ain't.
It was the masked man who schemed to get my men to chase after him and away from the fort.
So some Mexers with him could get in here and grab them arms. Weren't that it?
We.
Well, that weren't such a bad scheme. Fact is, it might even have worked. Only it just so happens we know when they plan to leave their hideout. And before that time comes, the whole passel of them will be under guard.
Other inquiries bore out the villager's story. On the following afternoon, an hour before dusk, The troops stationed in the garrison mounted at the command of Captain LeSueur. While Major Lafitte looked on, the captain shouted an order. The troop clattered through the open gate and out of town toward the hills. Dirk and Squint rode at the head of the column, and by nightfall the soldiers were close to their destination, the hideout of the Black Caballero and his comrades. They cautiously surrounded the place, then awaited the order to charge. Dirk and Squint, at the side of Captain LeSueur, pointed to the glowing campfires below them.
There they are, Captain, just waiting for us to get them.
Yeah, and look there. See where them trees, where the light from them fires strike 'em?
Eh?
The sentries they posted. Look like they fell asleep.
Well, what do you say? What about charging them?
At once. You, monsieur, you will tell the bugler to blow the charge. We will take them by surprise.
Right. Come on, boy.
The idiots. Counting their fires, there can't be more than 20 or 30 of them at the most. What call they got to set themselves up against us?
They will not be for long.
There it is. Get up! Get up!
Fire! Fire at will!
Down upon the encampment, the troopers swept, firing and shouting as they rode. The sentries, Squint had noticed, did not move. The legionnaires were met by no resistance. The camp was silent. Finally, with an angry exclamation, Captain LeSueur drew rein and threw himself from his saddle.
What the...
There. Look there. Them sentries we thought we saw. Dummies, that's what they are. Just dummies made out of old clothes and propped up to look like men.
There ain't a soul here.
What does this mean?
I can tell you.
That blasted Magee lied to us, so they heard about our coming. The whole bunch got away.
But the fire.
So they can't have been gone for long. Captain. Between you and me, mister, I got a notion you'd better round up your men and head back to the fortress as fast as you can.
But I do not
And if
see...
I can read signs, there's going to be the devil to pay. Let's get going. Come on, you guys.
But swiftly as the legionnaires rode for Santa Marta, others were there before them. Major Lafitte, writing at his desk, heard a sudden cry outside the room.
Name of a name, what?
Stand where you are, Major.
The man with the mask.
Don't move.
You can have him, amigo.
Right.
Tonto! Here, Tonto. There are horses in the stables. Have the men hitch them to the wagons. Those wagons hold the arms we're after. Get them started on the way.
What you...
Back inside.
Where did you come from? What has happened to my men?
Senor, you so foolish soldiers are looking for us where we are not.
Why, there is no need for you to cry for help. I can assure you no help will come. The guards you had posted are at this very moment most incapable of moving.
You murdered them?
Ah, but no, senor. We are not murderers.
That's enough talk. Major, your men stole those arms outside.
They have...
Quiet. But that isn't all they stole. There was money as well. You have it here.
No, monsieur.
We want it now.
Or it will be the worse for you, my friend.
Wait.
This gun. You feel it in your side, senor? You would have me pull the trigger? You think I would not? Do not be so foolish, my friend. I would do so with the greatest of pleasure. And how then could you fight for Maximiliano?
The money. In there, that desk. I have the key.
Unlock it.
I will. Do not shoot, monsieur.
You will hurry.
And I happen to know how much you seized. If any's missing, you'll regret it.
It is all here. It has not been touched.
How Juarez will laugh when he has told of this.
Give it to me.
There, you have it all.
Look, amigo. Tonto has brought my horse from the stables. Where these pigs have kept him, and the wagons, they are leaving.
Tonto will see to them. And as for you, Major, this is only the beginning. We aren't done with you yet. And we won't be until you and every man like you has left the country for good.
You will be
Stay
sorry.
There. Come.
Adios, amigo.
Pigs, dogs, you'll pay. You'll pay for this, I promise you. My men will scour the country. You can hide no place. They will not find you. I'll have you stood against the wall and shot.
Tell me something.
Yes?
There at Santa Marta. You said this was only the beginning. Did you mean that, my friend? Do you remain with the Black Caballero?
We have a band that has proved its courage.
Ah, see. They are brave fellows.
We've regained the arms and money that were sent to Juarez.
It is so.
We've already struck one damaging blow at Maximilian's soldiers.
See.
But the fight isn't won yet, Black Caballero. And until it is, we ride together. The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
You'd better get bright, pal. We got a show to do. Then we got to figure out some way to collect that gate money. Get it to the Cook County Assessor's office as soon as they open in the morning.
Joliet, Jake, and Elwood Blues. Two men with a mission, and only 11 days.
And don't come back until you've redeemed yourselves.
Our Lady of Blessed Acceleration, don't fail me now.
For me and the Lord, we got an understanding. We're on a mission from God.
Lots of space in this mall.
Walking around every day playing games and taking scores. Trying to make other people lose their mind. Well, be careful you don't lose yours. Yeah,
How are you going to raise $5,000 in 11 days without ripping off somebody?
Dance to the jailhouse rock. Dance to the jailhouse rock. Dance to the jailhouse rock. Dance to the jailhouse rock.
I remain celibate for you.
Hit it.
My heart's calculating, my true love will be waiting.
If my estimations are correct, we should be very close to the Honorable Richard J. Daley Plaza. That's where they got that Picasso. Yep.
guys come in here? Black suits, black hats, one carrying a briefcase?
Yeah, I just sent him down there.
Thank you.
John Belushi.
You, how much for your wife?
Dan Aykroyd.
After the gig, maybe we could, hang out together.
James Brown.
I heard the sound in my car.
Cab Calloway. Ray Charles.
You know depreciation, man.
Carrie Fisher.
I must now kill you and your brother.
Aretha Franklin.
You're living with me now, and you're not gonna go sliding around with your old white woman friends.
Henry Gibson.
He better pray the police get to him before we do.
And the Blues Brothers Band.
Let's go, boys.
The Blues Brothers.
Are you the police?
No, ma'am. We're musicians.
Let's check what's coming the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of Star Times. I don't know quite how to begin this letter except to say that it may sound fantastic to you, perhaps even a joke. But please believe me, I am serious, and the situation is serious. A man is dying, yet he has nothing wrong with him. He believes he's going to die 5 days from now, and so Bart LaFay is dying. A strong, healthy man is dying because of witchcraft. I know this sounds incongruous, anachronistic.
In this 20th century. But if you will come to Valoo, Louisiana, you will see for yourself and perhaps be able to help. Sincerely, Doris Gordon. Sure, I laughed when I sat down to read Miss Gordon's letter. But the laugh stopped in Valoo, Louisiana.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Death is a Doll.
But, Mr. Holliday, you don't believe this, do you?
Susie, as my old grandfather used to say, there's no such thing as a sure bet or a sure loser.
I don't get it.
Well, to quote the time-worn passage from Shakespeare, there are stranger things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamed of in your philosophy.
Who's Horatio?
That's beside the point.
But, Mr. Holliday, she says witchcraft. Now, that's just, it's imposterous.
Atta girl, Susie, you never let me down. You had to hunt for it, but you found the wrong pronunciation.
That's beside the point.
Yeah, it could be. But something tells me that Valoo, Louisiana offers interesting possibilities. Before I took off for Louisiana, I went to the Star Times and did a little research. You know, it's surprising what a person can find out about things he thought went out with the oil lamps, horse cars, and witch trials. But look at the bustle. Everybody thought it was dead. But now look. Well, just look. Anyway, what I learned made me change my mind a little about that letter from Doris Gordon, who met me at the station at Valoo. 5 minutes after I got off of the train, we were driving along a dusty back road in her little car.
I didn't think you'd come, Mr. Holliday.
Well, I never refuse a chance to get mixed up in something that sounds different.
Or insane?
Well, what's the difference? Automobiles and radios were different when they came along. Before that, they were insane.
But this is different. We're in the 20th century. Salem and the witch hunts are history.
History? Well, to bat a cliche into center field, history repeats itself.
I know. Oh, by the way, no one must know why you're here, Mr. Holliday.
Yes? Why not?
Because these people are fine and honest, but they're liable to resent a stranger.
Oh, so what happens?
I want you to pretend to be my cousin.
Glad to. But won't they know you haven't got a cousin?
No, I teach school here. I've been here only 6 months. No one knows much about my personal life. They've come to trust me and like me, I think. And they'll accept you because of it.
Fair enough.
Now, I board with the LaFays.
LaFay? Oh, your letter mentioned a Bart LaFay.
Yes. He's the youngest son.
And he's dying, so you said.
Yes. In 1 month, he's become almost a dead man.
Why? What did the doctor say?
He said there's nothing wrong with Bart.
But there has to be.
That's what I told myself. I told it to Bart. But Mr. Holliday, he knows he's going to die because someone has told him.
Who? Who told him?
I don't know who started it, but now everyone in Baloo knows it. It's been like a snowball. Building.
You're in love with Bart?
Yes, I am.
All right, but, well, I don't see what I can do to help.
You've got to. It was only by chance that I saw your advertisement in the Star-Times, a newspaper published in a city hundreds of miles from here. Remember? Adventure wanted. Will go any place, do anything. Write Box 13. I had to write to you.
Just a minute, Miss Gordon. Let me ask you one question.
What?
Have you gone to the authorities? The sheriff, for example?
Of course I have.
And?
Mr. Holliday, the law can't help when you're fighting something you can't see.
So I was taken into the LaFay home as Doris Gordon's cousin. There was something about the house, an aura of fear that hung over it like a deadly pall. Bart's mother, his father, and his 2 older brothers seemed to have accepted the fact that Bart would die. Die when he said, in 2 days. That night, Doris arranged for me to be alone with Bart in his room. The house was located near the edge of one of the big bayous, and somewhere outside in the night, a strange, eerie animal sound seeped through into the room where I sat with the sick man. How do you feel, Bart?
Not fit, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, now look here, Bart. The doctor says there's nothing wrong with you.
Ain't nothing he knows. Ain't nothing he can know.
Now, look, a man just doesn't die without something being the matter.
I got just 2 days now.
Oh, Bart, that's nonsense. Now, snap out of it.
You just don't believe it, do you, mister?
No, I don't.
And why don't you ask down in the village? Ask anybody.
About what?
About what's happening to me. People seen it happen before, and there ain't nothing nobody can do. Ain't nobody can help. There ain't nothing.
Doris! Doris, get some water.
Oh, we can't swallow when he's like this.
No. Here, Bart. Come on, sit up. Sit up. Let yourself breathe.
It's getting worse. It's like somebody tightening a rope around my neck. And soon it'll get so tight I can't breathe no more.
Bart, you mustn't say that.
Ain't nobody can help. Nobody.
Doris.
What, Dan?
Where's the doctor?
In the village.
I'm going there. You stay here with Bart.
All right, take the car.
There's only one doctor?
Yes, Dr. Brennan.
All right. Now, don't leave Bart. I'll be back soon.
I'm sorry, Holliday, but there's nothing I can tell you. There's nothing wrong with Bart LaFay.
You're sure of it?
Look, anything that drags a man down from 200-odd pounds to 150, I'd know about. Maybe I'm just a village doctor.
Oh, I didn't mean it that way, Dr. Brennan, but as you say, a man can't lose over 50 pounds and look as Bart does without a cause.
I know that, as well as you do.
Yes, well, better than I do. So let's be honest with each other.
Honest? What do you mean?
Because you're a doctor and because you're rational, logical, and reasonable, you won't let yourself accept the only explanation of Bart's illness.
I can't listen to any such nonsense, Holliday.
Is Bart's condition nonsense?
You're supposed to be an intelligent man.
Yes, and so are you.
Because I am, I won't think about it.
You've never seen it happen before.
No.
But you've heard about it.
Anybody who lives among people who believe in it has heard about it.
All right. Now, Doctor, let's say what we're thinking.
I'm not thinking anything.
Bart LaFay is dying because he's the victim of witchcraft.
You don't believe that.
If you mean witches, charms, potions, and that stuff, no. I'm as hard-headed as you are. But Bart believes it.
Why, it's so ridiculous.
To you and me, yes. Maybe a hypochondriac is, too. But to him, his imagined illnesses are real. You don't laugh at him and send him away, do you?
Well, of course not.
And I'll tell you why not. You know his illness is in his mind, so you play along, comfort him. Because if you didn't, you know he'd become worse, simply because he'd think he was.
Well, all right. Supposing you're right about Bart. What can we do about it?
You've told him there's nothing really wrong.
100 times. There's nothing else I can do.
But I might be able to help.
How?
Find out who started this thing and why it continues. If we destroy the cause, Bart will get well.
Do you expect me to help?
Won't you?
Halliday, I'm a doctor, a physician, a member of the association. If I poked around in something like that, what effect do you think it'd have on my reputation?
Yes, I see your point. And it's up to me alone.
I'll help you, up to a point. Beyond that, well, it's all yours.
Fair enough. Now I've got to talk with the people here.
You won't get very far.
Why not?
Because not one of them will say anything or lift a finger.
Because they're scared, too?
That's it.
Doctor, Bart LaFay has only tomorrow and the next day to live. Unless I can lick this. And I'm going to try. I left Dr. Brennan and went back to the LaFay place. I had to talk to Doris alone, and later in the darkness outside...
Dan, it's too fantastic, too weird.
Now listen to me, Doris. I did a lot of reading before I came down here. Know what I found out?
No, what?
In the last 10 years, there have been over 100 cases of so-called witchcraft. As recently as 1939, a man on trial for murder claimed self-defense on the grounds that the person he killed had charmed him, hexed him.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But look in the newspaper files.
This is the 20th century.
It could be the 120th, Doris. And still, people will believe what they want to believe.
Do you believe it?
No. No, there's no power on earth that can kill like that. The only power lies in the victim's mind, in his will to believe.
And Bart?
Believes it so strongly that he's dying.
He can't die. He just mustn't.
Look, who started this? There had to be someone that planted that suggestion in his mind.
No one. There isn't a person in the village in this whole parish who doesn't like Bart.
But there has to be, Doris.
It must be some horrible, malicious joke.
The joke would have been called off before this.
Then I don't know.
If I'd go into the village tomorrow, what would I learn from the people?
Probably nothing. No one will come near here. I have to drive in for supplies every day. Bart! That was Bart!
Come on. Doris and I ran into the house. LaFays were standing near the door of Bart's room, staring at the closed door. Terror in their faces. I ran past them. Bart! Bart! Doris, get the lamp. Hurry.
Here. Oh, Bart! Bart!
He's all right. He just fainted.
But why? Why?
Here's your answer.
What's that?
Doris, shut the door. Keep the rest of the family out of here.
Wait out there, please.
Blow out that lamp.
But...
Blow it out.
What are you looking at? Is there somebody in the clearing outside?
No. No, not a soul. I didn't expect to see anyone.
You didn't expect?
Look. This charm that made Bart scream was tossed in through this window, Doris. And nothing supernatural or magical about it. It was a human being who tossed it in.
But why?
To let Bart know he has only 2 more days to live.
And now back to Death is a Doll, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
It wasn't pretty, that charm. The way it was made with feathers and leather and bits of bone gave me a cold chill. I stuck it in my pocket and then took it out again. It was silly, but I didn't want the filthy little thing near me. Bart came to. We made him comfortable, and I spent the rest of the night sitting by his bed. Then, the next morning, Saturday, Doris drove me into the village. While she did some errands, I went into the general store.
Morning, mister.
Oh, good morning.
Can I do something for you?
Well,
Stranger here, ain't you?
Yes, I just came in yesterday afternoon. I'm Miss Gordon's cousin.
Oh, sure. Fine girl, Miss Gordon.
Yes, she is.
Boys, this here's Miss Gordon's cousin. Them's Ed Masters.
Hello, how are you?
John Latouche.
How do you do?
Tuck Wilson.
Hi.
And the rest of them.
Hiya.
Staying in Value a spell, Mr.
Name's Dan.
Just call me Pop. Everybody else does. Though Tuck here's about 10 years ahead of me.
Oh. Okay, Pop.
As I was asking, staying long?
Well, I don't know.
Vacation?
Sort of.
Oh, staying here at the hotel?
No.
Oh, renting the old Gerard cabin, huh? Folks do for vacations.
No, I'm staying with the LaFays. Well, I must have said something wrong.
That's one mighty good way to clear the store. Just mention LaFays.
Aren't the LaFays liked?
They was.
Was?
You come in here to buy something, mister?
No,
Well, then I gotta get busy. I gotta get some stock put away.
Oh, now, just a minute, Pop.
Huh? Want something?
I want to know something. Maybe you can tell me.
Depends. I don't know much.
I'll make it worth your while.
You can put away your money, mister. If I wanted to make talk, I wouldn't take no pay for it.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry.
You ain't staying long with the LaFays, are you?
I don't know.
You better know.
Listen, Bart LaFay's dying.
Is he?
You know he is.
He's been ailing, not been fitting.
Pop, who's doing it to him?
I ain't got no idea what you're talking about.
I think you have. You can't stand by and see a man die like that.
Sooner or later, we all got it.
Pop, if you can tell me anything that...
Ain't no use of asking me. But effing you want advice, mister, don't stay no more at the LaFays. I gotta get back to work.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Pop. Well, it was useless to try that anymore. I went outside and stood there for a moment. Then I glanced back at the store, and staring out at me from a window was the face of a girl, about 18. And if ever a face showed fear, there it was. Before I could move, she pulled back and away. Outside in the street, little groups of people stared at me, and when I looked back at them, they walked out of sight. Farther down the street, I saw Doris, and she was talking with a big, husky fella, and I walked toward them.
Dan, what did you find out?
Nothing.
Oh, I knew it. Oh, Dan, this is Didge Lawson, Bart's best friend. Didge, this is Dan Holliday, my cousin.
How are you, Didge?
Fitting. Them yellow livers was scared, huh?
Looked like it.
Look here, mister. I ain't scared. If you want any help, I'll give it to you.
Thanks, Didge. But can you help?
Maybe. I've got an idea.
An idea, Didge? About what?
Look here. Someplace out in the bayou is what's killing Bart.
In the bayou?
Yeah. I know that there bayou like the back of my own hand. Some funny things can go on out there, mister.
Like what?
I see the doll once, hanging from a tree. Dressed up like a man it was. Dressed up like Bill Dakin. Ain't long after that, Bill took sick. But he died.
You saw that, Didge? Why didn't you do something?
Me? I ain't gonna touch nothing like that. Them it touches is they get sick and die.
You think that's what's happening to Bart? Is that it, Didge?
Maybe.
I see. Well, thanks for offering to help.
That ain't nothing.
We better be getting back now, Dan.
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure.
Glad to have met you, Dan. See you, yeah?
Yeah, I'll see you later.
Bye, Didge.
Bye.
Doris.
Yes?
How good a friend is Didge to Bart?
Why, they grew up together.
And would he tell us if he knew who was doing this to Bart?
Oh, I'm sure he would.
Then we have someone to help us.
But I think he's really afraid, too.
He'd never admit it.
Do you think he'll be able to help?
That depends.
But what he said about that doll and Bill Dakin, did you believe it?
Yes, I did, because it's happened before.
Dan, you can't mean it. You can't mean it. Because it's impossible.
So is the fact that Bart's dying with nothing wrong with him. But he is.
Then how can we stop it, Dan?
Well, I don't know yet. But we've got to find out today. Tomorrow may be too late. Let's get back to Bart. When we got back to Bart, I tried to get him to tell me who had told him he was doomed to die. But he wouldn't say. Bart had one more day to live unless we could find the evil thing that was preying on his mind. It was later that night, close to midnight. I couldn't sleep. I was lying on the cot when I heard a noise at my window. Who's that? Who is it? What the...
Shh. Don't talk loud, mister.
Who are you?
My name's Melissa. Please, mister, I gotta tell you something. If you want to help Bart...
Wait, I'll come right out.
No, you just gotta listen. I heard you talking in the store to my pop. You want to know about Bart.
What do you know? Come on, tell me.
Didge put the death on Bart.
Didge?
If he finds out I told you, he'd kill me.
He won't do anything of the kind, Melissa. Now, what do you know about this?
Everything was all right till she come here.
She? Miss Gordon?
Her. Didge got smitten with her.
Oh, now, Melissa, we'll fix all that up. But you've got to tell me what you know, quickly.
When Bart took sick, I knowed it was something Didge had done. I followed him out to the bayou.
And?
5 times I followed him to Grandma Juno's place out there.
Grandma Juno? Who is she?
A witch.
Melissa, there's no such thing as a witch.
She is.
All right, let it go. What else do you know?
Didge gone out there again tonight.
Tonight? How do you know?
I saw him taking his boat out of the shack. Mister, he's gone out there tonight to see Grandma Juno. This'll be the last time. They'll twist the thread around Bart's neck, and tomorrow he'll be dead.
Melissa, can you take me out there?
Me? No, I ain't going no more. I ain't. I'll take sick and die.
Wait right there. You and I are going into town.
What for?
Never mind, just wait there. I awakened Doris, told her what was happening, and took her car, and Melissa and I drove into the village. Later, she, Dr. Brennan, and I went out to the edge of the bayou, and...
If a word of what I'm doing gets around, I'll be done for.
You've got to help, Doctor.
All right. Melissa?
What?
You sure that you can lead us to Grandma Juno's in the dark?
I think maybe so.
Well, come on, we're wasting time. Get in the boat, Doctor.
Oh, careful. And for this, I got an MD degree. Chasing around in the black of midnight after a witch.
Ready?
I am. Go straight ahead until we come to the turn. Then go left.
Oh, good. Ready, Doctor?
I gotta be.
All right. Now, no lights. And be as quiet as you can. Let's go. Maybe I'll live to be 100. Maybe I won't. But I'll never forget that midnight boat ride. All around us, the huge cypress trees jutted up into moonless sky. The drooping Spanish moss brushed our faces, and it was too dark to see a foot in front. But Melissa, she knew what she was doing and where she was going. Once or twice, a dark shape in the water bumped against our rowboat and slithered away. Then...
It's right up ahead.
I can't see a thing.
Melissa, you're sure?
I know it.
You can believe her, Dan. These people know their way around these bayous with their eyes closed.
Shh. Look.
That's a lantern up ahead.
There's Didge's boat.
Stop rowing, Doctor. Easy.
I'm going to take sick and die. I'm going to take sick and die.
No, you're not, Melissa.
Look.
Good heaven.
Up ahead, on a little island in the light of an old lantern, were Didge and an old woman. Didge was sitting on a log watching while the old woman crooned over a doll. Crooned over it and wrapped a string tightly around its grotesque neck. Silently, slowly, we got closer until we could hear her words.
Breathe and gasp. Breathe and gasp. You'll last, my son. Tighter, tighter on your throat. The devil's hand is clutching.
Melissa.
That does it.
Who's that?
Get away, get away.
Come on, Doctor.
He'll shoot. He's got his gun.
They can't see us. Melissa, stay in the boat.
Stop where you are. Don't you come no closer. If you do,
Kill him, Didge! Duck him!
Holiday, his gun. Don't let him get it.
Curse to you, the devil's death! Didge! Didge!
Pick up that gun, Doctor.
You get it for this, mister. You get it.
Now give me that doll.
No!
Give it to me, I said.
No. Look out, Dad. She'll knife you.
No, she won't. That's better. Now, let's get back to Bart, Doctor.
What about Didge?
He seems to like it out here. We'll let him enjoy it a while longer. Keep his gun.
Here, let me see that doll. Why, it looks like Bart LaFay.
Sure. It was Bart LaFay.
Huh?
Never mind now. Let's get back. You see, Bart? This doll, it can't harm you now. Things like this can never harm anyone. It's in your mind. Look, I'll unwrap the string from its throat. You'll be all right.
That thing was doing it to me?
No, your mind was doing it, Bart. That's all. You'll get better now.
But what about you?
What about me?
Grandma Juno will get you.
No, she won't. Bart, believe me, there's nothing in the world like this can hurt you. So I'll go back home, and the worst that can happen will be my own fault.
Sure. Where's Doris?
Oh, I'll send her in when I leave.
I can't thank you rightly, Dan.
Yes, you can. Just remember what I told you, Bart. No harm can ever come to you unless you bring it on yourself.
Gee, what a nasty-looking little doll.
It's not pretty.
And he actually believed this was killing him?
Well, he knows better now.
Do you feel all right?
Of course, why?
Well, I just hate to think of that terrible old woman sticking pins in you.
Oh, not a chance, not a chance. Now, let me sit down and look at the mail.
Oh, Mr. Holliday, what's the matter?
Oh, I felt as though something stuck me.
Mr. Holliday,
Susie.
Oh, my knitting needles.
Yeah. Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville, and this adventure was written by Clark Robley. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. Part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. Production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture.
It is now 7:06. You have exactly 8 hours and 54 minutes to ponder the error of your ways. Any questions?
Yeah. Does Barry Manilow know that you raid his wardrobe?
A brain, a beauty, a jock, a rebel, and a recluse.
Can't believe this is really happening to me.
Before this day is over, they'll break the rules.
Chicks cannot hold their smoke. That's what it is.
Bare their souls.
I'm a nymphomaniac.
Are your parents aware of this?
Take some chances.
Being bad feels pretty good, huh?
And touch each other in a way they never dreamed possible.
Why'd you do that?
Because I knew you wouldn't.
The Breakfast Club. They only met once,
I don't want to be alone anymore.
You don't have to be.
but it changed their lives forever.
I mean, I consider you guys my friends. I'm not wrong, am I?
Universal Pictures presents Emilio Estevez, Paul Gleason, Anthony Michael Hall, Judd Nelson, Molly Ringwald, and Ali Sheedy in a John Hughes film.
Why are you being so nice to me? Because you're letting me.
The Breakfast Club.